the organizers announced, the resurrection round of the outer sect competition now begins. As soon as the words fell, two swordsmen roared and charged at each other. A fierce red light erupted, covering the entire battlefield. Their faces flushed with anger, eyes burning with determination as they clashed in a life-and-death duel. The blades struck violently, waves of red and golden fire exploded across the arena. Ta Van watched closely. They're fighting as if they've drunk chicken blood, going all out like that. Deep then crossed his arms and interrupted. Do you think everyone can stay as calm as you? Ignoring his words, Ta Van leaned back lazily. This is nothing. Most of them are first-timers in the outer sect competition. And there's even a resurrection chance. Last time I joined, I lost to some guy. It was frustrating, but didn't I survive anyway? Deep then asked curiously, in the previous competition, who exactly did you lose to? Ta Van replied casually, the top personal disciple of Enhan Duong Peak from the last term. And speaking of him, his cousin is actually someone you know, a guy named Jiang Duong. Hearing that, Deep then was surprised. Who? Someone from the Jiang family. Jiang Hao. Ta Van took a long gulp of water before saying, it wasn't that my strength or cultivation was inferior. I was just unlucky that day. If not for the dark clouds covering the sky, how could I have lost? Deep then mocked. Oh come on old man, what does the weather have to do with it? A loss is still a loss, no excuses. He immediately shot back. You know nothing. That day we both used our final moves, and my secret art required sunlight to unleash its full power. But the sky was covered with clouds. I couldn't even use half of its might. Ta Van even teased Hoke Dang. I thought I was unlucky enough. But that brat Hoke Dang had it worse. Hoke Dang, unaware, was still watching the match intently. Don't miss, damn it. Deep then asked, what do you mean? There's someone more unlucky than you. He replied, that's right. Hoke Dang faced Fong Tao from Dia Duong Peak that day. Their battle shook the heavens, I still remember it. But just when he was about to unleash his final blow, his violet gold hammer exploded. He continued describing the match. His whole body was blasted away. So Fong Tao won without even using his last move. Tell me, isn't that frustrating? But today he defeated Tu Sam from Dia Duong Peak, so I guess he's vented his anger. Ta Van tilted his head toward the sky, rambling endlessly. Oh right, there's also Ta Kai Min, the top disciple of the law enforcement hall from the last term. He's no good either. When you enter the inner sect, be careful of that bastard Kong Tao. He's full of dirty tricks. Deep then replied blandly, making him angry. Are you even listening? Winning the outer sect competition doesn't automatically get you into the inner sect. You still need to pass the wild forest trial. This time Deep then answered seriously. I know, there are 7 formations inside, along with beasts, puppets, and inner sect disciples acting as hunters. His gaze turned distant, voice grave. That's the problem. Jiang Duong I mentioned earlier, along with Fong Tao and Ta Kaiumin, they're likely the inner sect disciples sent to test us in the wild forest. Those 3 are all cut from the same cloth. If they team up, it won't be good for us. Deep then pondered his words carefully. Those 3 had already shown their talents in the last competition. They're definitely not the gentle type, and after 3 years of cultivation in the inner sect, their strength must have grown tremendously. Given the grudges between him and those 2 peaks, if we meet in the wild forest, it would be strange if they didn't try to kill me. Ta Van regained his cheerful look, patted him on the shoulder. Good luck to us both. Hopefully the heavens will put us in the same team. Just then, the organizers announced, next match, Deep then versus. Hearing his name, he smiled with excitement. The opponent he was about to face in this decisive battle was Dia Duong Peak's Tu Sam. Dao Haiyan clasped both hands behind side. Revival match also can meet direct disciple ranked top 10. I have no words to say anymore. Whoever he meets all get crushed the same. Deep then stood on arena used provoking tone. Come, new grudge old hatred count together always. Tu Sam angrily cursed, arrogant. From above he created a vortex aiming toward him. Fong Van to you. Deep then flicked hand once easily cut that vortex in half. Tu Sam rushed forward, released a golden light ray. Hien Quangan, Deep then counterattacked with one palm, forcing him to retreat. Tu Sam was pushed, falling to arena. Both feet just touched ground, immediately knelt down. Seeing Deep then about to strike a kick toward him, he quickly activated defense, Lin Quang Thuan Jiap. He slammed one fist to ground, immediately arena cracked open. Ham Sun Qian. Tu Sam jumped high, dodged, but was pushed, sliding backward several meters by force of that punch. Deep then sneered, "Trash, you not even compare to Don Kai Bin." Tu Sam resentful gritted teeth. He bit fingertip, let blood flow out. His hand touched ground. Blood just touched floor, instantly shone purple light. Under the ground from his place rose up big stone ridges, Keen Lu and Ham. Deep then jumped onto a rock crack. "Underestimated you." The disciples of Enhan Duongdin discussed excitedly. Tu Sam more than half will lose, even strength stronger than him. Don Kai Bin also lost under Deep then hand, his failure ending no longer suspenseful. Aura on Deep then body gradually turned into a dragon. "Not waste time with you anymore. Hang long." Suddenly a painful feeling surged, making Deep then frown. "Not right." Deep then suddenly spat a mouthful of blood, pupils slightly. Deep then knelt on one knee on the ground, blood continuously spurting from his mouth. Those outside the arena were utterly confused. What is going on? It was fine just now, why is he spitting blood? From their angle they could see the light on Deep then's body weakening. Why do I feel that the true energy of Deep then has become chaotic? Tu Fuck Elder unconsciously frowned. Bao caught pill. Dai Fuck beside him was still stunned. This brat is crazy. After taking Bao caught pill, he still dares to use such a powerful secret art. Is this not courting death? Dao Hien glanced at So Hien, junior sister. She put her hands on her hips, refuting. How could I make him take Bao caught pill? The group of Cat Hong over there were not surprised at all. They were even grinning evilly. Deep then rubbed his chest with his hand, breathing heavily through his mouth to stabilize his blood and energy. The entire body of Tu Sam was gradually releasing an evil force. "Cannot blame me for this." He laughed loudly and launched a palm toward him. "Die." Deep then lay flat on the ground, rolling several times. He forced himself up. Why is there such a violent power inside my body? What on earth happened? This is absolutely not the power of the demonic path. Only now did Deep then realize something was wrong. Someone has plotted against me. Who is it? The sharp sword tip kept shining, cutting through the wind toward him. Taking advantage while his back was turned, Tu Sam dared to stab with his sword. Deep then angrily struck the ground with his palm, shameless. He leaped to one side so the sword tip only pierced the ground. Deep then's eyes were now blood red, full of resentment. "True flame, refine this violent true energy for me." Hung Nhi was sweating nervously. Junior sister. What on earth is happening with this brat Deep then's body? Ngayat carefully observed without missing a detail. He has taken Bao caught pill. He wondered, Bao caught pill? What kind of pill is that? She explained. Bao caught pill is a type of healing pill. The more she spoke, the wider Ngayat Nhi's eyes grew. Only that, though such a pill is a spiritual healing medicine, it has an enormous drawback. Moreover, it is a top grade among healing pills. The injury of Deep then before recovering so fast is very likely related to Bao caught pill. But once having used Bao caught pill, one absolutely cannot use too much true energy. Otherwise Bao caught pill will carry violent energy to attack the meridians and bones in the body. Hung Nhi's face gradually darkened. Dangerous. Just looking at Deep then's face constantly sweating, one could tell it was bad. If he slightly failed to suppress it, it would lead to body explosion and death. Hung Nhi stood among the crowd, gritting his teeth in anger. That brat Deep then, is he crazy? How dare he consume such a pill? And after eating it, he still dares to recklessly use his inner energy. Isn't that the same as seeking death? Vuong Lam furrowed his brows. Things are not that simple. Look closely at Deep then's expression. The expression on Deep then's face became increasingly twisted. Clearly he had no idea about the danger hidden within the violent bone pill. Tu Sam's face darkened with worry. Perhaps it could also be said this way. Deep then didn't even know that he had taken the violent bone pill. His voice suddenly dropped low. It's also possible that Deep then doesn't even know he had once consumed the violent bone pill before. A voice suddenly cut through their thoughts. He might have been set up. Hung Nhi turned his head and snapped at Ngayat Nhi. Junior Sister T, does Deep then face any life-threatening danger or not? She kept her eyes fixed forward, not daring to be distracted for even a moment. This, I cannot say for sure. What he drank was likely a low-grade violent bone pill. If it were a higher grade, the moment he used his inner energy, his body would have already exploded and died. His eyes widened in shock. Then what's the point of continuing the fight? If he keeps going, he'll lose his life. Hung Nhi looked up at the elders above and shouted, "Elders, Deep then has been sabotaged. I strongly suggest we suspend this match and save him first." A mocking voice rang out, "Sabotaged? What a joke." The disciples of Enhan Duong Peak laughed scornfully. There are so many elders here watching. Who would dare to harm someone in this place? Are you implying the elders are blind? The disciple beside him added, "That's right. It's clear Deep then consumed some random cultivation-boosting pill, which caused his inner energy to go berserk." Talking about sabotage, aren't you afraid of biting your own tongue? The surrounding crowd joined in, shouting together, losing the fight and then calling for a pause. What kind of logic is that? If everyone did that, there would be no fairness left. The disciples sneered cunningly. Of course, if Deep then admits defeat and pauses the match, I wouldn't object. Hung Nhi, furious, pointed at them and cursed, "Shut your filthy mouths. Stop slandering Deep then here, with his strength. Do you think he needs some pill to raise his cultivation?" The disciples then pointed aggressively at Hok Dang, shouting, "Who knows what kind of scheme he's planning?" Hok Dang sneered coldly. "Scheme? I'd say it's you lot who are feeling guilty." They burst into angry shouts. "Hok Dang, what do you mean? Are you saying we're the ones who set up Deep then?" Flames of anger erupted from Hok Dang's body. "Whoever did it knows it themselves. What? If you're not convinced, come fight me." They shrank back in fear. "You?" Suddenly, a mass of rolling black smoke appeared in the sky, covering the heaven. "Enough." Dao Haiyan glared down and shouted sternly, "Isn't it chaotic enough already? If you want to fight, go to the wind cloud platform. I won't interfere." As he observed the match, he pondered deeply, a disciple of such integrity and uprightness. Why would he use a violent bone pill? With his cultivation and strength, does he really need to rely on that? Dao Haiyan turned to the side and whispered, "Sister So, Junior Brother Fong, what do you two think?" Vo Ngan's brows had already furrowed tightly. "This matter is indeed suspicious. I suggest we temporarily suspend the match." So Haiyan also agreed. "I agree to suspend the match." After reaching a consensus, they were about to announce, "Then let's suspend the match," when suddenly someone stepped forward. "Wait." Cat Hong frowned in displeasure. "Brother Dao Haiyan, aren't you being too biased toward that Deep then?" Vo Ngan glared at him and questioned, "Cat Hong, what do you mean by that?" He snorted coldly and said mockingly, "I mean nothing. I'm just saying, the sect master sent you to supervise the outer sect competition. You can't let personal feelings disturb order and discipline." Than Duong clasped his hands behind his back, speaking even more excitedly, "Senior Brother Cat is right. With so many disciples watching, if we suspend the match just because of some baseless claim of sabotage, that's far too arbitrary." Cat Hong smirked disdainfully. "I don't object to suspending the match, but before that..." The moment his last words came out, Dao Haiyan froze for a second. Deep then must first admit defeat. All the people on the stands began shouting in unison, "Deep then, admit defeat." So Haiyan gently brushed her hair, trying to reassure, "Today, even if you lose, you are still my disciple." The whole body of Deep then was being swallowed by blazing red flames, but his voice was still clear, "Admit defeat." Just as he raised his head, Tu Sam already attacked from the air. Impossible. The moment he stabbed the sword down Deep, then promptly used both hands to clamp it. Can admit defeat to Ta Van, but even in death will not admit defeat to Tu Sam. Losing to friends not shameful. Losing to enemy that is lifelong humiliation. A sudden burst of power struck directly at him, making Sam grimace. Drink it. He decisively spun the sword once, tearing Deep Then's clothes to shreds. Die. So Hyen worried so much her eyebrows stood upright. Stop fighting. Deep Then dodged to one side, avoiding the sword path. Master, disciple of So Hyen, not coward. He opened palm, blocking the sword. This battle Deep Then even dies will not surrender. The pupils of So Hyen suddenly trembled. Her mouth kept murmuring, Deep Then. Sam aimed at his chest, using full power, struck down one palm. A purple light beam pierced through Deep Then's body. His body was pushed several meters away. Deep Then lay on the ground, grimacing in pain, but still struggling inside. I cannot lose. Lose to anyone but not to him. Any time can lose. But this battle cannot lose. Suddenly in Deep Then's mind appeared countless ancient characters. Man Hong Lion, the aid me in battle. His body suddenly erupted a terrifying power. The more characters appeared, the louder Deep Then shouted. Dao Hyen sweating in shock. This is bones broken yet rejoining, flesh regenerating. Voengan narrowed eyes, looking carefully. Body refinement secret technique. Tu Fuk could not believe what he saw. Truly madman, in such crisis daring to endure pain of body refinement. This no different from even greater agony. Voengan also quite admired. Many years already not seen such crazy boy. Seeing the extremely determined eyes of Deep Then made others full of respect. This one, if not famous through die so. Heaven hard. Sam continuously slashed several times toward Deep Then and madly screamed. Deep Then, why are you still not dead? Deep Then quickly jumped to one side. A stream of blue-purple light struck directly down to the ground, making it crack. Sam again used all his strength to stomp down. This time you still not die. This kick directly hit the middle of Deep Then's chest. His body could not bear it and involuntarily spouted fresh blood. Every kick that he dropped was one time Deep Then vomited blood. You die for me. Why are you still not dead? The wrinkles on Dao Hyen's forehead became more and more dense. Junior sister, if they keep fighting like this, a murder will really happen. So Hyen lowered her head, falling into deep thought. Now to forcibly stop the battle is to make Deep Then admit defeat. To make Deep Then admit defeat is even more cruel than killing him. Voengan, who had been observing all this time, immediately commented, he is a stubborn man. His belief and his obsession are the same. A person like him, once determined about something, will gamble everything, even his own life. Tu Fuk's eyebrows from beginning till now still had not relaxed. Should I reveal that Deep Then is a pill master? If Dao Hyen, real man, knew Deep Then's identity as a pill master, even if Cat Hong and the others object, he would still forcibly intervene. Looking at the aura of Deep Then still burning fiercely on the stage made him hesitate. If so, maybe it is even more painful than killing him. Sam again stabbed the sword tip into Deep Then's left chest. His eyes opened wide in fright. The group of Kai Kin stood to one side watching the show, smiling very cunningly and satisfied. Sam again struck down a palm at the stab wound earlier. Deep Then's mouth had not even closed when he again spurted red blood. He shot out a stream of blue-purple light. Deep Then's body took it all and became motionless. Sam laughed loudly in satisfaction. He was also exhausted, breathing heavily. Deep Then lay on the ground with his eyes closed. This time you still not dead. The disciples of Enhan Duongdin began to murmur. This time, he probably can't get up anymore, right? Injured that heavily, getting up would be strange. But even so, he is already proud enough. Even if he loses, he does not lose face. After a period of time passed, Deep Then's body still did not move at all. The whole grandstand held their breath waiting. So Hyen's pupils dilated to the maximum in worry. Deep Then. T-1ED Sam stood in a corner panting heavily. All the spectators below were watching intently, awaiting the result. The moment the referee began the countdown, T-1EC1 Van could not hold back a triumphant smile. 10. T-1EC1 go. Hung NH-1ECB, furious, wanted to rush up and give him a beating. See if I strip your skin. NGUY-1EC7 TNHI hurriedly restrained him. Don't get excited. Time slipped away, making them restless. 9, 8. Someone, unable to bear the injustice, shouted out, 7, Enhan Duong Peak, Law Hall, shameless. Hung Nhi and his group were furious to the point of red eyes, but could do nothing except glare as they were insulted. Shut your filthy mouths. If you keep shouting, I'll beat you to death. The disciples of Enhan Duong Peak gleefully counted down in unison each second. 6, 5. Only a few final seconds remained and everything would be over. Yet Deep then still lay motionless. 4. 2 Sam, though exhausted to the point of barely breathing, was wildly excited. 3. I won. I won. Nearing the final seconds, Suo Hyan still pressed her lips together, hoping for a miracle. 2. The Enhan Duong Peak disciples continued to mock Deep then in words and deeds. Weren't you so great? If you've got guts, then stand up and fight on. Die but don't surrender. What a ridiculous sight. Dao Hyan glanced toward Kai Kin's group to admonish, 3 of you. Is this the sort of disciples you cultivate? Kai Kin laughed brazenly in reply. Brother Dao Hyan, you shouldn't speak like that. They're only expressing their feelings. He snorted angrily and uttered an idiom about ruining a disciple's life, implying a teacher without talent or responsibility neglects students so they cannot develop. Suo Hyan stood with hands on hips full of pride. My disciple, even in defeat, will lose with honor. Moments later her pupils trembled violently, astonished to the point she involuntarily gasped. Deep Thin's body suddenly sprang up. The flame that seemed extinguished flared up once more. Not only Suo Hyan but Dao Hyan and Tu Fuck were shaken as well. That brat. Kai Kin and Cat Hong ground their teeth in rage in unison. How could this be? He opened his eyes wide and declared loudly, I have bet everything. On what basis do you expect me to lose? Tu Sam clenched his fists, his upper and lower jaws grinding together repeatedly. Impossible, impossible. He slashed out another purple light toward Deep then. Impossible. Deep then opened his palm, unable to hold back from cursing. Impossible, my crippled leg. Tu Sam also thrust out a palm, his hand seeming to grow several times larger in the air. When it reached its maximum size, he pressed it down, wanting to crush Deep then. Great hand seal. The giant hand completely covered Deep then's body, so he thought he had surely won. Die. Tu Sam grinned widely, full of pride. Now can you still live? A hand reached out from within the rubble, making no sound yet carrying immense power. Tu Sam glanced down nervously, cold sweat breaking out over his body. Deep then raised his arm high. Immediately countless stones of all sizes gathered and revolved around him. Deep then leapt high into the air, carrying thunder that shook the sky. You are the one who must die. He continuously pressured Tu Sam from one side of the arena to the other. Die, die. Dao Hyan, after observing for a while, suddenly spoke. Junior sister, this kid reminds me of someone. So Hyan had the same thought. Senior brother, you mean the Blade Emperor? She furrowed her brows, trying to recall. Among the 3 sects of Dai, so only that brat Deep then below is worthy to stand beside him. He looked into the void and recounted an old tale. Deep then's temperament very similar to his, their talents also equal. If speaking of youthful feats, that year in the battle at Donglang Ancient Abyss, he alone killed the Grand Elder of the 9 Palaces, then returned amidst the wind unashamed of the title Blade Emperor. In So Hyan's heart there was a faint melancholy, wondering whether the man once famous across the world still lived. The faces of Dao Hyan and her suddenly darkened in regret. Both were crossbows that had lost their strength. Tu Sam gasped continuously, the energy on him growing weaker. Deep then was not much better, but the flames around him burned fiercely. The swords in both their hands lit up again. Without many words they charged at each other for a death match. Kill. The 2 swords clashed head-on. After a few seconds of struggle, the purple swords snapped in 2. The space suddenly grew silent. The bodies of both of them froze on the spot. On the battlefield only Deep then remained standing, while the other's body collapsed heavily to the ground, accompanied by a weak groan. No, impossible, this cannot be. Letter 1 EDF Hyan looked at Deep then standing firmly on the stage and calmly commented, if we were at the same realm as him, we would surely lose. Hung Nhi sitting next to her also remarked, an injured disciple at the condensation Kai realm, only able to display 50% of his strength. Yet he could defeat a direct disciple stepping into the true Yang realm. If it were me, I definitely could not do it. Ta Van, sitting somewhere else, rested his chin in both hands. The corner of his mouth curled into an amused smile as he said, "The number one of the outer sect. I can say I am not ashamed." So Hyen still looked at Deep, then silently asking herself, "What kind of person are you really?" Tu Lam and Gayet and Duong Lam were both stunned by the result. She could not hold back her cry. Why? Triu Kai Kin and Kat Hong now had the same expression, shouting in unison, "How can this be? It is impossible." On Dao Hyen's side, the reaction was completely different. He smiled proudly and said, "This outer sect grand competition has allowed me to see the light of a new era." Vo Gan next to him also smiled and replied, "Yes, he is about to succeed. He will surely lead a new era." At this moment Deep then slowly closed his eyes under the stage, whispering to himself, "I have won." Then he lost all strength and completely fell backward. Before his back touched the ground, a pair of hands caught him. So Hyen gently laid him down, smiling to herself. This was truly a bloody duel. At first I did not care about the outcome, but you surprised me. I bet everything on you, victorious in bright honor. A tragic yet glorious victory, my disciple. This time's outer sect competition may not be the most dazzling one in Hang and Hack's history, but it is surely the most heroic one since its founding. A mere trainee disciple of the condensation Kai realm, relying on his unyielding faith, wrote an immortal legendary chapter. From that moment, the name Deep then would be engraved in many hearts. Don Kai Ben was defeated miserably. Jiang Hao and Tu Sam were beaten even more pitifully, defeated half to death by Deep then. This was no longer a matter of luck. Their defeat meant they would have to stay in the outer sect for 3 more years. Of course, there were also those blessed by fortune, like Ti Hao, Tatam and Gayet, and Hung En-hai's daughter-in-law Duong Nhu Hyen. Though their strength was not very high, they happened to encounter only weak opponents along the way, not even having to fight in the revival round, and still managed to enter the inner sect. Comparing both sides, one cannot help but sigh at fate's trickery. Scene shifts to Hang and Hack sect. From inside a house came a sigh. Too heavily injured. Tu Fuk used one hand to pour medicinal herbs into the bath for Deep, then while saying, "Fortunately on the way back junior sister protected his heart meridian." So Hyen stood beside him, hands on hips complaining. This brat was far too reckless. Hearing that, he opened another bottle of medicine and glared at her angrily. "You can secretly be happy. A grand disciple like this, even carrying a lantern to search, you would never find another." Then Tu Fuk poured the medicine into the bath for Deep, then changing the subject. "If he cannot enter the wild forest trial before dawn, will he still be able to wake up? I heard the inner sect sent outer sect disciples into the wild forest trial, and some are waiting to settle scores with Deep then." Hearing that, So Hyen immediately turned serious again. "Senior brother, you also heard about it." Tu Fuk gently set the bottle on the table, listing all those he knew. Senior cousin Jiang Duong of the outer sect, disciple Jiang Hao from Enhan Duong Peak, former true disciple of Dia Duong Peak Fong Tao, and the previous disciple of the outer sect's law enforcement hall Takao Min. These 3 are all true Yang realm cultivators of genuine strength. Then he walked to the window, so Hyen followed beside him to hear more analysis. If entering the wild forest, if they do not beat Deep, then to death, that would be strange. And not only these 3, if you add another 100 renowned disciples from Nguyen Fong Peak and Dean Fong. Hearing this, she could only furrow her brows, helplessly lamenting. We can only blame this brat for offending too many enemies, and worse, all these foes now gathered together. Both turned to look at Deep, then So Hyen added, "Just from this point alone, the difficulty of the wild forest trial for him will be countless times greater than for others. If he cannot enter the inner sect, he will surely become the main target of attacks. My disciple indeed." Tu Fuk spoke up, breaking the silence. "This is your first time taking a disciple. How do you feel, junior sister?" One hand on her hip, Suo Hyan replied. Feels like I've gained a tail. He continued. You and I have long been used to living freely. Now adding an unruly disciple. To be honest, it feels quite strange. Suddenly Deep Then's skin turned pitch black and strange straight lines with small circular dots appeared all over him. Tufok furrowed his brows. What's that sound? Flames burst out, surrounding the boy's entire body. Witnessing this scene, he exclaimed in shock, body refinement, and he can heal himself. So he relied on this secret technique to resist the explosive bone pill. Tufok sighed in admiration. With such severe injuries, yet his cultivation still managed to break through from the 9th stage all the way to the peak of condensation. Just one step more, and he could reach the human origin realm. Beside him, Suo Hyan was panting heavily. She said, I've cultivated for over 100 years. Yet this is the first time I've met a brat with such terrifying recovery ability. Tufok sighed. Even if he recovers completely, he still can't compare to the mystic spirit physique. Suo Hyan turned to him with curiosity. Is the mystic spirit physique really that powerful? Tufok's expression grew solemn. I've heard that the mystic spirit physique has never been defeated. He exhaled heavily and continued. Many years ago, the mystic spirit physique appeared in the mortal world, but never once in our Hang and Hack sect. If it weren't for the spy we planted in the Xinjiang sect who sent the information out, we might not have known even by the time of the 3-sect tournament. Lowering his voice, Tufok said, the sudden appearance of the mystic spirit physique is a bad omen. Perhaps the order of the great state will change because of her. I once devoted myself to researching the secrets of the mystic spirit bloodline, and discovered that those with this bloodline hardly have any weaknesses. He concluded seriously, once they touch upon the power of heaven and earth itself, they are equal to the highest realm. Suo Hyan asked in astonishment, the highest realm? Are you saying that even someone as strong as the Blade Emperor would lose if facing a mystic spirit physique of the same level? Tufok answered, the Blade Emperor is indeed a peerless genius of 1,000 years, but if he faced a mystic spirit physique of equal realm, he would lose more often than win. He looked off into the distance. This is the most powerful bloodline in legend, possessing both divine talent and mysterious innate powers. It's not something we can predict. Tufok turned his gaze toward Deep Then behind him. These brats were born in the wrong era. Living in the same age as the mystic spirit physique means they'll spend their whole lives as mere stepping stones for others. Tufok and Suo Hyan left the room. He sighed, I just hope our Hang and Hack sect doesn't lose too miserably in the 3-sect tournament. The sun rose high to its peak. Deep Then was still soaking in the herbal bath. Suddenly he let out a startled cry. He felt a dark shadow appear behind his back. He turned his head sharply and shouted, Who's there? So Hyan raised her hand high. Spiritual power burst from the palm accompanied by small lightning. She coldly slapped Deep Then. His swollen face flew out of the medicinal water barrel. He was hit to the wall, making it crack. Deep Then fell to the ground, clearly showing the dented stone according to his posture. Deep Then still did not understand what happened. Hurriedly sat up, shocked, shouted, Who dared to sneak attack old man? I shoot. So Hyan knelt down, looked at him, smiled gently, but killing intent was not hidden. Deep Then saw the familiar face, immediately silent. Now, she pressed each word, asked, Awake already? He stood up, back straight, stammered, answered, Master, greeting you letter 1E1. So Hyan crossed her arms, praised without hesitation. This time you really made me proud. Deep Then smiled awkwardly, replied, He. Also fine. Feeling something wrong, he opened wide eyes, shouted, Huh? She exploded in anger, continuously kicked Deep Then who was curling up defending. Also fine right? Also fine right? I think you need a beating. He screamed in fear. No dare anymore. No dare anymore. Spare me, master. The moon already high, black clouds drifting. So Hyan, still angry, shouted, Brat, tell me that body training secret technique of yours. Where learn from? Huh? Deep Then, face swollen, sat up, looked at two people in front. So, elder, you interested, huh? Tufok loudly scolded. Talkative. Seeing their eyes shining, he only smiled slyly. Want to see not impossible, but cannot see for free, right? That words again ignited the hot blood of So Hyun and Tu Fuck. Both together punched kicked deep then, this for quick forget. This for quick forget huh? For free, huh? He cried and shouted, no dare anymore, I give still not enough huh? She stopped her action, spoke, not break promise, brat. Deep then knelt on both knees, answered, disciple no dare. So Hyun coldly snorted, even if give you also no dare. Tu Fuck handed him a token, second pattern spirit pill, take it, and over there she took the scroll, opened to read. He moved emotionally to tears, rushed to hug his waist, still elder you generous. Tu Fuck frightened, wanted to stay away from Deep then, ai ya mother, go away, hugged by you, goosebumps already. He reached out, tightly grasped the token. Deep then smiled happily, held it, left, still turned back, said to So Hyun and Tu Fuck, Tu elder, you read slowly, token I borrow first. After he left, they began reading inside scroll. Tu Fuck opened wide eyes, mouth agape. This is thing for human cultivation huh? So Hyun beside also surprised not less. This is a self-destruction secret technique. Looking at the figure of Deep then, Tu Fuck was full of contemplation. While resisting the backlash of the Bao Kot Dan, he also had to endure the pain of his body being torn apart. Practicing the secret technique of forging such a tyrannical body, the pain was even more terrible than torture. He was still worried for him, so young and yet had achieved cultivation. With such a firm mind, among his generation absolutely no one could compare. Looking over and seeing So Hyun angry, this brat Deep then really has hard bones. Tu Fuck calmly asked, Sumiwai, what do you think about Ngayat Nhi? She was also very surprised when hearing his question. What do you mean what? Tu Fuck explained more clearly about his question. Sumiwai? I mean what do you think about making Ngayat Nhi and Deep then a pair? How about that? Her face was now full of confusion. Make them a pair? What do you mean? At this moment Tu Fuck had clearly stated his intention. That is, to put those two kids on the same bed. So Hyun asked again, dual cultivation. She was thinking about the future and showing pride. If this happens then wouldn't I be both the master and the grandmother? Next year maybe T and Guyot could even give me a chubby baby. That little chubby face, if I pinch it, wouldn't that feel too wonderful? While she was still lost in those thoughts, she was interrupted by Tu Fuck. Sumyoi, are you still shocked from yesterday? The two were still chatting, so Hyun shyly said, hey, sorry, then NHI just left, and Guyot NHI will be fine right? Tu Fuck quickly reassured. This you can rest assured. As for Ngayat Nhi, I will go talk, if she doesn't want to do it. Even the Heavenly King himself is useless. It only depends on your Deep then. That brat is not a lamp that needs no oil, she declared firmly. He dares, Suhain. This matter let's decide like that. If he dares to say a word, I'll show him how I'll hit him. Here Deep then seemed happy. He looked toward the distance and pondered for a while. Suddenly he jumped onto a large rock and looked down curiously. That cliff. What is there that can make the true flame so afraid? He quickly became serious. Something that can make the true flame fear like that. I can't even touch it. Maybe I should give up. Suddenly a source of spiritual power shot toward Deep then making him panic. A dazzling streak of light in the sky lit up the whole area. What is that? That beam of light flew toward him locking onto its target. Then it dragged him falling freely down the cliff. This is what's happening. Deep then lightly leapt down from the cliff as if weightless. He landed safely on the ground without any trouble. Holding a pill in his hand, Deep then looked around in all directions. Astonished, he muttered to himself, why have I been brought to this place? He began to explore the surroundings, the white mist obscuring much of his view. He wondered just what kind of place lies beneath this cliff. The small flame hiding behind Deep then's back flickered nervously, making him frown. And what exactly are you so afraid of? A mysterious voice echoed from atop a tall tower, little friend. Instantly, Deep then drew his sword from his spatial ring, swinging it warily. Who's there? The voice came again, this time from behind him. Little friend. Deep then shouted loudly, who on earth are you? The voice answered, behind you. Deep then turned his head toward the direction and saw a huge boulder. Cracks began to spread across its surface, and pieces of stone fell away. Behind the rock was an old man with long silver hair and beard. Deep then raised his voice, you, who are you? The old man slowly opened his eyes, one pupil as dark as ink, the other vast like a miniature universe. He spoke his name calmly, I am Kuong Tai Hu. Deep then repeated in disbelief, Kuong Tai Hu? He frowned slightly. The great S-letter-1 EDF empire doesn't seem to have anyone with that surname. He questioned further, why are you hiding beneath the cliff of our Hang and Hack sect? Tai Hu replied, I was here long before your Hang and Hack sect was ever founded. He continued, I have been sitting here for 5,000 years. Tai Hu stood on one mountain peak looking toward another mountain peak, cultivator lifespan, though transcendent beyond mortals, yet not without limit. Cultivators of spirit void realm can live at most 300 years. Those of empty brightness realm can live up to 500 years. Even cultivators of heavenly realm and legend cannot surpass the fate of 1,000 years. 5,000 years, what extraordinary level of cultivation can maintain that? Deep then asked in disbelief, Senior, you really have lived 5,000 years, huh? The old man replied firmly, yes. He clicked his tongue, 5,000 years. Then how did you cultivate? Tai Hu lightly answered, Great Saint. Deep then sat cross-legged facing him, Great Saint. What cultivation is Great Saint? Streams of thought flashed in his mind. Heavenly realm can live up to 1,000 years. Then a cultivator who can live 5,000 years must be higher even than heavenly realm by 3 great realms. Heavenly realm can live up to 1,000 years. Then a cultivator who can live 5,000 years must be higher even than heavenly realm by 3 great realms. Tai Hu looked straight at Deep then, little friend, do you know why I brought you here? He immediately answered, do not know. The old man revealed the purpose, I want to borrow your celestial flame to use. Deep then looked at the fire in his hand, eyes sharpened, celestial flame, Senior? I have no celestial flame, only true flame. Tai Hu explained, that true flame of yours not awakened yet, that is celestial flame. He widened eyes surprised. I did not expect you have such powerful identity. Deep then curiously asked, dare to ask Senior, you use my true flame for what? Tai Hu coldly replied, to end myself. He widened eyes in shock, self-destroy huh? Deep then confused, if to self-destroy, you do not need my celestial flame right? Tai Hu kindly explained in detail, to be exact, to kill the demonic being inside my body. That year I was too arrogant, meddled with what should not meddle, what should do did not do. Now to the point neither human nor ghost-like current state, already full 5,000 years, my strength alone no longer can suppress it. Hearing that Deep then did not know what expression to make. This, the old man continued, my death indeed does not need celestial flame. When I die the demon in my body will break free from my seal. These 5,000 years I have exhausted all strength and effort to suppress it. Now body has weakened to the extreme, no way to restrain it. So before I die must destroy it first. Otherwise once the demon escapes it will cause great calamity. The demonic being in the circle roared wildly, Kuong Tai Hu, you think if I not die I will stop huh? The old man calmly replied, we have entangled for 5,000 years, should have an end now. Deep then witnessed once and widened eyes exclaimed, understood. He secretly thought, great demon cruel and vicious. Like lightning Deep then threw the flame toward Tai Hu, true flame, go. True flame surrounded the old man's body, but the demon had already taken over his body. It roared, I die then you also cannot live. I should have died long ago. Deep then frowned thinking, 5,000 years, truly exhausted all his effort. To make a great saint deplete all blood and mind to suppress, enough to show how powerful that demon is. Over there Tai Hu still burned by true flame. The demon screamed in agony. Finally the demon in the circle gradually faded away. He called worriedly, Senior. Tai Hu spread his arms wide, and all the lightning bolts were drawn toward him. A bolt struck Tai Hu's body, creating a loud explosion. He floated in midair and asked deep then below, "Little brat, can you tell me why there is demonic blood in your body?" Deep then shouted, "Ah." Then he raised a small cauldron to show Tai Hu. The old man looked through it and said, "So it's him." Tai Hu lifted his face toward the sky with contempt and said, "Ma-Ian, even someone as strong as you cannot withstand the changes of time?" Deep then asked loudly, "Senior, do you know the origin of this small cauldron?" Tai Hu replied, "Little brat, this cauldron is a treasure. You must keep it safe, or it will bring disaster upon you." He then ordered, "Little brat, look into my eyes." Deep then obeyed and looked straight into Tai Hu's eyes. "What is this?" A beam of light appeared in the old man's pupils. Tai Hu explained, "The six-path immortal wheel the immortal treasure I am most proud of in my life." He said, "I want to entrust it to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Tai Hu transferred the power from his left eye into Deep then, unable to absorb the new power immediately, cried out in pain. He touched his tightly closed eyes, but the pain did not lessen. Internal injuries caused Deep then to spit out some blood. He temporarily opened the eye that had received the power. Tai Hu asked, "Can you feel the change in your left eye?" In Deep then's left eye appeared a beam of light similar to the old man's, but even larger. He thought to himself, such immense power, overwhelming enough to make one tremble. Deep then spoke in confusion. "Senior, this is," Tai Hu explained, "that is the six-path immortal wheel among my immortal clan. It can only awaken once every 10,000 years. Deep then stammered, "Immortal clan." His eyes widened in shock. "You are a member of the immortal clan." Immortal clan, one of the 9 ancient clans. All are ancient legends. The eye of the six-path immortal wheel can only be awakened by those of the immortal clan. Moreover, for the past 10,000 years, no one has ever awakened the six-path immortal wheel. The probability is almost zero. The legs of Tai Hu had begun to fade away. In fact, only after possessing the pupils of the six-path immortal wheel did I truly understand its immense power. From his abdomen down, the old man had turned to dust. Yet he did not care and continued to tell Deep then his story. But it was precisely this immense power that made me in the past become arrogant, blindly confident, stepping onto a path of no return, creating things that should not have been created, even losing 5,000 years of my life. Tai Hu closed his eyes and spoke in broken sentences. "Never mind, for things to end this way, it is good enough." Deep then asked again in disbelief, "Senior, do you really want to pass it on to me? Perhaps you can still be saved." Tai Hu thought to himself, 5,000 years have already consumed my lifespan. Even if the great emperor were to return, he could not save me. This is a rule set long ago by fate, unchangeable. He said, "My time is now short. There are a few things I must remind you." Deep then respectfully saluted. "Senior, please speak. This junior will listen attentively." Tai Hu began to speak. "That year, I was favored by the heavens, defying fate to awaken the eye of the six-path immortal wheel." His voice carried guilt, but because of my arrogance, I caused an existence that should never have been. Tai Hu continued, "My six-path immortal wheel was taken from me." He seriously reminded, "There is a connection between the eyes of the six-path immortal wheel. What I want to tell you is, if you meet that person in the future, you must be cautious. If you cannot defeat him, the six-path immortal wheel I pass to you will be destroyed." Tai Hu explained in detail, "Each eye of the six-path immortal wheel has different abilities, but every six-path immortal wheel contains endless mysteries, which you will understand later. Theoretically, this eye of the six-path immortal wheel will unleash its greatest power only in the hands of my immortal clan. I do not know if you can control this eye, nor do I know what will happen when it is passed to an outsider." Tai Hu's body had vanished up to his abdomen. The six-path immortal wheel I possessed was imbued with a forbidden technique called heavenly illumination. Later on, if you are not in danger, do not use it, because it will cost you your lifespan, and each use will consume even more. His voice grew grave and warning. On the night of a full moon, You must never open the six-path immortal wheel eye, nor use its power. Later you will discover. The six-path immortal wheel eye can reveal certain heavenly secrets, but never disclose them. For opposing the celestial eye will bring divine punishment. Tai, whose six-path immortal wheel eye had already been passed to Deep then, leaving only black pupils during the decline of the celestial being. Remember to seal the six-path immortal wheel eye. Deep then six-path immortal wheel eyes shone. He silently listened to Tai Hu's words. If in the future words can still be spoken, I want to send one message to the immortal clan. Mortals of the immortal clan, if you do not reach the Emperor realm, never enter the heavenly void. Deep then spoke. Senior, do you still have any wishes? Tai Hu asked in surprise. Wishes? He closed his eyes tightly and said, 5,000 years, perhaps I will soon cease to exist. Tai Hu shed tears as he remembered two figures holding hands, flying together across a brilliant sunset sky. Hong Nhi, I once thought myself omnipotent. I once thought we would live eternally. But at this moment, I realize that what remains is only the regret of past mistakes. If there is a next life, this Kuang Tai Hu will grow old with you, a generation of exceptional virtue and talent. At the moment of life and death, I think of the crimson hues of the past. Perhaps only now do I understand how precious the ordinary truly is, the life and death of man, the order of heaven's way. All regrets, all the things one dared not do in life, will all fade away. Deep then reached out his hand, his voice firm, his eyes filled with determination. Senior, I will use your immortal wheel eye to see for you the wonders of this world. An hour later, Deep then had walked around the cave to find the easiest way out. He was tired and depressed, wondering, how did I even get up here? This is killing me. A sudden strike came toward him, catching Deep then completely off guard. He was startled but still could not dodge the move. So Hyan bound Deep then, making him float in the air. She sternly questioned him. Brat, how did you get down here? And why haven't I beaten you to death yet? He asked in fear. Beautiful master, why did you come down here too? Deep then used the six-path immortal wheel eye to look at So Hyan. He was astonished and thought, this is X-ray vision. This is also an ability of the immortal wheel eye. Just looking a little, Deep then's nosebleed could not be stopped and flowed endlessly, creating too much karma. So Hyan frowned in displeasure. What is that expression on your face? He avoided her gaze and wiped the blood from his nose. My head is just a bit hot. Beautiful master, why are you here? She released the bind, causing Deep then to fall heavily to the ground. So Hyan angrily shouted, I should be the one asking you. Weren't you supposed to be picking spiritual herbs in the spirit garden? Why did you come down here? And how did you even get down? He stammered, I followed the vine and climbed down here. So Hyan sneered, the vine. She stepped closer to Deep then, stomping hard on the ground and speaking coldly, making him pale with fear. Brat, you are really bold. Her face darkened as she grabbed Deep then's chin tightly. Every word she spoke was like a dagger stabbing into him. The mountain is so high, even with my cultivation at the enlightenment realm, I wouldn't dare descend from the sky. And you, a mere condensation realm cultivator, climbed down using a vine. If it didn't take 7 or 8 days, do you think you could make it down? He replied fearfully, I climb fast. So Hyan turned her back and started walking away. If you climb so fast, then climb back up yourself. I'm leaving first. Deep then hurriedly hugged her tightly in fear and pleaded, Don't, master, since you're already here, please take me with you. She gritted her teeth and asked, Want to tag along with me, do you? He quickly replied, It'll save time. Deep then said, 3 days from now I have to participate in the wilderness competition. I can't be trapped here. So Hyan agreed but still set conditions. Taking you up isn't impossible. But I'll warn you first. You must obediently listen to everything I say. You can only nod, not shake your head. Deep then firmly answered, Of course a disciple must obey his master, even if you order me to eat excrement. Hearing the answer she wanted, So Hyan smiled wickedly and asked, Good disciple, that T letter 1EC1 NGUY letter 1EC7T from the Pill Pavilion, is she beautiful? She pinched Deep Then's cheek hard, her voice carrying a killing intent that could not be hidden. Your master allows you to take her as your wife. How about that? Su Hyan stood not far away. She annoyedly raised her hand and quickly projected her power toward Deep Then, who was running and shouting, "Come back here for me." He cleverly ran fast and shouted, "I still go eat shit anyway." However, Deep Then's strength could not compete with Su Hyan's power. He was quickly hit by it, fell down and groaned. Very quickly, Deep Then was caught again. She stomped one foot on him, crossed her arms and said, "This little brat, Kai Yu, I marry you. You still show grievance what anymore?" Deep Then lay crying helplessly on the ground and replied, "We really are not compatible." Su Hyan asked confused, "Why not compatible?" She still did not see him answer. The silence made Su Hyan grind her teeth annoyed. At this moment, Deep Then finally tried to lift his head, eyes glanced backward and said, "We are too familiar with each other already. In case on the bed, unfortunately harm." Before he could finish speaking, she already mercilessly struck Deep Then violently. Immediately after, Su Hyan dragged him to a large tree, used a rope to tie Deep Then dangling on the branch. She sat on a rock looking up and asked, thought carefully yet. He was tied and could not do anything. Face swollen resentfully replied, "That beautiful senior marshal sister. Actually, I have someone I like already." Su Hyan sat cross-legged, hearing Deep Then say so, then laughed loudly. "Have someone like already? Who? Hang and Hack sect leader." He did not know how to answer, himself silent, thinking continuously without stopping, finding a way. This must be said how? Say person I like is a person not real. Say that person exactly like me. Say we in the cave already. Did that. She slowly stood up, advanced in front of Deep Then, pointed and said, "I am asking you." He frowned, sighed long and said, "Secret." Now, Su Hyan's expression black in a frightening way, eyes bright up, tone killing intent. "Secret right." She again struck Deep Then miserably. Voice poured out continuously along with the strikes. "Secret right. I give you this secret. Secret right. I give you this secret." He painfully cried, miserably begged for mercy. "Spare me, senior master. I beg the life demon you." Finally, Su Hyan stopped. She left Deep Then dangling on the tree and walked away. He anxiously shouted loudly, "Not take me also, don't tie. You quickly untie me, senior sister. You surely are not really gone already." Seeing Su Hyan just leave like that, knowing nothing to expect anymore, Deep Then self-moved, cut the rope. His whole body still tied, 2 legs planted firmly, jumped to the ground, gritted teeth, cursed, "Don't abandon me here. I still must join the wild forest trial. This crazy woman." Immediately after, suddenly a large flame from Deep Then's body flew out. He amazed opened eyes wide looking. The whole flame wrapped around Deep Then's body. He raised head looking delighted, said, "You know to fly. Before why not discovered?" Immediately after, that source of power merged into one. Deep Then happily praised without stop, "You really are a treasure." He very quickly freed himself, jumped onto the flame, dashed, shouted, "Fly up to the sky." The next morning, sunlight already streamed down onto the sect's gate. Apart from being able to see through people's clothes, the immortal wheel I had not yet revealed any other abilities. Deep Then stretched his arms out, leaning back slightly as he walked, looking up at the blue sky, thinking, could it be that my cultivation isn't enough? Still far from reaching the level to use the immortal wheel I properly. He quickly stepped inside, and immediately saw 2 fuck refining pills. So he asked, "Elder, what are you refining today?" 2 fuck, holding his energy steady in his hands, replied, "Xuanling pill." His eyes focused intently on the large sensor in front of him. His expression resolute as he explained, "In 2 more days, and Guide NHI will enter the inner sect. Now I am preparing a bit for her." Hearing this, Deep Then let out a quiet sigh, feeling dejected, lowering his head and muttering, "All this from a master, and yet the gap is so huge." Tufuk raised his hand, and something was thrown out immediately afterward. Tufuk was still trying to transmit his power, and Deep Then stood silently behind, observing carefully. Suddenly, he seemed to recognize the object from before. his eyes spinning like a whirlpool as he thought. The immortal wheel I. Deep then's whole body stiffened, his eyes widening in disbelief, thinking, does the immortal wheel, I really have the ability to restore pill refining techniques? He parted his lips in amazement, looking toward him, while Tufuk continued focusing on refining the pill, oblivious to Deep then's expression behind him. Restoring someone else's pill refining technique, imagining a perfect pill in his mind, Deep then could not hide his joy and smiled. From there, the complex process inside became simplified. After a long moment of transmitting power, Tufuk shouted loudly, and immediately the pill glowed and shot outward, emerging from the refining process. It spiraled a few times before landing in front of Tufuk, who stared intently, raising his hand slightly to catch it, saying, "It can be considered a top-grade pill." Deep then smiled slightly, his eyes calculating, and said, "Elder, let me try refining the Xuan Ling pill too." Hearing this, Tufuk turned to look at him, still holding the pill tightly. His eyes narrowed calmly as he said, "What did you just say? You want to go to heaven? You can barely refine even a single writ pill, and now you want to refine a Xuan Ling pill." Deep then rubbed his hands together, his expression not very pleasant, smiling and coaxing. "Look, how will you know if you don't try, right?" Tufuk, showing no mercy, hit him hard on the head, his eyes reddening in anger as he shouted, "What do you know?" Deep then, hit and bowing forward to the ground, cried out in pain, "Oh!" Tufuk pointed his hand at him, words continuously scolding Deep, then, speaking sternly, "I am telling you clearly, refining pills is like cultivation. You must never rush or be impatient. Building a solid foundation is the correct path. Although your talent is not low, you must be careful and precise, never be overconfident." At this moment, Deep then took a bold step, kneeling heavily to the ground. He raised one finger, his voice urgent, pleading, "Just once, only once, please." He knelt before Tufuk, making a pitiful, groaning expression, begging, "What are you doing, Elder? I only want to refine once, is that okay?" Tufuk stretched his hands behind, standing majestically looking straight at Deep. "Then you really must try, right?" The boy was kneeling on the ground, still begging, asking the elder to fulfill his face, suddenly darkened eyes, frightening voice implying asked, "What if you cannot?" Deep then pursed his lips, looked determined, and replied without hesitation, "If I cannot, then I will eat feces." Receiving such a reasonable condition, Tufuk placed both hands on his hips and said, "Indeed, not seeing the coffin yet, not shedding tears, all right. Then I will give you one chance to eat feces." The boy clasped his hands above his head and laughed loudly with joy. "Thank you, Elder." Very quickly Deep then walked to the censer. He stood there and exhaled a breath. His eyes looked straight at the source of power that was active. The pupils gleamed in a strange circle, emitting blue light. Immediately after, Deep then raised his hands forward. The great fire power was released straight toward the censer. Tufuk still stood silently behind, observing him. Tufuk was slightly surprised by Deep then's action, thinking secretly, in just a few days this boy's alchemy has become so proficient, truly unusual. From a distance, Ngait Nhi slowly approached. She timidly called, "Master." He slightly responded, waiting for Ngait Nhi to get closer. He took out a small box and said, "This is the Hyen Lin pill. Wait for your master to make a few more for you. Use them in the inner sect tomorrow." She carefully reached out and replied, "Thank you, master." At this time Ngait Nhi turned her attention to him. Curiosity in her tone asked Tufuk, "What is he making?" He also looked in her direction and replied, "Hyen Lin pill." Ngait Nhi softly exclaimed, "Oh!" Suddenly listening more carefully, as if something ran across her mind. Ngait Nhi paused and stammered, "Hyen Lin pill." She hurriedly turned to him, her voice questioning. "Hyen Lin pill is the second-level pill master taught him so quickly to make Hyen Lin pill." Tufuk folded his arms and loudly replied, "This boy insisted on trying. Does he think making pills is easy?" Said, "If he cannot, he will eat it." Her eyes smiled softly and said, "Then he will surely eat its second-level pill." Deep then at this time was still enthusiastically cultivating. The two simultaneously focused their eyes on him. He thought proudly what an easy deal. The boy still raised his hands diligently, his mind still full of thoughts. Elder Kuang, I am beginning to understand the terrifying power of Tine Luen. If I am not mistaken, Tine Luen, I not only can copy others' alchemy skills, but also can copy mystical arts. The flame was still kept strong. Deep then shot it straight into the censer with determination. Whether it is mystical art or alchemy, just one look with Tine Luen, I can even see through its mysteries. The purple hue of the power flickered constantly, the red of his fire mixed with it. Tu Fuk slightly frowned, still staring in surprise. Such cumbersome alchemy steps, and he did not make a single mistake. The boy's talent is extraordinary. At this time, a strange floral entity appeared hovering right in his palm. He was slightly startled and shouted, "Water nature combined make the pills, and fire cannot make its boy wants to." Tu Fuk was extremely frightened. He reached out to stop and shouted, "Boy, stop immediately." On Tu Fuk's face began to appear a lot of sweat. He slowly moved behind Deep then and said, "Bitch Lian Fu Rong Tin Thai, Ngok Vim Hoa Tin Hoa, how can be refined together? Don't tell me you did it by guessing." He still focused on projecting his power out and replied, "In theory they are not compatible." One hand of Deep then held the small flower in a protective circle. The other hand pointed upward to explain to Tu Fuk. But alchemy and cultivation are similar, based on balancing yin and yang. Haiyan Lin Thao has a gentle nature. Adding it can neutralize Bitch Lian Fu Rong and Ngok Vim Hoa. He seemed stunned by his words, eyebrows knitted tightly, thinking secretly. Haiyan Lin Thao, Bitch Lian Fu Rong, Ngok Vim Hoa. Although water and fire are incompatible, but can use Haiyan Lin Thao to neutralize. Miraculous, really miraculous. Deep then continued his work. Tu Fuk looked at him and pondered. As an alchemist, I have always followed the formula to refine. It seems I relied too much on rules. At such a young age, already have such a view on alchemy, really formidable. At this moment, Ngayat Nhi ran from afar. She hurriedly came over and shouted loudly, "Master, he really only needs to see once to refine Haiyan Lin Dan." He pondered the event that just happened. Eyes not looking at Ngayat Nhi muttered, "The alchemy talent of this boy can compare with the Dan Vuong from 1,000 years ago." She stammered in disbelief at Tu Fuk's words and quickly argued back. "Dan Vuong, master," said the elder, almost refined Thien Tich Dan back then. Ngayat Nhi immediately calmed down. She blankly looked at Deep, then thinking, being praised by master and compared to Dan Vuong, who became famous long ago. What level is this? Suddenly, the incense burner emitted dazzling light. A pill shot out from it. The pill flew straight and fell to him. Deep then sighed tiredly and raised his hand to catch it. An astonished voice exclaimed just behind, "Really refined." Night quickly fell. The bright moon shone on the roof of a house. Tu Fuk's harsh voice rang out, "Boy surely did not peek at my formula." He leaned close to him, eyes scrutinizing and scolding directly. "Impossible. Just looked once and already refined." Deep then tried to turn his head away, hands still holding a full bowl of rice, explaining, "Really did not." Tu Fuk seemed to turn into a demon. He was purple with red eyes frighteningly pointing at him, interrogating, "Tell me the truth, did anyone point you?" Deep then startled dropped the rice bowl, coughing hastily replied, "Really did not, elder." Tu Fuk sadly turned his back, voice dejected and frustrated muttered, "Too strange, is it because I am old?" He then swallowed the rice he was eating relieved and rubbed his neck. Ngayat Nhi sitting beside slightly raised her hand to cover her mouth and laugh. She stood up and went to Deep then, holding a scroll in her hand and presented it. "Except for the Dan then elder, this is the first time I saw master praise someone like this. You really provoked my master." Immediately after, Ngayat Nhi used her hand to untie the rope. The long scroll slid out revealing a map. "Look at this, see what this is." He slightly raised his eyebrows and replied, "Seems like a map of Hong Lam." "What?" Hearing that she continued, 2 days later, "We must go to Hong Lam for a trial." Ngayat Nhi did not take her eyes off Deep then. Voice full of warning said, "The trap formations in Hong Lam and the magical beasts are arranged. The real difficulty is the inner sect disciples coming to test us." He slightly scared hesitated and looked up at her and said, "Senior sister, why are you looking at me like that?" And Gaiet Enhai's gaze became more serious than ever. She considered firmly and reminded, among our opponents there are 5 Chan Duong Kan, 30 people Nguyen Can Din Fong, 50 people Nguyen Can Ku Trung Thien. Importantly, the gloomy images of Caillou Min, Fong Tao and Zhang Duong appeared along with other disciples through Gaiet Enhai's narration. Her voice continuously narrated to Deep then, do you know who the Duong Kan disciples are? Enhan Duong Fong, Zhang Duong elder of Zhang Hao, Dia Duong Fong, Fong Tao disciple of Chan Trian first from last time, outer sect law disciple from last time to Caillou Min, all are genuine Chan Duong Kan cultivators. He raised his hand to hold his forehead, face began to worry slightly and exclaimed lamenting, why are all enemies, big trouble? And Gaiet Nhi stood next to Deep, then she held a memorial tablet with both hands, her face worried, telling him, this is really a big matter. Kong Tao Zakaiumin and Zhang Duong have already spoken in the inner sect in the challenge at Hong Lam. They will eliminate you. Deep then tiredly raised his hand to his forehead. He softly coughed a few times and said, elder in the inner sect are not doing this intentionally. This matter simply cannot be manipulated. And Gaiet Nhi tilted her head, her eyes looking at Deep, then said, the challenge at Hong Lam is a team coordination. You should pray to be assigned to a stronger team. If you are assigned to the team of Tavan or Hoke Dang, infiltrating the inner sect will not be a problem. Then Gaiet Nhi bluntly turned away. She stood with her back to him, loudly said, the map is for you. I still have to practice swordsmanship. Go seek your own fortune. Deep then was endlessly frustrated. He leaned against the door frame and sighed, the inner sect challenge is too dangerous. I also have to prepare a bit earlier. Suddenly Deep then stood straight, eyes looking forward, shouted, practice swordsmanship. His eyes became even more clear and determined. Deep then keen and delighted, thought a good opportunity outside, and Gaiet Nhi was silently practicing swordsmanship alone. He just stepped to the door and immediately saw in front of him Lac An's sword technique, masterful sword movements continuously displayed, her body light and graceful as if dancing, her sharp strikes strong. Deep then still stood there observing. He raised his hand to rub his chin, silently admiring and Gaiet Enhai's sword practice performance. Tien Luen I is too formidable with it later. There will be no worry about lacking mystical arts. Night fell, the dim light of lanterns hung on the eaves. Deep then boldly shouted in the dark, elder, do you have smoke bombs and confusing incense? The shopkeeper squinted at him. He rested his hands on the table, asking, why would you want these? Deep then slightly uneasy quickly replied, they are very useful. After a while the shopkeeper took out 3 small bags placed on the table. He threw them in front of him and said, if you look at one you can control your bad intention. Look, go. Is this enough? Deep then felt embarrassed, shy. This is a bit little. The shopkeeper became even more puzzled. He continuously asked him questions. Little, do you want so many smoke bombs and confusing incense? Not for robbery. Deep then frowned, holding a big gold bag on the table, demanding, what I do is none of your concern. You just need to say yes or no. After getting more money, the shopkeeper quickly took out many small bags. Like before piling them into a small mound, he said, is this enough? The shopkeeper was amazed in his heart, fearing it might still be insufficient for him. He said, if not enough, I still have more inside. As long as you have money, you can buy all of it immediately. Deep then seized the opportunity, took out a paper. He presented it to the shopkeeper, then pointed and said, give me 1 more rope roll, 2 barrels of explosives, 3 bags of white powder. The shopkeeper, after hearing this, froze, not knowing what to do. After negotiating everything, the shopkeeper happily smiled, showing his teeth, pointing his index finger at Deep, then teasingly said, boy, take more, if not it will be a pity not to buy these items. He carried a big sack on his shoulder, replying, elder Bang, you tricked me for so much money at night. Be careful not to drop it into a trap. Being teased, he could not help getting angry, loudly shouting, boy rotten, come back here. Let me see if I will stone you to death. Deep then, seeing this, was not afraid, but smiled cunningly. He cheerfully walked out of there carrying a big round sack on his shoulder, smiling with satisfaction. With these items, the challenge at Hong Lam can be grasped a bit more. Suddenly in the distance white smoke rose. Deep then was confused. He turned back, asking, what is that smell?
So Huyen appeared from somewhere. She crossed her arms, floating in the sky, looking down at Dieptan, and said, naughty child, the cliff is so high, yet in less than a day you have climbed up. Visu really underestimated you. He was praised and could not help feeling happy looking up, and replied, naughty child climbed very fast too. So Huyen slightly bent down, her gaze deeply focused on the main issue, and asked, "The matter I told you, what do you think?" Diepthan put the heavy sack down on the ground. He calmly, as if unaffected, replied, "This matter cannot be rushed, master. 2 days later, I have to enter Huang Lam for the trial. Truong Lao Tufuk has given Nguyet's senior sister the spiritual pill and transmitted secret techniques. Master only beats me. All are doing as a master. But why is there such a big difference?" As if a line of electricity flashed across her body, So Huyen slightly chuckled. Then the laughter became louder. She slowly descended in front of Deep Than and said, "Boy, such big anger." So Huyen clasped both hands behind her back, slowly approached close to him, and asked loudly, "Tell me, what do you want Visu to reward you?" Diepthan panicked, face fearful, trying to step back and put forward a condition, "At least reward me a secret technique." She slightly closed her eyes, pretending to cross her arms, and tilted her body coquettishly, said, "Why did you not say earlier? If you had, I would have given it to you." He heard that, could not help feeling angry. Teeth clenched, thinking in his mind, so angry. Why did Master not say earlier? All Master's secret techniques pass to me. I will practice 180 times, will not embarrass Master. Suddenly, So Huyen seemed to remember something, raised her hand and flicked slightly and said, "Pass this to you." Immediately after, she began to exert her power. A dazzling power appeared. So Huyen slightly turned her body, spinning once, then waved her hand. As if seeing something miraculous, Diepthan's eyes opened wide. Inside it shone into a small circle. So Huyen quickly transformed into many different forms. She incarnated as many people, then returned, hand on chin, winking teasingly. "Want to learn transformation technique or not?" Or, he outwardly seemed displeased, pursed lips in response, "Do not want to learn." But inside, the red demon seemed to rise, endlessly frustrated. "Not that I do not want to learn. Little one has already learned." Immediately after hearing Dieptan's answer, So Huyen gave him a displeased look. The space quickly fell into a silent void. Not long after, she rushed close to Dieptan, reaching out and gripping his collar, shouting frighteningly, "Transformation technique is a secret technique in disguise. When entering Huang Lam, changing outward appearance is enough to escape the encirclement of Fong Tao and the others. Visu's painstaking effort. Boy, you do not want to learn. You must return it all. No, must." Dieptan struggled, hurriedly begging for mercy. "Master, spare me. I am not unwilling to learn, but I already know the transformation technique." As soon as she heard this from him, So Huyen suddenly froze, stunned. "You already know." When escaping her oppression, Diepthan began twirling and spinning, jumping from here to there, hand raised, puckering lips, practicing 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4, 3 2 3 4, 4 2 3 4. Haya. His eyes looked up, determined, voice firm, teeth clenched, commanding, "Transform." Suddenly, Diepthan's body transformed exactly like So Huyen. He twisted and posed, winking at her coquettishly. "Beautiful master, how is it?" So Huyen could not help laughing. She observed Diepthan's process, then criticized. Still weak. He heard that, immediately felt aggrieved, teeth clenched silently, fiercely. Not letting Diepthan react too much, So Huyen's eyes suddenly reddened. She swung a fist straight to his face, hitting him, flying away.
So Huyen pressed down on Deep, then she continuously swung her fists onto his body, shouting, "Who told you to grope around haphazardly? Who told you to grope around haphazardly? Who told you to grope around haphazardly?" Deep, then bruised, lay on the ground, crying, begging for mercy. "Spare me, I was wrong." Still not enough, his face swollen, lumps rising on his head. He tried to turn his face back, stammering, "I will not grope around at master anymore." Before Deep then could explain further, So Huyen punched strongly into his face, ordering, "Shut up." After a while of beating Deep, then she, satisfied, stood up, joyfully shouted, "Refreshing indeed." While he was left battered, his clothes torn, sitting hugging himself, turning his back, suffering, So Huyen had nothing else to do. She leapt high, flying away. Before leaving, she did not forget to throw a token at Deep. Then, "Master today is in a good mood. This secret method is a reward for you." That thing hit him straight on the head. Deep then curiously picked it up, mumbling, "What is this thing?" He lightly raised his hand to rub his nose. Squinting his eyes, pursing his lips, said, "Whatever, better than nothing." The sky cloudy, dark and still. The full moon illuminated the whole area. Deep then sat cross-legged under a large tree, back straight, still staring at the token in his hand, saying, "Let's see what this damn thing really is." He began concentrating his strength. Eyes determined, sharp, frowning, then Deep then raised his hands high. A golden swirling power like a tornado appeared. Kwang Long Thien No. It continued to operate powerfully, growing larger as if it could reach the moon. He exhaled a long breath, clenching his hands to subdue the power. It gradually decreased, then shrank. The power had not completely extinguished. Still swirling around Deep then, he closed his eyes, thinking, control the vital energy, boost the soul force, use the method of sound waves to unleash Kwang Long Thien No. Inflict great damage to the enemy's soul, suddenly reaching the limit. Deep then suddenly widened his eyes. He spread his arms, shouted, then released a fierce aura to the ground, the power striking like lightning, causing rocks to scatter. Deep then was also stunned by his own power. He incredulously froze, eyes wide, saying, "Truly a formidable mystical technique." After a period of cultivation, Deep then lay calmly on the ground, hands behind his head as a pillow, legs crossed, thinking with the shape-shifting skill and Kwang Long Thien No. Plus the alchemy C, recuperation pills in large quantity. Also that woman's items. The Hong Lam trial is no longer as difficult as imagined. Deep then looked up at the sky, raised a hand high, staring, continuously thinking, Hong Lam Tu Than first rank, covering a wide area. I, young master, already have the resources and energy to greet those people of Zakayumin. His expression became more delighted, slightly smiling, full of confidence, being an inner sect disciple. Good items are never lacking on me. In the morning, sunlight shone down on the large ancient house. In the courtyard, everyone stood neatly in rows. Ken Khan Pavilion. A voice rang out, echoing through the space. The trial in Hong Lam. Perhaps you have all researched it. Here, I will repeat once more. In this trial, it is strictly forbidden to use Thien Loi charm, Thien Lin charm, and Thien Han charm. The elder of Can Khan Pavilion, solemn and stern, held firmly a wooden token, demanding, each person may only bring one jade token. The jade token is engraved with your soul lost mark. In Hong Lam, if danger arises, you may leave proactively. Simply break the jade token. The elder continued to instruct everyone there. Deep then and Hung Nhi stood side by side, silently listening. The jade token has a transmission formation that will take you out of Hong Lam, which also means losing the qualification to enter the inner sect. Everyone would be divided into equally small groups. They held their swords tightly, standing alert. He began to lay out the rules. The trial is 5 people per group, drawn by lot to choose the team. The Hong Lam trial lasts 3 days. After 3 days, if no disciple passes the trial to enter the inner sect, the trial is considered a failure. After chatting for a while, the elder suddenly paused for a moment, lips trembling hesitantly. There is more. His eyebrows furrowed, his gaze filled with killing intent, looked straight threateningly and announced, Hong Lam is only a trial. You must not harm others, otherwise, you will be punished according to sect rules. After saying everything he needed to, those registered holding pens and paper stood ready, calling loudly. All disciples drew lots previously. Those with the same number form a group. Hung Nhi slowly stepped forward to the registration table, closing his eyes tightly, not daring to look, and prayed. Thien Lin Lin Dia Lin Lin, Supreme Tao Army, swiftly manifest. Let me be on a team with Ta Van. Let me be on a team with Hoke Dang. Let me be on a team with my wife. The man quickly drew a number for Hung Nhi. Soon after he knew his number, number 4. Hung Nhi was thrilled with anticipation. He stepped close to Jiang Hao, eyes curiously looking at the wooden token in his hand. Is it number 4? Is it number 4? Jiang Hao crossed his arms, eyes on the token in his hand, smiled slightly, and replied, number 2. Then the two went separate ways, each in a different direction. Hung Nhi grumbled disappointedly continuously. So unlucky, so unlucky. Soon after, the others quickly learned their numbers. Voices of joy mixed with frustration echoed throughout the city. Oh, I drew number 2, number 6, number 6. I am also on a team with Hoke Dang's senior brother. Damn it, no one in the team is strong. At this time, Deep then had drawn his own number. He held the wooden token forward, calling out, Look at this. The Jade Liang group standing arrogantly waiting looked at Deep, then he sighed in despair seeing them, all enemies, truly unlucky. Then Deep Then's lips curved into a slight smile, voice cheerful and excited. What a coincidence. He arrogantly approached, gaze cold yet amused, shouted, looking at what? Ngok Luong gritted his teeth irritated, crossed arms standing opposite Deep then said, I look at what I like, what do you care? That Ken stood behind Ngok Luong gritting his teeth, hands on hips fearless. Yes, looking at you so what? Showing off. At this moment he tilted his head slightly. Eyes half closed, crossed arms softly. Do you know it is an honor to be drawn on the same team as me? Ngok Luong laughed out loud shouting, yes, an honor, to witness how you die. Not wanting to deal much with him, Deep then powerfully shrugged Ngok Luong aside to walk past. Move aside. Do not block the way to Hong Lam. He was momentarily stunned by his action. Ngok Luong quickly returned to his usual disdainful look. Hong Lam, just hope you have life entering, none leaving. Suddenly thunder rolled in the sky. Deep then frowned, but kept a smile on his lips as he walked. He smiled brightly full of excitement, eyes looking straight full of pride. Who has no life yet we will see. Very quickly it was time to begin. Continuously enormous blue spatial gates appeared. Everyone slowly approached standing before them while hesitating and discussing. The wild forest trial officially began. The number drawn determined which gate one would enter. To prevent teams from confusing each other, entering the wrong gate would result in disqualification. Hung Nhi and Deep then also arrived before the gates. He stepped forward placing his hand lightly on Deep Then's shoulder saying, Kid, you better pray for good luck. Without much hesitation, Deep then did not want to talk to Hung Nhi. He kicked him into the spatial gate, then scolded, get away from me a bit. So annoying Hung Nhi painfully turned back shouting, oh, you actually dare to kick me. A person standing from afar observing the two then softly exclaimed, unlucky kid. Ngok Luong and his teammates also entered. Ngok Luong went last. He stopped silently staring full of murderous intent. Ngok Luong had stepped halfway through the gate. Frowning he glared at Deep then cursing, kid, just wait and see. Entering the wild forest, you will die miserably. Deep then stood before Ngok Luong calmly replied, fool. After he left, Deep then felt bored, folding his arms not knowing what to do. Isn't this the wild forest? While he was thinking, suddenly a voice from the spatial gate caught Deep Then's attention. Young master, come here. Like the others, he slowly stepped into the gate. Its path was not long. Very quickly Deep then entered another space. He did not know where he had been brought. Deep then looked around in amazement, eyes full of curiosity. This is... Now he was in a vast forest, in front of him tall dense trees. What kind of place is this? Before Deep then could adapt to the unfolding events, suddenly a sharp sword shot towards him from somewhere. A puppet leapt from behind to attack. Deep then nimbly dodged, then defeated it. It was struck and fell face down to the ground. He looked at the puppet annoyed shouting, just entered and already sending a puppet to deal with me. Deep then sighed tiredly, turning his head in another direction ordering, do they even let one breathe? While Deep then was distracted, something black slowly approached his feet. Deep then quickly realized there was a problem. Startled he glanced down to check. At that moment, a sword from another direction shot towards him. The attacker angrily struck from behind shouting, die. He showed no fear, eyes gleaming with excitement saying, perfect timing. The source of power rushed swiftly. Deep then still stood like that watching it charge. After observing, he firmly held the sword on the ground. Deep then's expression darkened. A smirk full of contempt appeared. Just in time, he held the sword with both hands, his whole body hovering slightly leaning backward, releasing a great source of power. The source of power seemed not to diminish. Suddenly something made Deep then astonished, eyes wide open. Someone had ambushed from another side. That person swung the sword strongly to deflect the source of power. Xuan Lei Dao Ju. He angrily gritted his teeth trying to dodge and still attack while shouting, your grandmother. knowing he could not run any further. Deep then stopped, then twisted his leg strongly backward. Without hesitation, he used strong force to leap high. Just as Deep then flew up, an explosion quickly occurred. Seizing the opportunity, this time it was his turn to attack. The sharp sword tip quickly flew forward. Ngok Luong also followed the momentum to advance. The two of them rushed toward the opponent to attack. He dashed quickly from place to place. This made Deep then feel difficulty in observing Yu Tai and Loi Min Kai. Seeing his confused appearance, Ngok Luong could not help but laugh. He happily shouted toward Deep then, "Not dead yet." Then he slightly smiled contemptuously at Ngok Luong without saying anything. This made him feel insulted, and he shouted, "Die." Deep then now had returned to seriousness. He spun the sword upward and slightly shouted. Large flames continuously appeared, quickly forming a circle like a storm trying to devour. Thien Ken's sword technique. This caused him to painfully writhe and scream. Deep then's gaze became even more terrifying. He excitedly looked at Ngok Luong and said, "Now it's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, Deep then still flew high above. He swung the sword strongly. Waves of hot fire continuously flew out, attacking straight at him. "Go." Ngok Luong was terrified. He hurriedly reached out his hand to cast a spell in response. Ngok Luong's face was already soaked with sweat, trying to stay steady. Damn. Yet it is this powerful. Even so, it was useless. The two powerful forces collided, creating a large explosion, throwing him far away, causing Ngok Luong to scream, echoing. Ngok Luong stepped back breathlessly. Though scared by Deep then's attack, he still showed a stubborn mouth. "You will not be proud for long. You cannot leave the wilderness." Deep then decisively kicked his face, his voice full of authority. "Answer my question. I only ask whether you submit or not." Ngok Luong held his burning cheek, intending to curse him, "You bastard." Before he could finish, Deep then added another kick to that face, loudly shouting, "Shut your rotten mouth." His face was distorted, scratched all over, yet he still looked at him with half-open eyes. At this moment Deep then bared his teeth, eyes blazing red. "Still not submit, right? Let you taste the power of my Duen Gu Man Hong Lion now." Seeing Deep then's brutal posture, he was startled and frightened. Without another word, he struck strongly into Ngok Luong's chest. The disciples witnessing the scene were terrified, faces pale, bodies trembling. Deep then smiled strangely, his nails sharp, full of power, glanced at them. "Do you also want some?" Regardless of their big brother lying on the ground uncertain of life or death, all three ran away, escaping from here. He pouted in disappointment, reached to touch the hilt of the sword. "Trash, no spirit." Ngok Luong fearfully asked him, "Deep then, what do you want to do?" His face gradually became inhuman, the smile terrifying. At this time, it was late at night in the deserted forest. Only the sound of Ngok Luong shouting, You Deep then, you pervert." He brazenly took all of Ngok Luong's clothes, standing to watch him busy covering his body, mouth still cursing continuously. "Deep then, I am straight." Deep then did not care, slapped him sharply. "It hurts, sleep a bit, young master, I am straight too, okay?" After dealing with Ngok Luong, he sighed deeply. He used his power to transform, white smoke filling the space. After some time, when the smoke cleared a bit, Deep then smiled triumphantly. "That bastard lion Ngok Luong of Dia Duong Din is here." Suddenly behind him there was a rustling sound, making Deep then pay special attention. What kind of demon is that? Originally the night was quiet, but was shattered by strange sounds. Deep then could not help grumbling in annoyance, kept shouting, so annoying. Walking on the dirt road, he accidentally stepped on a rock. Deep then's instinct signaled that something was wrong, not good. He quickly flew up, avoiding the rock from before. He tumbled several times. Before he could land, the rock exploded. "What is this?" Deep then was surprised, seeing red streaks like fire piercing straight into the ground. From somewhere appeared strange arrows, aimed at his position. They rushed swiftly, as if pre-programmed just for him. Deep then did not flinch, carefully observing the situation. He drew a spear and swung several decisive strikes. Roman 11 2. The giant sword burst with blinding light, murderous aura surging, filling all directions. Deep then quickly ran away, leaving the raging fire behind. Suddenly there was the sound of stomping. A giant brown bear appeared. He grimaced, full of confusion in his heart. What exactly is this? He leapt nimbly, approaching the oversized bear, whether it would stop or not. After a few basic moves, he had defeated it. Trash, wasting my time. Looking at the battered face of the big bear, suddenly a snicker. The beast is quite agile indeed. Deep then turned around in surprise. When did it appear? Yet did not notice. After observing the group for a while, he realized they were inner sect disciples. Deep then displayed a refined, gentle demeanor, so quickly already meeting. He tried to show that he was the real Ngok Luong, clasped hands respectfully and bowed. Senior brothers, I am Lion Ngok Luong, an outer sect disciple of Dia Duong Fong. One person opened Deep then's photo to examine. Lai, Ngok Luong. That person cunningly looked at him. Why are you alone? He had to find a reason. I got separated from the team. They continued to interrogate this fake Ngok Luong. Whether he had met Deep then, he confidently replied, outside, trapped in a formation. The leader of the group arrogantly said, Little brother, Fong Tao senior brothers have instructed. We must not trouble the disciples of Dia Duong Fong. But if the seniors have a chance to enter once, they cannot return empty-handed. Understanding the intentions of these people, Deep then quickly took out a bag of silver, politely handed it to them. Understood, understood. This is money to pay respect to the senior brothers. Seeing their goal achieved, the inner sect disciples laughed happily. Consider you clever. The three turned away. The leader happily tossed the bag of silver, excitedly said to him, That Deep then is extremely cunning. Boost your morale. Capturing Deep then will have a big reward. Go. He breathed a sigh of relief with pride, despising those materialistic ones. Inner sect disciples are all pig brains. A little money has sent them away. Deep then walked while stretching. If everyone were as easy to fool as them, he could easily blend into the inner sect. But to avoid exposing his identity, he hurriedly ran away, quickly, otherwise soon they would suspect. Late at night, the moon was high, bright light stretching across the mountains and forests. Duong Vi and his disciples still wandered. They had been walking from morning to evening. He was frustrated, walking in circles for more than half a day, yet not a single figure. One junior agreed, yes, truly boring. Duong Vi smiled, eyes narrowed. No one, it is because you do not know how to look. He half smiled then ordered, come out. Deep then hiding nearby had to show himself, pretending shy and hesitant. Greeting, senior brothers. He quickly took out the bag of silver, intending to use money to distract them. I am Lion Ngok Luong, an outer sect disciple of Dia Duong Fong. This is 1,000 spirit stones, a small gift. Hope the senior brothers do not ridicule. But Duong Vi laughed loudly. You think? His words made Deep then's face change color. If you became Lion Ngok Luong, I could not recognize. Deep then calmly faced Duong Vi, his eyes slightly closed with a faint smile pretending to ask, Senior brother, what did you say? Why do I not understand clearly? He craftily looked at Deep then, holding the fan up to cover his mouth and speculated. Lion Ngok Luong is a 7th level elemental person, although you can transform into his appearance. But can you imitate his 7th level elemental cultivation? He paused a little when he heard that. Duong Vi was not very surprised, as if he had predicted it, and said, Am I right? Deep then junior brother. Everyone there was astonished. They were shocked and stirred. Deep then, he is Deep then. Being predicted about his identity was just a matter of time. Deep then slightly curled his lips in a faint smile. Then, he swung his hand across his face. The layer of transformation disappeared accordingly. His mouth curved into a perfect smile and praised. It seems the inner disciples are not all pig brains. He folded his fan and pointed directly at Deep then, hands on hips arrogantly ordering him, Brat, your mouth is quite convenient. Will you obediently surrender, or shall I help you? Deep then petite and cute quickly complied. He raised both hands to the sky and shouted, I surrender. Duong Vi opened the fan to cover his mouth and laughed. That is correct, brat, you are sensible. The group of disciples also did not hold back and stepped in front of Deep, then they smugly continued to mock and belittle him. The outer sect spread that you are strange and bizarre. Were you not caught by us? It is nothing. Deep then lowered his face and frowned. He slightly curved his lips in a smile when he heard them speak. Without wasting time, Deep then rushed forward like a gust of wind, a strong kick hitting the face of one who mocked him, shouting, "Damn you!" As if opening a path for himself. Deep then ran away at full speed. He stood from afar, raising the bow, aiming directly at him, and said irritably, "I knew you would not obey." The bow seemed to absorb a source of power. Each arrow shot contained immense strength. It continuously flew straight to the positions where Deep then ran. Xuan Kite pursuit wind arrow. He struggled to dodge all the arrows, running from place to place shouting, "Damn you, underestimate this Beep." Suddenly, while Deep then was careless and distracted, an arrow shot straight into his stomach. He fearfully widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, and flinched. But fortunately, thanks to his quick reflexes, Deep then managed to catch the arrow in time. He used his power to create flames around the arrow. Deep then swung his hand strongly backward to gain momentum for a counterattack. Turning around, Duongvi was not afraid at all. He continued to aim the bow with delight, indeed showing some skill. He used all his strength to throw the arrow missile straight at him. Duongvi also shot an ice-like arrow to confront it. The two objects flew rapidly towards each other, then collided violently, creating a huge explosion. The people at a distance were shocked and exclaimed, "The aura is too strong." Fong Tao seemed to sense Deep Then's presence. He bared his teeth with a creepy smile and shouted, "Deep Then found you." Nam Suong excitedly stepped forward. He did not forget to order his subordinates behind him to follow. Finally found, "Follow me." The fight between the two had a great impact, very quickly revealing Deep Then's location. Everyone seeing rushed over as fast as possible. Zhang Duong and his subordinates charged straight ahead. He smugly grinned, knowing he had found him. "Deep Then, let's see if I can crush you." On the other side, Hung Nhi, Nhu Hien and Ngayat Nhi were struggling to resist the attacking group. Suddenly one person stood on a flying sword passing by, shouting loudly, "Deep Then, if you enter the wilderness, don't expect to get out." It was like an announcement to everyone. One person fighting with her also noticed. That person both defended and looked up, listening. "Deep Then, found Deep Then." The other two quickly stopped paying attention, ignoring everything, and ran elsewhere, excitedly shouting, "Finally found. Let's go tomorrow. If late we cannot catch up." Ngayat Nhi slightly frowned. She seriously looked at the situation just occurring, saying, "Looking at this formation, they want to crush him in the wilderness." Hung Nhi, standing behind holding a staff, raised it angrily and said, "Then what are we waiting for?" He could no longer control his temper, raised his fist to the sky, showing determination. "Running up, kill over there." Nhu Hien hurriedly grabbed the collar behind Hung Nhi, pulling him back, saying, "Rushing won't help. I cannot go over there. Each team has a fixed channel of its own." He suddenly froze, face blank with sweat, muttering to himself, "Right now we cannot leave. Only by participating in the inner sect disciple trial can we disregard the channel limitations." Suddenly remembering something, Hung Nhi felt frustrated, tilted his head back, speaking irritably, "Damn, forget these matters. Deep Then, you little brat." Everyone scrambled, rushing toward Deep Then. Some even sprinted at full speed. The space chaotic and noisy without end. Deep Then has appeared. Go quickly. This deadly formation against Deep Then is huge already. Anyone replacing them to take down Deep Then could obtain 100,000 spirit stones from them. Ta Van standing far away observing, he slightly smiled, bringing a water bottle near his mouth, saying, "No wonder they fight as if drinking chicken blood." Now at his place, Zhang Duong was charging with strength straight at Deep Then. He fiercely attacked, shouting, "Die." Deep Then showed no fear, confronting directly. Zhang Duong flew and collided straight into him. This made Deep Then a little surprised, unable to react in time. Immediately after, he used all his strength to counterattack. Deep Then's response sent him flying away from him, crashing straight into a tree trunk. His eyes slightly wavered. Deep, then exhausted from expending energy, exhaled a breath. Not letting him rest a second longer, Nam Seong with his group from another side charged, shouting loudly. He is Deep then stood firm and slightly turned his head, saying, "You arrived fast." He looked smug without stop. Nam Seong scowled fiercely with a terrifying, triumphant expression, shouting orders to his subordinates, "No need to spare, do not consider life or death." He let out a slight laugh, mood fearless and even playful, saying, "Little brat, your heart is truly cruel." The people rushing from above did not forget to shout, "Do not let him run." Quickly, Jang Duong sat on the ground laughing loudly. "Deep then, you are surely dead." He seemed to go mad, mouth wide open, laughing endlessly, his face gradually distorting. Jang Duong pointed at Deep then smugly. "Next year on this day will be your death anniversary." He did not utter a single word from beginning to end, just stood still watching him make a fool of himself. After a while, Deep then took out a silk pouch and laughed loudly. "Is that so?" Then he directly shoved something into Jang Duong's mouth. "Eat shit." Deep then squeezed his neck tightly despite him struggling constantly. He took out a candle to threaten, speaking about harming others. "Young master, here is your ancestors." Jang Duong's face was sweating continuously. His eyes began to show threads of blood. From deep within the trees he unexpectedly shot up into the air at an unbelievable speed. The disciples flying towards him were also startled and paused. "What is that?" Suddenly Jang Duong exploded midair. The disciples were blown apart by the force. Right at the exit of the wild forest, seeing someone step out of the forest, everyone began to panic. Were those people so fast as to pass the test already? It has not even been a day. Someone asked in astonishment. "Too fast. Go on," Ta Van recounted calmly. "Everyone is surrounding Deep, then there is no time to care about us." He looked up at the explosion above and exclaimed, "So many people surrounding a single quiescent realm, really a complete loss of face." Scene change. Deep then was running for his life from the bloodthirsty people behind. "There, quickly, surround him." He extremely despised them and took out some bombs. "Damn, they bite really hard." Deep then suddenly turned and threw a bomb. "Go to hell." The people behind, seeing the bomb, could only scream again. The sky today was very blue, the air originally peaceful, but it was shattered by continuous large explosions. More than half of the pursuers had already fainted. Only Fan Hao remained extremely furious. "Deep then, you damn dog." His screams echoed throughout the forest. "I want to kill you." Some people were searching every corner of the forest. "That brat Deep then is really like a cockroach that cannot die." So many surrounding and attacking him. Yet he still escaped. "We have 3 people at the Young Realm. What is he even worth?" While they were babbling without knowing, Deep then was hiding on a tree behind. "Then see, sooner or later he will be caught by us." His face had long darkened with terror. 1 peak elemental person, 1 8th level elemental person, 1 7th level true spirit elemental person. This trip is doable. Deep then's pupils gradually narrowed and he smiled with a sinister feeling. "If you come, do not go." The group of people searching everywhere also began to feel tired, starving to death. "Let's find somewhere to rest first," the man behind shouted to correct them loudly. "Be honest and keep searching quickly. If senior brother Feng Tao sees you being lazy, then you'll be in trouble." That guy snorted in disgust. He still didn't know where he was being lazy like a cat. Resting a bit wouldn't hurt. Deep then stood in a corner, fiddling with a few grenades in his hand. "Hungry, right? Here's Iron Egg Young Master's treat." 3 grenades flew along the wind toward the crowd. "Hey!" When the fuses of the grenades were almost burned out, the group finally realized. Careful. By the time they reacted, there were only deafening explosions left. "Damn it, it's smoke bombs." Deep then, holding his weapon, jumped out with elegance. "The young master is here." The entire forest looked peaceful but was filled with endless screams. Smoke bombs were thrown continuously. The group couldn't dodge and fell one after another, east then west. 1 man crawled out of the smoke, shouting angrily, "Get out here." Deep then stood separated by a layer of misty smoke. playing with the iron rod in his hand. This iron rod was so domineering, yet could beat someone until blood flowed from all 7 orifices. That man looked around warily. Deep, then, I know it's you. If you've got guts, then Solo, stop using those evil tricks. Just as he finished speaking, a strong force hit his back, causing him to vomit blood from pain. Deep then stepped forward from behind with a cold smile. Solo, a bunch of people soloing against me, huh? Deep then savage laughter echoed throughout the forest. Ordinary cultivation. Yet there were still plenty of spoils. After finishing off the group, he sat down to organize the loot he collected. A rod that could beat a peak human origin realm cultivator until blood flowed from 7 orifices. What on earth is this? Taking one hit from it, is it really that unbearable? Deep then bent the iron rod, then released it, letting it snap back and hit his face directly. His whole body shook with the rhythm of the metal, all his senses trembled. Deep then rubbed his face and sighed. Almost had my soul fly out of my 7 orifices. The next second he laughed heartily. Aren't you a weapon specialized in striking the soul? 50,000 spirit stones truly not wasted. Deep then pointed to the sky and arrogantly declared, just you wait, not a single one of you will escape. In the deep green forest, sunlight pierced through the leaves. Deep then dug the ground with fierce energy. After finishing his work, he dropped the shovel onto the ground. He squatted down, delighted to look at his achievement. Each pit placed with a bomb, each person an iron egg. Deep then's smile was extremely strange. In a moment you will all explode like popcorn. Suddenly a voice spoke, go check over there. He quickly turned to look and immediately hid from that spot. Those people were bounty hunters chasing Deep then for the reward. This brat Deep then is too slippery, like a loach, runs too fast, can't find him at all, that won't do. It's 100,000 spirit stones. How could someone easy to deal with be worth that much? One unlucky guy tripped right where the bomb was buried. The group accidentally triggered the trap. Bombs exploded continuously. Bodies flew everywhere. Screams echoed miserably. 2 lucky ones escaped, quickly retreating far away. Too dangerous. Good thing young master hid fast. But they didn't expect. Deep then was hiding near the lake. He flew up and ambushed them. Hello, senior brother. Both of them widened their eyes, unable to react, ready to take the hit. He even kindly said, good night, senior brother. Screams echoed throughout the forest, even scaring birds away. A while later, Feng Tao, Zhang Duong, and Kaio Min appeared. He was furious. Deep then, if you've got guts, come out here. Kaio Min looked at his disciples lying flat on top of each other, beaten badly, extremely angry. This brat is too despicable, too sinister, trash. Zhang Duong stood beside analyzing. To deal with 5 human origin realm cultivators in such a short time. If his strength isn't at true Yang realm, he couldn't suppress them. He also commented, we are in the open while he's in the dark. The forest is so vast. Stopping him won't be easy. Only he stood there silently observing. After thinking for a while, one of them smiled maliciously and said to the other 2, I actually have a way, they urged. What way? Quickly say it. The 3 fools huddled together. He whispered his secret plan. It seemed like not a bad plan. All 3 smiled proudly with a touch of cunning. Good. At the same time, in a random area of the forest, Deep then continued his plan of using bombs for ambush attacks, with explosions happening one after another. He arrogantly said to them, this mountain was opened by me, this tree was planted by me. Holding his iron rod, he spared no one he struck, wanting to pass through this place. Deep then gave a sinister smile, his sharp eyes gleaming with calculation. Standing with his hands on his hips, he arrogantly told those men, then raise your butts up. Before leaving, he quickly collected the items from those bad people, earning a small amount. Deep then took momentum, leaped high into the air. The charm under his thigh glowed. A few more runs like this and things would be pretty good. He soared straight into the blue sky, leaving only wind and dust behind. Finding a quiet and safe spot, Deep then took out all the items he had gathered and began calculating. More than 400,000. plus mixed spirit fluids and spirit stones. He clapped his hands joyfully, encouraging himself, enough to earn back the capital, and even a decent profit. Looking at the rod, he squinted with a happy smile. Lucky to have you, truly a fine thing. In the next instant, Deep Then's expression changed, his eyes cunning and distant. If that's the case, then I won't rush to leave just yet. This isn't a barren forest. This is a land filled with money. Suddenly, a strange sound appeared. He immediately realized someone stepped on the young master's landmine array. As soon as he spoke, an explosion thundered through the blue sky. He calmly turned back with a contemptuous smile. So fast to come here. You're really dedicated to your work. But Deep Then's sharp senses noticed something off. Not right. He stayed silent, reviewing everything. Within thousands of meters, I've planted landmines everywhere. Once someone steps on them, I can react immediately, retreat or counterattack. But now why? Deep Then looked in confusion at the bombs around him. All had exploded. His face indifferent, he mocked his opponents. And yet you managed to trap me. Are you all dog noses? He sneered in annoyance, letting out a hiss through clenched teeth. Deep Then spread his arms wide, throwing out several more bombs flying in all directions. Then let's see. They exploded instantly, smoke billowing everywhere. But he seemed to enjoy it. Come on, let's have a real fog then. His handsome face and sharp eyes flickered within the smoke. Let's see how you can find me now. Deep Then stood before an approaching tornado, shouting continuously. Raging wind roar, storm swirling rain, wind master art, not good, blown away so quickly. He was so angry that his eyebrows furrowed, his teeth clenched tightly, hissing. Seems like this has been planned for a long time. Kao Min and his companions landed one after another and shouted loudly, running again. Try running one more time for me to see. The three of them surrounded Deep Then with contempt and taunted. This time let's see where you can run. He unconsciously looked up at the sky and saw a Bagua net preparing to fall down. The thugs laughed smugly. You will die miserably. Deep Then felt a bit panicked in his mind. Damn it. But he quickly regained his composure, grabbed his sword and leapt toward the net, shouting loudly, Scarlet Flame, sword. One of Kao Min's disciples threw a brick toward Deep Then and yelled, Where do you think you're going? He glanced down slightly, his eyes narrowed, locking onto the target. Then he swiftly drew back his sword, turned his body to the side to dodge the brick. Deep Then landed on the ground, but immediately rolled and stood up again. His face was now filled with hatred, his eyebrows still tightly drawn together. Seeing this, Kao Min launched a move and shouted an order, suppress him. Immediately, a series of lightning bolts of light fell one after another, but Deep Then used his sword to create a protective barrier blocking them. The suppressing bolts were too powerful, causing his inner energy to be damaged to the point of spitting blood. Even so, Deep Then still endured, stomping his foot hard onto the ground. Then he used his body to take the lightning strikes directly, making his whole body collapse with a sky-shaking scream. Deep Then gathered all his inner energy and roared, Open for me. Kao Min gritted his teeth in shock and exclaimed, This brat, he's breaking the suppression himself. This one must not be allowed to live. He was both panicked and sweating, cursing them loudly. Your grandmothers. Fong Tao jumped up, extending his hand to strike down toward Deep Then while shouting, regardless of life or death, Behold my great hand seal. Without hesitation, Deep Then threw back a giant dragon toward him and shouted, Subduing dragon. Both tried their best to defeat the other, and the two energy blasts clashed and stalled in midair. Fong Tao's sword tip was descending. He ignored the giant hand and charged straight down. When Deep Then realized it, he was so enraged that he gritted his teeth, his cold eyes hissing out, shameless. He quickly raised his sword horizontally, barely managing to block the strike. Deep Then pulled his sword back, the two blades clashed and separated. To regain the initiative, the counterforce from the clash pushed him back several steps. Deep Then's gaze sharpened, his pupils focused and seemed frozen. Immediately after, Fong Tao used a teleporting technique to attack, but Deep then dodged each strike precisely. His body was trembling, sweat dripping from his face. He was surrounded on all sides by Fong Tao's clones, 4 directions with 4 different techniques. Deep then lowered his head, his expression darkened, and he sighed softly. He leapt up, forming a fiery vortex heavenly guard sword formation, and roared, "Break!" Just as Deep then soared upward, a spear was also thrown, its spinning tip whistling through the air. Unable to dodge in time, Deep then was pierced through by the spear, blood spraying from his abdomen. While dodging Fong Tao's arrows, he cursed, "Damn you, Duong Vi!" 4 arrows descended in succession. One veered off course, shooting straight toward Deep then. The arrowhead sliced through the air with friction so intense it sparked, then sped toward his chest. Fong Tao shouted triumphantly, pierced through the chest, "Let's see you survive this time." But Deep then was faster than the arrow, leaping forward, grabbing the spear, unleashing the phantom shadow heavenly speed strike, and charged while saying, "Now it's my turn." Duong Vi realized the situation was bad. His face darkened, eyebrows furrowed, teeth clenched, too fast. He couldn't resist. With one swing of Deep then sword he was sent flying far away. Get lost. Deep then took advantage of the momentum, springing forward quickly, passing right by Duong Vi. Skillfully borrowing the force, he lightly stepped on the man's head. With one kick, Deep then sent Duong Vi flying and immediately used the momentum to escape. Caillou Min didn't want to end it there. He raised his hand forward and shouted loudly, "Don't even think of running." Caillou Min roared out an order. The magic mirror treasure flew out, shooting a strong beam of light directly into Deep then's back. "Hold him." Deep then couldn't dodge, took the full hit and spat blood. Immediately after, his strength failed, his back slammed hard onto the ground. Zhang Duong seized the opportunity, rushing straight toward Deep then to capture him. Deep then forced himself up, clenching his teeth in rage. "Your grandma." He didn't sit and wait for death, firing a large beam of light at him. From below and above, Fong Tao and Caillou Min appeared, shouting as they descended, "Die." As if seeing something, both of them froze in shock. Deep then chose to face them head-on, instantly appearing in the air and unleashing a move, dragon subduing. The sky was far from peaceful. A massive explosion shook the air. Caillou Min and Fong Tao easily dodged and landed, but inside they were unwilling and irritated. Damn it, even like this he still escaped. The scene shifted elsewhere. Heavy breathing echoed. He had exhausted much of his strength, finding a place to rest against a tree. How could they have known his exact direction so precisely? Quickly, Deep then looked down and found a talisman stuck to his leg, a tracking talisman. Deep then raised it up, sweating and muttering in admiration. What a clever trick. The blue sky shone sunlight through the treetops of the forest, accompanied by faint breathing sounds. Deep then moved down into a cave to hide, pulling out a vial of medicine to analyze. Truly sinister. 3 Yang Foundation cultivators, chasing to kill so ruthlessly. His face darkened, his expression firm as he looked ahead. "Just wait for me." Deep then bit hard into the pill in his mouth, revealing murderous intent. "If I don't wipe you all out, I won't be called Deep then." He drew a golden magic circle, which gradually gathered energy and began to glow. Deep then assumed a meditative posture, closing his eyes to feel the surging power. The scene shifted. On a hill nearby stood 3 people watching the disciples below. The outer sect disciples participating in the wilderness trial had mostly exited. Why hasn't that kid called Deep then appeared yet? Seems only he's missing. Afraid he might not make it out. So Hyan appeared there, trying to suppress her anger as she turned and asked, "Dao Hyan's senior brother, do you really want to make me die of anger? Look at those people you chose. You picked Fong Tao's group. How could Deep then possibly manage?" The man waved his hands awkwardly. "Junior sister, you're wronging me." Voangan suddenly stepped forward and spoke. "I can testify to this. To ensure fairness, the inner sect disciples sent into the wild forest were all decided by random draw. Fong Tao's group being selected was truly a coincidence." She too realized the absurdity. Such coincidence. How come everyone chosen happened to be Deep Then's enemies? Dao Haiyan smiled and spoke in a friendly tone as he reminded, Junior sister, don't forget. A few days ago at the outer sect competition, who did your disciple encounter? That's his karma. So Haiyan rubbed her temples in frustration and muttered, this child is really unlucky. The sky turned to night, and the dense forest echoed with ear-piercing screams. Deep Then was the mastermind, grinning as he took everything from the passers-by and tied them up miserably. His eyes glinted with malice as he warned, if it weren't forbidden to reveal points, I wouldn't even leave your underwear. The screams continued endlessly afterward. Fong Tao stood in formation, extremely alert, instructing everyone, the number of usable people is decreasing. Split up and search. The others cooperated and shouted, understood. Cover as much area as possible and find him quickly. Without hesitation, he dashed straight ahead, shouting loudly, if we still don't catch him, this old face of mine will be thrown to my grandmother's house. On Deep Then's side it was completely peaceful. He was sitting quietly muttering to himself, now it's my turn to deal with you all. Deep Then's eyes gleamed with excitement as he raised several needles, smiling, acupuncture on your feet for you guys, serves you right. Deep Then had already prepared the trap, standing atop a tree observing below. Fong Tao appeared, glancing behind with suspicion. Fong Tao stopped suspiciously when he saw a shadow flash by. Deep Then, he shouted loudly, finally you've shown yourself again. Fong Tao jumped up and chased after Deep Then, that Deep guy. He spoke provocatively, if you've got guts, stop right there for me. Deep Then not only didn't stop but ran even faster, turning his head back with a mocking reply. If you've got guts then chase me, pig brain. Fong Tao glared at the empty scene before him. Where is he? He jumped down from the tree to the ground. Get out here. Fong Tao shouted, his voice echoing everywhere. Hiding your head and showing your tail, are you even a man? Deep Then darted past behind Fong Tao without leaving a trace. He sensed it and quickly turned around. Fong Tao looked around cautiously as he walked, irritated, pretending to be a ghost. He stepped into an open area. Fong Tao widened his eyes, feeling something was off. Deep Then's traps exploded one after another. Fong Tao leaped up to dodge. A large trap exploded behind him, causing him to fall face first to the ground. Sharp, thick spikes pierced through Fong Tao's hands. He lifted his head to the sky and screamed miserably, Deep Then, you wretched brat. A metal rod was swung with great force. Deep Then suddenly appeared, striking Fong Tao straight in the face, making him spit blood. He smirked and said, using filth to deal with filth, that's perfectly fair. Fong Tao fell to the ground in pain. You are not someone easy to kill. A pale pink smoke spread from everywhere. He widened his eyes in shock. This is... Fong Tao stood up trembling. He forced himself to cover his nose with his hand. The stupefying smoke. 3 more black explosive balls were thrown to Fong Tao. They exploded instantly. He stood within the blast radius so was heavily affected. Deep Then slowly stepped closer to Fong Tao. His gaze began to grow dim from the influence of the stupefying smoke, his face dusty. Breathing in so much smoke he coughed as if with tuberculosis. Fong Tao's body began to sway under the effect of the smoke. He used his last strength to point at him. Deep Then, you are despicable. He raised his leg high and shouted, come here. Then he kicked hard at Fong Tao's groin. A stream of electricity sprang out and he cried out in pain. Fong Tao foamed at the mouth and lay unconscious on the ground. Deep Then said smugly, is my name something you can call casually? A strange voice rang from inside the forest. Duong V, how is it? Have you caught him yet? Deep Then quickly turned his face toward the sound. He showed a sinister smile. A shaft of light surrounded Deep Then. He performed a technique, transform. He changed into the appearance of Fong Tao, smiling with delight. He answered the other, speak more quietly. This kid has quite a lot of stuff on him. Let me choose first. After choosing, I will hand him over. Jang Duong quickly ran down to him and said, I say, kid, do not swallow everything for yourself. Looking at the pile of weapons, medicines, treasures before him, Deep then crouched and smiled with eyes narrowed. Damn, getting rich. Jang Duong also sat down, touching the pile greedily, and said, there really is quite a lot. Old rule, split it half when we meet. Deep then stood up. The disguise gradually disappeared. No problem, you choose first. Deep then raised the iron rod in his hand. Look at this, do you like it? Jang Duong looked up. That voice. A late flash of realization appeared in his mind. Deep then. The rod sliced through the air, its sound sharp even in the night. Jang Duong planted one hand on the ground, flipping to the side to dodge. He pushed off the ground with great force, and the moment his hand left the earth, it went numb. At that moment, Deep then threw a handful of dirt, letting out a cold snort. Jang Duong had just landed, still unsteady and unaware, when the dirt smashed straight into his face. He could only let out a few weak groans. Jang Duong puckered his lips as much as he could, spitting dirt out. Deep then, you shameless bastard. While he was distracted, Deep then's kick came flying in. Shameless, huh? The kick struck his chin directly, making Jang Duong spit blood. This is just... Before he could recover, the iron rod struck his head. This is only the beginning. Deep then kept striking left then right. Shameless 2-0. Shameless 3-0. Hitting up then down. Shameless 4-0. Shameless 5-0. As he swung the rod, Deep then's eyes turned completely white. Shameless 6-0. The final strike shook the ground. Shameless plus. Jang Duong lay flat on the ground, his face swollen, unconscious, blood trickling from his nose. Deep then landed heavily, exhaling a deep breath. Let's see what kind of treasures you've been hoarding. His laughter shattered the silence of the night. It's time for celebration. Sitting atop his pile of loot, Deep then laughed gleefully. Jang Duong really was a wealthy landlord. Such a fat prize. He struck a cool pose, pointing ahead. Now there's only you left. T-letter 1A3 Kao-min. Deep then's eyes gleamed. He had yet to fight someone from the true Yang realm head-on. Kao-min was wandering alone in the forest. Have you found Deep then's whereabouts yet? He shouted into the sound-transmitting talisman. I'm asking you all, where are you? The symbols on the talisman flickered a few times, but after a while there was still no response. Kao-min frowned slightly and guessed. Could it be that Deep then has already entered the inner sect? Duong V and Jang Duong found out he left, so they left too. He grew angry and cursed continuously. You two rotten bastards, leaving without calling me once, making me suffer searching here. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. The anger of senior brother Ta is not small indeed. Kao-min turned toward the source of the sound, his hand holding the talisman gradually loosening. Clenching his fist decisively, Kao-min challenged, Deep then, you've come at the right time. Deep then stood with his arms crossed proudly. I also think it's just the right time. His entire being burned with heroic spirit. If we're still in the wild forest, yet you dare appear before me, then today you're not leaving. Deep then smiled provocatively. I won't leave. Come, solo. Kao-min snorted coldly, his foot stomping heavily on the ground. He struck out with a massive palm of energy. Such big talk. Deep then extended 2 fingers, releasing a bolt of lightning in response. Thunder dash. The golden and blue energies clashed violently, their powers equal. For the moment neither could prevail. Kao-min placed one hand on the ground and shouted, no matter how strong you are, in my eyes you're nothing. From his palm radiated a purple light, spreading into the ground. A giant purple dragon head emerged behind him. Earth Dragon Technique. Deep then's entire body began to emit flames, patterns forming in his eyes. A fire dragon was summoned from his very flames. Earth Dragon Technique. Kao-min was stunned by what he saw before him. Deep then's face showed a triumphant smile. How do you know the Earth Dragon Technique? A massive explosion shook the entire area, the heavens and earth trembling as Kao-min was blown far away. He frowned slightly and shouted, where did you steal the Earth Dragon art from? Deep then retorted sharply, you ask and I have to answer, am I your father? Kaomin unleashed another move while scolding, "Such a filthy mouth. Then I'll keep hitting you until you talk." Earth Dragon Seal. Deep then was not one to back down. Greedy Mountain Fist, Azure Dragon Fist. The two once again created a heaven-shaking explosion. Kaomin released a move. A dragon flew straight toward Deep then. With firm eyes, a strange mark appeared in Deep then's pupils. This secret technique is quite interesting. Deep then also shouted loudly, "Azure Dragon Fist." He punched the ground, and a golden dragon burst out, clashing with Kaomin's dragon. The two dragons charged into each other without hesitation. Another explosion erupted as they collided. Kaomin was full of doubt. What kind of monster is this guy? He even knows Azure Dragon Fist. He was still thinking, a mere condensation stage cultivator can last this long against me without losing, in terms of strength alone. Even an outer sect disciple would struggle to defeat him. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Deep then rushed in with a punch to the stomach. He mocked sarcastically, "Senior Brother Ta, fighting without focus, you'll lose miserably." Those words made Kaomin furious. Kaomin summoned countless swords and sent them raining down. Flying flow sword formation. He raised his hand and several blades shot toward Deep then. Deep then's eyes remained firm. This is a bit troublesome. At that moment, Deep then summoned his swords to form a battle array against Kaomin. Heavenly Guard sword formation. He summoned countless swords and shouted loudly, "Now it's my turn, go." Hundreds of swords stabbed downward, creating a fierce and brutal scene. Kaomin quickly slid backward to dodge. He took out a magical artifact just in time to block the strike. A surge of abundant purple spiritual energy burst out. The vitality shot straight up into the sky. He then used his artifact to unleash a powerful beam of spiritual force. Taking the advantage, Kaomin shouted loudly, "Suppress for me." Deep then froze for a moment, spiritual energy. Another explosion occurred, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing that scene, Kaomin became even more smug. "Kai Condensation Realm is Kai Condensation Realm. What can you use to fight me?" But suddenly his expression turned to one of terror. Deep then had to use all his strength to withstand the fierce spiritual energy attacks. He was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Yet even so, Deep then stubbornly shouted, "Open for me." Seeing Deep then slowly gaining the upper hand, alone resisting that terrifying spiritual force, Kaomin bit his finger and used a secret technique. He raised his hand and drew a character in blood sacrifice. Empowered by the ritual, Kaomin's spiritual beam became even more destructive, forcing Deep then into danger as he spat out blood. Kaomin grinned wickedly, continuing his spell. "Let's see how long you can endure." He aimed directly at Deep then and attacked, sending you to the afterlife. Hit by Kaomin's strike, Deep then's breathing became labored, again with spiritual energy. "Trash bullying me just because I'm not at the true Yang realm, right?" Forcing himself to recover, Deep then counterattacked, dragon subduing. Golden rays of light illuminated the entire space. The powerful force shot straight toward him, the two energies clashing head-on. Deep then's strength began to overwhelm his opponent. Kaomin's mirror shattered. His face darkened, even spitting blood. This guy actually used his bare hands to counter spiritual energy. His eyes widened as he watched Deep then's dragon-subduing technique grow larger and more dazzling. Deep then's fire dragon drew close to Kaomin's face, leaving him utterly shocked. "This is impossible." Deep then commanded the dragon boldly, "Climb up," and his words were followed by Kaomin's terrified screams. Deep then withdrew the technique. The mirror crashed heavily to the ground. Kaomin lay sprawled out, groaning weakly, "I don't believe it. How could this be?" While Deep then stood panting, drained of strength. His face was covered in scratches, muttering in disbelief, "Impossible." Step by step, Deep then slowly picked up the mirror. "You only relied on this thing, and yet dared to wave your hands before me." He mocked arrogantly. "True Yang realm, what kind of trash is that? You're nothing at all." Being ridiculed, Kaomin grew agitated. "You." But now he had no strength left to resist. Lying helplessly on the ground, Deep Then's eyes turned indifferent. It's over. He savored his victory. At last, everything has been taken. The next morning at the exit of the wilderness forest, the people who participated in the hunt for Deep Then were talking noisily. The 3-day deadline is coming. What is this situation? Why has Deep Then still not come out? Tavan seriously reasoned. This is not right. If Deep Then had already been dealt with, then Duong V and his group should have come out earlier. No one has come out these past 2 days. What are they doing inside? Husband and wife Hung Nhi were also very worried for Deep Then's safety. Hok Dang turned his neck, frowned, and said, "Why do I have a bad feeling?" And Guyet Nhi also agreed. This matter is really strange. T How standing nearby spoke mockingly. Deep Then, even if you are stronger, you cannot enter the inner sect. Maybe you have become a useless person who cannot cultivate. His words were extremely harsh. Just wait, sooner or later I will kill you. So Hyen stood high up, crossed her arms, and scolded Deep Then, "You stinky kid, every time you make me worry." She frowned very angrily. "Hurry out here for me. Stop pretending." Dao Hyen stood next to her, comforting her. "When it is time to come out, he will come out. Junior sister, do not be impatient." But before he could calm her anger, So Hyen turned fiercely to shout, "Old man, if Deep Then still does not come out, you will look bad." He was scared, sweating. "This has nothing to do with me." Suddenly someone shouted loudly, "Someone is coming out! Someone is coming out!" The 4 people, Tavan, Hung Nhi and Guyet Nhi and So Hyen, all turned to look. At that moment Deep Then ran out of the forest, followed by fierce chasing. Deep Then, do not run. He ran around shouting for help. "Save me, master." Everyone was surprised. What is this situation? Tavan was so shocked, he choked. Hung Nhi stood frozen. "Oh damn," and Nhu Hyen quickly covered her eyes, because at that moment Deep Then was being chased by a group of young men. Wearing only shorts, bare-chested. Deep Then, stop for me. I want to kill you, he shouted loudly, calling for help. "Master, save me." Killing innocent people in broad daylight. Dao Hyen could not believe what was happening before his eyes. This is too lawless. Voengan was helpless, speechless. Finally Dao Hyen stepped forward to stop the chaos. He shouted, "Insolent." He ordered the naked group, "The wilderness trial has ended. Stop at once." Deep Then quickly hid behind So Hyen's back, even tattled. "Master, look, they are still threatening me with their expressions." But she quickly scolded him, "Shut up." At this time Voengan realized something not right, still missing one person. Dao Hyen also looked around in confusion. So Hyen questioned Deep Then, "Where is Ta Kao Min?" He stammered, replying, "Still inside the wilderness forest." Tavan and the others huddled together, looking at Kayumin. Heaven. Was it really necessary? This is too much. Seeing Kayumin's miserable state, Hok Dang was stunned. This was done by Deep Then. Tavan felt the pain for him. He really did not hold back this time. The group of young men suddenly dropped to their knees, the sound of their knees hitting the ground echoing. They began to wail pitifully, as if suffering great injustice. "Elders, Deep Then used despicable tricks to plot against us. Senior brother Ta Kaomin was defeated by him. Please, elders, give us justice." The elders looked at each other in surprise. Deep Then, calm and composed, defended himself. "Honorable elders, they attacked me first. I had no choice but to use such methods to protect my life. The wild forest trial never stated that cunning tactics were forbidden, did it?" Then he turned towards So Hyen, massaging her shoulders flatteringly. "Master, please speak on my behalf." Hung Nhi stepped forward, scolding the others. "Shameless brats, over a dozen of you ganged up on one man, and you still complain about him using tricks. What did you expect me to stand still and let you beat him?" One of the disciples tried to retort, "You but..." Dao Hyen raised his hand solemnly enough. "Anyone who made it out of the wild forest has passed the trial. The wild forest assessment is hereby concluded." Deep Then smirked triumphantly, clearly amused at their frustration. Dao Hyen then announced to everyone, "From this day forth, you are all inner disciples. I hope you will continue to cultivate diligently as you did while in the outer sect. The sect will now provide abundant training resources for your progress. However, if you violate the sect's rules, I will not show mercy." With that, he and Elder Voengan rose into the air and departed. "You may all disperse." Still the 2 elders showed mercy and granted clothing to the half-naked disciples. "Fix your attire before speaking again." Zhang Duong and Fong Tao accepted the garments amid Dao Hyen's mocking tone. "Aren't you ashamed, bearing your behinds like that?" Once dressed, the 2 stormed off in anger, shouting back at Deep Then, "Deep Then, just you wait." Deep Then sneered, "Wait. For you beep at worst, I'll strip you both naked again. Tavan and Hope Dang burst into laughter, throwing an arm around Tavan's shoulders. Deep then grinned. It's not every day we get to celebrate like this. How about a few drinks tonight? Drink, of course. Not going home till we're drunk. Just then So Hyen appeared, her gentle voice laced with deadly intent. You want to drink him? Deep then froze, his face pale and spine cold. She calmly brushed her hair aside and smiled sweetly. Your master will take you out for a drink, enough for a lifetime. Sweating bullets. Deep then tried to refuse. Master, perhaps we should, but So Hyen cut him off. Your master will also show you your new home. Before he could react, she grabbed him by the collar and soared into the sky, leaving Hope Dang and Tavan staring in horror. Both pressed their palms together, praying earnestly. Brother Deep, stay safe. Brother Deep, have a nice trip. A while later, on a bare rock outcrop, So Hyen scolded Deep then non-stop. You brat, you really have skill indeed. Deep then had been beaten again. He sat curled on the ground listening to her scolding. What if a female disciple were sent into the wilderness? Would you strip her naked? He cried out, full of grievance. They attacked me first by banding together. So Hyen questioned him. Then did you strip her naked? Deep then turned his face away in helplessness. Damn, he acted innocent and claimed it was not his fault after all. Do not wrongly accuse me. He even provoked her further. If you want to beat me, then beat me. I am used to it every day. The beatings have made me addicted to being hit. So Hyen was enraged to the limit and pinched his ear. How dare you call yourself I am? Who are you calling I am? Who do you want to rebel? He begged her in pain. It hurts. I was wrong, master. You are. I am your grandson. Am I not his grandson? Deep then rubbed his reddened ear, filled with resentment. Is he really my master this time? You really cannot blame me. So Hyen sighed deeply. Of course, I know I cannot blame you. She spoke earnestly to Deep. Then just do not every time you fix things cause such a stir. Okay, do not always strip people naked. Are you a pervert? Actually, she was quite pleased with this disciple of hers, an intern at the Kai condensation realm, who in the wilderness trial had handled all the inner sect disciples sent in. This is not something anyone can do, so she was naturally very satisfied with this disciple. So Hyen took out 2 glittering green rings, the Moonlight 7-star bracelets. A reward for you. Seeing the gift, his eyes lit up, joyful like a puppy. I told you taking that beating was not wasted. She kindly told him put them on. Deep then happily put them on and asked eagerly, not bad, master. Do the Moonlight 7-star bracelets have any power? So Hyen answered yes. She smiled meaningfully, performed a spell, and ordered the bracelet open. The bracelet began to activate, emitting bolts of electricity around it, making him puzzled. Immediately the change in the bracelet left Deep, then astonished, and exclaiming its weight pulled his whole body down, creating a giant column of smoke. So Hyen excitedly asked, how does it feel? Deep then coughed and marveled, why is it so heavy? He frowned, looking at her. At least 250 kilograms. Is this the power of the Moonlight 7-star bracelets pulling you down? So Hyen asked innocently. Otherwise, what did you think? Deep then turned to throw a tantrum, demanding the bracelet be returned. I do not need it. I do not want to wear this damned thing all day. If I fight someone and do not get killed by them, I will be exhausted and collapse. She threatened him. Do not waste effort once you wear the Moonlight 7-star bracelets. Unless I lift the restriction for you, you cannot take them off. Only then did he realize. His face went pale. How did it fall like this? Su Hyen sat relaxing, leaning on a big tree branch. She crossed her arms, looking down at Deep, then who was below, and said, starting from today, you will carry it to cultivate. Above it there are 7 stars. When 1 star shines, the weight will be 250 kilograms. After you adapt to the weight of 250 kilograms, the 2nd star will automatically light up. The weight will increase to 500 kilograms. On his hands were 2 mysterious green bracelets. They tightly wrapped around Deep then's wrists and continuously shone. He sat on the ground, blankly looking up. Each time 1 more star lights up, the weight will increase by 250 kilograms. When all 7 stars are bright, the restriction will automatically be released. Hearing Su Hyen say so, inside Deep then felt endlessly wronged. He gritted his teeth and looked up at her, saying, if I carry it to fight, not being cut to death would be strange. Su Hyen slightly smiled, leaning on the tree behind, and said, if you want to become stronger, how can you not suffer a bit? The Moon Shadow 7-star bracelets can pierce your roots, can stimulate your potential to the highest degree. After that, she yawned long and closed both eyes, lazily raised her hand stretching and requested to Deep then, give you 1 day to adapt. 1 day later will be the hell training that I specially set for you. He looked at Su Hyan confusedly, raised his eyebrows full of curiosity. Hell training. Hearing this, Deep then felt not right about this way. Isn't this a joke? This crazy woman don't be fooled by her beauty, but any strange thing she can do. After stretching her body, she jumped down from the tree, gently landed beside him. Su Hyan smiled gently, turned her head to Deep then kindly saying, "Come, let Master take you to visit Jade Maiden Peak around." As soon as she finished, she quickly jumped up from there. He also couldn't see her figure anywhere. Su Hyan flew swiftly across the sky, reached before a dark hall, and pointed her hand toward it introducing, "This is Jade Maiden Pavilion. Normally I cultivate here." Deep then was not very interested and replied casually. She didn't care about him, happily flew quickly pointing to another place saying, "Over there is a lake, called Jade Spirit Pool. Soaking the body in that lake can heal injuries. Later you will have to go there often." He had dead fish eyes, not looking even once. His face expressionless, unconsciously shouted. Su Hyan flew at an extremely fast speed. She smiled with eyes narrowed, enthusiastically guiding. "Have you seen that shiny stone platform? That is Insight Stone. On normal days when you have nothing to do, then go sit there more. It helps enlightenment." At this time, Su Hyan could not bear Deep then ignoring everything. She slightly turned back, pouting, asking, "Why do you look like you have no interest? Your master is not someone who casually guides others." He no longer had the appearance like before. Instead, Deep then's face became irritated, frowning tightly, saying, "Can you put me down first or not?" Su Hyan was holding the back of his collar, dragging him. Deep then now was floating, being pulled uncomfortably, shouting, "The way you drag is really like walking a dog." Su Hyan did not react when scolded. She still gently smiled to Deep then saying, "Good words." However, her action was opposite of her words. Su Hyan without hesitation released her hand from his collar. Right after that, she calmly slowly landed on the ground, while Deep then without force could only fearfully watch himself fall face first into the ground. He tiredly crawled up, seeing before him a stone door, then wondered, "Where is this place?" Su Hyan stood nearby. She looked up and answered, "This is Jade Spirit Cave Mansion. This place normally cannot be approached." Deep then regained his spirit. He stood up and went behind Su Hu. The two were still lingering outside the stone gate. Deep then walking behind So Hyan curiously asked, "Master, besides you and me, is there a third person on Jade Maiden Peak?" She walked ahead leisurely, replying, "Pointless question, of course. There is someone. If it were only me, would I not truly become a lonely person after bringing him to this place?" So Hyan tiredly closed her eyes and instructed Deep, "Then remember my words. Normally, without my permission, you are not allowed to approach this place. This place has a reinforced seal, but it does not completely cut off connection with the outside world. The noise from outside will affect the seclusion." He made a few small sounds of acknowledgement, then rubbed his chin, pouting as he looked away. Who could be so capable to be valued by Master enough to cultivate here? Not letting Deep then dwell too deeply on this, she raised her voice, changing the subject, and told him, "What are you standing there for? I am taking you to that person." Deep then quickly responded without making So Hyan, "Wait here, I come." The next moment, the figures of the two flashed across to another spot. She grabbed him by the collar as they flew forward, asking, "How do you find this bamboo forest?" Deep then seemed too used to being dragged like this, calmly answering, "Very good, quiet and secluded. Truly a fine place to cultivate." Hearing that she could not help but be curious while running, she turned back to look at him expectantly and asked, "Then why are you sitting cross-legged?" Deep then folded his arms, ignoring So Hyan, and proudly replied, "I am not sitting cross-legged. This is my final act of defiance." Hearing that, she curved her lips slightly, then burst into laughter without hesitation. So Hyan let go of his collar, turned around, and said calmly, "Then you stay defiant yourself. I am going to sleep." Deep then froze as he felt himself suspended in midair. His eyes widened before he fell straight down, screaming at the top of his lungs. She laughed joyfully, saying, "Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow your hellish training begins." Deep then's face was covered with blood. He struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth and cursing, "Always making me fall. Just you wait. When I become strong, we will see how I deal with you." In front of him was a fairly large house nestled deep within the bamboo forest. He sat up, looked toward it, and muttered, "Still, I have to say this house is really not bad." After sitting for a while Deep then began to notice the two bracelets on his wrists. He lifted them up, murmuring, "These lousy toys are really heavy. Since wearing them my strength and speed have been suppressed even more than with the Heavenly Palace heavy sword. With these Moonlight 7-star bracelets restraining me, even 60% of my strength is hard to draw out." His face softened, his gaze became wistful, and he smiled faintly. "It feels a little like home." After a while Deep then quickly got used to the place. He stood in the yard training hard. He swung his arms here, then leaped there, launching moves continuously at a fast pace, thinking to himself, "I must adapt quickly like that." Many hours passed. The small candle in the room flickered brightly. His cheerful voice echoed through the air. Over 600,000 Deep then sat cross-legged neatly among his belongings, excitedly examining them and laughing proudly. "Those brats usually horrid enough for me to use for a while." The night sky was pitch black and silent. Deep then climbed up to the roof, sat firmly, and drank wine. His face was soaked in sweat. Breathing heavily, he wiped it with his hand and spoke, "Hellish training. I am not afraid." Su Hyan landed first and instructed, "In the very long period ahead, he will be in charge of hitting you." Deep then followed behind. "Don't. Hitting me is not allowed." He looked up, slightly frowning. The morning sunlight was gradually shining through every corner of the bamboo forest. "Early morning. I still have not woken up yet." Su Hyan grabbed the collar of Deep then and dragged him. "When you wake up it will already be too late." Suddenly he saw a figure standing in the middle of the training ground, quite eye-catching. "Who is that?" She gently smiled, softly replying, "That is Fong An, the one who will train you." Deep then pointed at the puppet, showing dissatisfaction. "Isn't that a puppet? Something like that can hit me." Su Hyan lifted the teapot and slowly poured into the cup. "Don't underestimate him. He can use mysterious secret arts." She sat leisurely enjoying the hot tea. "He is a profound grade puppet." Su Hyan sipped a mouthful of tea, then reminded, "Be careful not to be beaten, good disciple." One of Deep then's pupils turned orange. "Profound grade puppet, equivalent to a cultivator of our true Yang realm, that I allowed him to see through the opponent. 2 talismans. In one talisman sealed spiritual power. In another talisman sealed mysterious arts. Truly miraculous." Deep then rubbed his chin and began to calculate. "Another day I must also make a talisman like that and place it into the Zai Hyan puppet, so she can also use those mysterious talismans." Su Hyan raised 2 fingers and cast a hand seal. "Start." The puppet's eyes flashed with red light. Its senses began to receive signals from the brain. Right when Deep then was still dazed, it already struck out a palm. "Damn it." He sent out a lightning strike, blocking the puppet's attack. "Damn it." Ambushing this young master, not speaking reason. The power of the explosion made Deep then step back several meters. Smoke and dust filled the sky. He worriedly clenched his teeth tightly. The profound grade puppet, truly strong beyond ordinary. Deep then was almost motionless before the puppet's attacks. So fast, luckily, he still managed to jump high in time to dodge. "Damn you." Deep then pinched his 2 fingers together and pointed straight down one young finger. The puppet crossed its arms in front of its chest, bracing itself to take the strike. He was slightly stunned by its reaction. "Damn, what kind of material was this thing made from such a strong body?" Deep then switched to beast fist style ape leap. He continuously changed techniques. Tiger pounce. Suddenly Deep then grabbed the puppet's neck. He tightened his grip slowly. The puppet unexpectedly grabbed his arm back with strong force, startling him with just a slight lift of its arm. His entire body was flipped upside down. Something whizzed through the air, smashing straight into the ground, shattering the dirt and stones. Deep then lay limp on the ground, but the puppet still held his arm down. He coughed violently, his body covered in dust. Suddenly a bad feeling spread through him. His eyes began to glaze over. The puppet lifted him up high again. Ignoring his loud screams, it shifted to another spot on the arena floor, still cool to the touch, and slammed him down once more. The puppet gave Deep then the full experience of every angle of the arena floor. It only had to stand still and spin him around. By now Deep then's eyes had turned completely white, and he began to babble deliriously before the puppet finally hurled him far away. He landed face first on the ground, while So Hyun watched from the side smiling happily. Deep then coughed non-stop, struggling to stand up. Basically, he could not win. So Hyun asked softly, "How does it feel?" Deep then helplessly replied, "No more fighting. I will not fight anymore." Being suppressed in speed, being suppressed in strength, the opponent's body is hard, and there is an endless supply of spiritual energy. No matter what I do, I am being beaten. Tell me, how can I fight? She sat relaxed, enjoying tea, and continued to ask, "Whether to fight or not is not for you to decide." He also made an excuse, "I can fight, but you must remove this damn moon shadow 7-star bracelet for me. See if I don't beat him to death." So Hyun gave a sinister smile, not much to look at, but thinking the other way, also quite handsome. She spoke indifferently, making Deep then feel aggrieved and speechless. Cultivation. No matter what, one must suffer some pain. If you want to become stronger, you must first learn to endure blows. Being beaten often, the skin will naturally become thicker. Don't worry, you won't die. So Hyun threw him a pill, giving you 1 hour to recover. 1 hour later, Deep then was still continuing. There was a pair of sharp, cold eyes staring straight at him. He suddenly startled in panic. Deep then cursed silently, "This crazy woman." But he still swallowed it down and focused on recovering spiritual energy. Seeing that, So Hyun thought to herself, cultivation of the Kai condensation realm, being able to persist for 3 hours under continuous attack of the Fong An puppet. You truly make me feel unexpected. Time passed quickly. After 1 hour, a puppet controlled by So Hyun stood in front of her, watching Deep then cultivate. It looked at him with sharp and cold eyes. Deep then at that moment also felt somewhat fearful. The puppet flew forward, striking a palm toward Deep, then, making him a bit surprised, truly not even half a moment delayed. The moment the time arrived, it immediately attacked. Quickly, Deep then also used his special technique to counterattack, Ham Sun Fist. One of his strikes made the puppet disappear, but it also consumed a huge amount of spiritual energy, causing him to spit blood. Seeing that scene, So Hyun mocked, after only 1 round already spitting blood. Deep then, full of irritation, shouted, "Remove this damn bracelet for me. I will crush him crippled." So Hyun quickly replied, "Is this the reason you found for your master?" Deep then angrily argued, "Of course it is. I was already at a disadvantage, and you even used this damn bracelet to suppress my speed and strength. It would be strange if I could win." She closed her eyes, suppressing her anger. Deep then. So Hyun continued to explain, "That day when facing Zai Sam, you were dying but could still turn defeat into victory. Now facing a puppet without emotions, where has your undefeated belief gone?" At that moment, Deep then was full of confusion, but also realized something. So Hyun confided in Deep, then under oppression people will explode with potential different from ordinary ones. But what about you? From what I heard, all I could sense was resentment. There is a difference in strength between you and them. But is the gap only in power and speed? She continued, making Deep then fall deep into thought. From the very beginning you never had the belief to win. Once a person lacks that conviction, even if given greater strength, it will all be in vain. So Hyun looked up at the sky and added, "On the path of cultivation, there will naturally be trials. Nothing to fear. If your Tao heart is unstable when facing the thorns ahead, you may lose. But if you must lose, then do it in a way worthy of yourself." She looked at Deep then seriously and said, "Next, I will no longer command the seal shadow to stop attacking." So Hyun then flew away, leaving him there alone until the moment you fall. Deep then trained with all his might. One young finger, a surge of great energy struck the puppet, but it still had little effect. His eyes became resolute again. Once more Deep then gathered power in his hand and struck out, mountain crushing. He shouted fiercely, "Come on!" The puppet leapt into the air, dodging the blow, and launched a strike at his face. Deep then growled, "I have never been afraid of hardship." The puppet unleashed a blow that shook the heavens and the earth. Its kick hit Deep, then making him roar kill from afar. So Hyun watched the fierce battle with heavy emotions. Deep then, "Do not blame your master for being too harsh." Her expression darkened. "From the moment you became my disciple, it was already destined that you would have to bear this mission." The profound level puppet continuously launched attacks to suppress Deep then, its blows exhausting him and covering his body in wounds. Deep then landed on the ground with blood still at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with hatred staring at it. He clenched his teeth tightly and encouraged himself. Deep then, you cannot lose, you do not deserve to lose. Could it be that you still want to? Deep then's pupils flashed red, his eyebrows furrowed in thought. Being thrown away once again. He clenched his fists so tightly that flames burst out and shouted loudly, "Savage wilderness body training." Deep then strained his body and roared as he used the technique, savage wilderness body training, tempering bones and marrow, refining tendons and meridians, hardening blood and spirit, polishing skin and flesh. Even though immediately after that, within the flames burning around his body, he vomited blood. On the opposite side, the profound level puppet had just landed on the ground. Its eyes flashed red and it moved toward Deep then, while on the opposite side he also maintained savage wilderness body training as he advanced. The two began charging at each other. The battle was evenly matched. Deep then suddenly exerted all his strength and shouted loudly, "Come on!" His iron fist struck the profound level puppet's body with great force, and the friction of their bodies created a huge explosion. Finally, a large crater was formed. Deep then was struck down lying sprawled on the ground. It seemed that he had been severely injured, when suddenly a woman approached. Su Hyan sat down and gently stroked Deep then's head, then softly said, "This is who you truly are. Although defeated, your battle spirit remains." The night sky gradually descended, and the night mist began to cover the mountain peak. At a lake, the Jade Spirit Pool of Jade Maiden Peak. There he was soaking himself to heal. The clear blue water of the lake shimmered, steaming with heat, together with the spiritual energy that aided recovery. Deep then soaked in the lake, his back leaning against the edge, eyes closed, lying comfortably. His body seemed to have recovered somewhat, so Deep then subconsciously opened his eyes and looked around in a daze. He muttered softly, "This is the Jade Spirit Pool." Su Hyan stood at the opposite shore and spoke, "You are awake." Seeing her, he called out, "Master, this." But before he could ask, Su Hyan stopped him. "First, do not say anything. Your master has something to ask you." Her eyes narrowed with concern as she asked, "Is it that you are hiding something from me?" Deep then repeated the question, then thought for a moment and confirmed, "There is nothing hidden from you, no." So Hyan lowered her voice slightly and asked again, "Are you sure?" Then he swam from the other side of the lake, and as he climbed up said, "I am 100% certain. How could I hide anything from you?" Then he stood naked with arms outstretched before her and swore, "I am standing naked before you. How could I?" So Hyan helplessly said, "Shut up. Who wants to see you naked?" She set the medicine tray down to one side and wondered. Then this is strange. The spiritual energy in the Jade Spirit container is so abundant. You were already at the peak of Kai condensation realm. Given that you should have broken through to the human origin realm by now, why are you still at Kai condensation realm? So Hyan gently picked up a bottle of medicine and said, "Maybe it is because your aptitude is too poor." Then she poured the bottle into the lake with a slightly petulant voice and said, "If you do not want to speak, then fine. I will not ask much. What will you use poor aptitude to cover up? If your aptitude is poor, how can you let others live?" Deep then scratched his head and awkwardly replied, "Thank you, master." So Hyan turned to look at him, then teased, "Thick-skinned indeed. I just complimented you in passing and you actually accepted it." But Deep then's expression turned serious and he said, "This thank you from Deep then is to thank master for spending much thought and care." He clasped his hands in return, eyes sharp and sincere said, "Fighting life and death is how one forges an invincible fighting will." Then he bowed in thanks. Deep then, "Thank you master for nurturing me." Thinking to tease, she did not expect this scene. Her eyes widened, cheeks flushed, both surprised and shy, thinking. He still hid from her that he had opened the elixir sea with So Hyan. Reaching Kai condensation, one can open the elixir sea. He is an exception. Compared to a normal Kai condensation person, his breakthrough is harder, not just 10 times. This bow comes from the bottom of his heart to become So Hyan's disciple, although he suffered much pain. Under this oppression his cultivation path could become richer. Out of pride she turned her back and looked up while pouring medicine and warned loudly. "What are you suddenly patting your horse butt for? Do you want to beg me to be lenient?" Deep then thought she misunderstood, so awkwardly replied, "Not really." So Hyen played coy and asked, "So what do you actually want? Do not say you do not beg for anything. I do not believe you." And he behind was a bit panicked, explaining that, "Master, may I go down the mountain for a few rounds? Since entering the inner sect I have not yet had a chance to see what the inner sect looks like." So Hyen's voice teasingly asked, "To go meet your little lover?" Deep then helplessly cried out, "Oh mom, this is my first time coming to the inner sect. Where would I get a little lover?" She calmly set the bottle down, then said, "Whether you have one is your business." So Hyen still turned her back to him, voice sulky, said, "You may go down the mountain, but first you must defeat the phantoms. If you can defeat him today, then I will let you down the mountain today. If you can defeat him tomorrow, then I will let you down the mountain tomorrow." Suddenly she turned to him with affectionate eyes and said, "If you never beat him all your life, then stay on Jade Maiden Peak for your whole life." Deep then imitated her tone and mocked back in the same manner. "If you never beat him all your life, then stay on Jade Maiden Peak waiting a whole life." Then he returned to his usual voice after a moment and asked, "Crazy woman, I am not leaving. Are you going to feed me?" After saying that, Deep then bit his lip, anxiously thinking how to defeat the mysterious level puppet. How can he possibly knock him down? Explosions echoed everywhere, along with the sound of rebellious shouting ringing out continuously. "I fight." The sky was gradually darkening in a large training ground within the forest. Deep then, covered in wounds and looking utterly disheveled, struggled to stand up. Damn it. He refused to submit, forcefully leaping up to attack his opponent once again. But the outcome was the same. Not even a second had passed before he was slammed down. The other person did not stop, delivering another blow that sent Deep then flying far away. His body was suspended in midair, and he quickly reacted, bringing his hands forward to gather his strength. Deep then regained his stance, his eyes blazing with furious determination, his fists clenched tightly. But then, his posture turned upside down, head below and legs above. Night had fallen, at the foot of a tall mountain somewhere. Suengayat and he had still not ended their training session. Deep then had been moved to a riverside location, but his posture remained the same. Time seemed to have passed for a long while, the sky now pitch black dotted with glittering stars. His appearance before and now seemed almost identical, as if time had rewound. Finally, he made a new movement, channeling energy into his hand and shouting the technique's name, Dragon Resistance. Immediately after, a massive golden dragon appeared and charged forward. He let out a sigh of relief, smiling with satisfaction as he looked at the powerful explosion, finally able to adapt to the suppression of this 7-star bracelet. But to defeat that guy, still not enough. Regaining his spirit, he bent his knees, posing himself while thinking inwardly, "Not a single flaw anywhere, unless our strength is equal in rank. Otherwise it's very difficult to defeat him. This guy is truly troublesome." Suddenly, one of Deep Then's eyes turned golden, and he was startled, looking up. The profound level puppet had appeared before him, its fist ready to strike. Deep then revealed a crooked smile, with a cunning feeling as he thought to himself, "If there is a flaw, perhaps it is right there." Deep then from afar fiercely charged forward, thinking to himself, "The shadow puppet can use unlimited secret techniques and magic because it has spiritual power to sustain it. If I destroy the talisman sealing that spiritual power, the secret techniques and magic sealed inside the shadow puppet's body will lose their effect." With those analytical thoughts in mind, "It's because I thought too complicated." He powerfully drew his sword and combined it with the technique, Scarlet Flame. The profound level puppet quickly raised its hand, purple aura spread around it, ready to block the strike. On one side, the spear was wrapped in blazing flames thrusting forward. On the other, the sinister technique carried inner energy and dark aura advancing. The two collided. A violent explosion created a massive smoke sphere. Deep then couldn't stand and was blown away. He looked downward, his brows furrowed in surprise. Deep then seized the moment, threw his sword with full force. It's now. The profound level puppet, expressionless, still dazed, hadn't yet reacted. He followed up with a move to block its retreat. Deep then decisively thrust his hand down. Break. Following the command, the sword imbued with fierce energy pierced through its body. After finishing off the opponent, he gently landed. Without spiritual power, you cannot use secret techniques or magic. You're just a pile of scrap metal. Deep then's spirit burned fiercely. Flames surrounded him, blazing higher. This time it's my turn. He straightened his body fully, eyes filled with determination, shouting loudly, "Let's see if I can finish you off beautifully." The technique, mountain-crushing fist, was unleashed. The once flat ground now erupted into rocks combined with powerful bursts, leaping to attack the profound level puppet. Deep then took the chance to vent his pent-up anger, pushing forward strongly. "You bastard. Finally I can vent this rage." Heat surged. He charged fiercely with a loud roar. A chest punch released his stifled fury. The intense light pierced straight through its body. Thunder palm, break. Deep then tightly grasped the talisman, raising it high with pride. He gradually landed steadily. The profound level puppet was struck headfirst into the ground. Good stuff. He smiled brightly, joyfully lifting his hand without letting go of the reward. It could be installed inside the body of the violet puppet. Deep then after the victory, his cold eyes swept down at the unmoving profound level puppet. The corner of his lips slightly curved, his voice low and sinister. "Finally, it's my turn to deal with you." Right after that, he stomped his foot hard on the stone ground, producing a loud echo, the force spreading outward. Deep then suddenly gathered strength. His leg swung a heavy kick, sending the profound level puppet flying into the air. In that instant, his robe fluttered, his eyes gleamed with mockery. His hoarse, cold voice resounded, "Profound level puppet, right?" Before the puppet's body still suspended in midair, Deep then immediately circulated his inner power. In just a moment, his palm condensed with golden spiritual energy, dazzling light. He opened his mouth, right in front of me. Without a second of hesitation, Deep then spun around and unleashed a heavy kick. The rolling force slammed straight into the puppet's body, shaking it violently. In that instant, his eyes flashed with ridicule, and his mocking words came out full of contempt, "All just younger brothers." Then, Deep then continuously attacked. Each punch struck directly into the puppet's face, relentless like a storm, making it only able to endure, completely powerless before that fierce onslaught. As if bored already, at that moment, Deep then suddenly reached out, neatly grabbing both legs of the profound level puppet. He exerted force, his muscles strained tight, his face twisted from the pressure, then suddenly roared loudly. What was meant to come finally came. Deep then poured strength to twist the puppet's body backward, then hurled it violently onto the cold stone ground. The terrifying impact sent rocks scattering. Deep then was exhausted, his breathing heavy, his face shadowed and tense, yet he still growled provocatively, "Hit me now." Though utterly weary, Deep then did not stop. He once again seized the puppet's legs, lifted it high, exuding fierce aura, preparing to slam it down again. A violent explosion echoed. The place where Deep then and the profound level puppet stood instantly became the center of the quake. Dust and rocks exploded skyward. Amid the earth-shattering noise, mixed endlessly were the sounds of torment. His roaring voice struck down rhythmically. "This is for hitting me. This is for hitting me." When the smoke cleared, there appeared Deep then dragging along the stumbling profound level puppet. Its appearance pitiful. He roared loudly, "Down." Seeing the puppet still stubbornly refusing to fall, Deep then immediately growled in fury, launching a blow that smashed it straight into the stone floor. Another violent explosion erupted. Amidst the thick smoke, he growled, "Take that." The smoke gradually faded. Deep then lowered his body, both feet firmly on the stone ground. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he slowly walked closer. His gaze swept across the shattered body of the puppet. A faint sigh slipped from the corner of his lips. Had I known, I would have held back a bit. Before the soulless, lifeless face of the profound level puppet, Deep then's deep voice still resonated. Besides the two seals of secret technique and spiritual power within its body, there must still be other restraints. He helplessly raised his hand covering half his face, his tone regretful. Such a pity, earlier I was beaten too much. When I struck back I only focused on venting my anger. Ended up breaking many of the restraints. Deep then took out the talisman in his hand, gazed at it attentively for a long while, then murmured in a deep tone, "Truly marvelous, to be able to seal secret techniques and magic inside a talisman. The Grand Master who first created this puppet art of the Hangyu sect must have been a cultivator of extraordinary skill." Suddenly, from afar came a clear voice calling out. So Hyan flew over, speaking softly, "Deep then, you should go heal your wounds now." As she approached, seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but be shocked. Her face changed, her voice trembling in surprise. This, how could it be? So Hyan immediately changed her expression, her face flaring up in anger. She shouted loudly, her voice trembling with rage, "Countless superior materials, secret techniques and spells along with spirit talismans of spiritual power painstakingly refined, now all turned into—" Before she could finish her words, So Hyan's gaze lowered, catching the avoiding expression of Deep then and the body of the mysterious level puppet, now only a pile of shattered scrap metal. Thinking that Deep then would be sensible and stay silent, unexpectedly he raised his head. His clear voice rang out, "Master, I defeated him already." Deep then seemed not to care at all about So Hyan's expression, raised his hand to scratch his neck, his face showing a bit of joy, speaking to ask if he could go down the mountain now. On one side, So Hyan trembled with anger, her whole body kneeling down, her gloomy voice choked. "Still want to go down the mountain?" He still did not realize the calamity close by, his foolish face blank, asking with innocent tone, "Wasn't it said already? Defeat him and I can go down the mountain." Seeing her disciple foolish to the point of unbearable, So Hyan exploded with fury, shouting straight at Deep then's face, saying, "You defeat him, not tell you to destroy him, you house wrecker." Deep then, though strong, but before the majesty of his master, still could not help trembling. Seeing her angry, he stammered, defending himself. Seeing her angry, he trembled. "Broke him already, but can repair him." So Hyan, as if hearing the most ridiculous thing in life, could not hold back. She roared like a shrew, venting anger right before Deep, then speaking out several lessons. "Repair? Do you know how rare the materials to refine a mysterious level puppet are? Do you know how much spiritual power is needed to refine one?" Yet he still shamelessly, without any sign of remorse, "Then cannot blame me, right? Besides, wasn't it you who told me to hit him?" Being blamed in reverse by Deep then, So Hyan froze, her eyes wide open in astonishment, only uttered a short sound, her voice lost, as if her nerve was struck. So Hyan bit her lips slightly, her eyes flashing with calculation, her voice lowered. "Want to go down the mountain is fine." Without hesitation, So Hyan immediately channeled her inner force. A palm strike surged like waves, sweeping straight at Deep, then throwing him far away over 100 meters. In the muffled scream of dissatisfaction, her voice echoed loudly, "Get down there." After that, So Hyan softly exhaled a long breath. Her face gradually softened, her silent eyes showing a trace of helplessness. She murmured, "Still underestimated this brat." The figure of So Hyan quietly stood in contemplation amid the desolate scenery, her eyes covered with emotion. In her heart arose ripples. Normally even true Yang realm basically cannot subdue the shadow puppet, yet was beaten into a pile of scrap metal by this brat. "Brat, in the future, you will surely make the great So famous." Suddenly, from the void burst forth a mysterious purple light, dazzling as if tearing apart the night appeared. So Hyan, slightly startled before the purple light, immediately turned her head. When she saw the scene before her eyes briefly shone. Lin Nhi has emerged from seclusion. Behind, groups of disciples walked and whispered, words continuously stabbing at Deep. Then, "It is that guy." Buried alive nearly 100 inner sect disciples, even stripped all their clothes. Just a Kai condensation realm, unusually strong, cannot be certain. Deep then, as if not hearing, his expression calm, muttering to himself, "The spiritual energy is 3 times denser than the outer sect. truly worthy of the inner sect, really full of true Yang realm disciples. He as if saw something, paused a bit then wondered. Van Bao Pavilion. Deep then looked at the building with the sign Van Bao Pavilion ahead, his eyes doubtful, muttering, the inner sect also has Van Bao Pavilion. Let's see if there are any treasures. Stepping inside, he could not take his eyes off the treasures around, glancing over each one, muttering, indeed all good stuff. This thing is too expensive. Forget it, see another one. This jade bottle is nice. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, 30,000 spirit stones. Seeing the sky-high price, Deep then sighed, his hand about to put down the bottle. Forget it. But nearby someone gently stepped closer, voice probing, Deep then right. He turned his head, confused, his eyes full of surprise. Deep then stood frozen watching Elder Bang approach step by step, his eyes showing doubt. He wondered, the elder knows me, he replied calmly, his tone a bit teasing. Nonsense. I'm afraid there are few people in Hang and Hack sect who don't know you. Seeing the elder speak so plainly, Deep then awkwardly covered his mouth and coughed, thinking to himself, true, it's my fault for causing too much commotion when entering the inner sect. After a brief silence, Elder Bang calmly asked, you came to my Van Bao Pavilion to look for what? Deep then replied honestly, and without haste, Elder Bang, I came to see if there were any talismans for sale. He explained, talismans are divided into many types. Which kind do you mean? The young man quickly described. The type of talisman that seals spiritual energy inside. The same kind placed in the puppet's body. Hearing that, Elder Bang understood. He took a few steps forward and said, that would be the gathering spirit talisman. Deep then quickly followed, uncertain, I think that's it. Without waiting, Elder Bang clasped his hands and explained. Only a profound grade puppet can use the gathering spirit talisman. What do you want it for? He seemed to realize something and hesitated. Could it be? Shocked, Elder Bang suddenly turned back and asked, do you have a profound grade puppet? Deep then calmly denied, I don't have a profound grade puppet, but I do have a human grade one. To prove his words, Deep then quickly took out a human grade puppet. Speaking seriously, please take a look. Elder Bang, this is her, he exclaimed in surprise. After recovering, the elder asked with suspicion, why is this puppet in your possession? Seeing his changing expression, the youth asked, Elder, you know this puppet? Elder Bang frowned, recalling the image of the human grade puppet among others. He revealed, this puppet is one of the earliest ones crafted by the first-generation sect master of Hang and Hack. Because many of its functions were incomplete, it was sealed away. The elder pointed at the puppet and questioned, how did she end up in your hands? Deep then honestly replied, I bought it from the Van Bao Pavilion of the Outer Sect. Elder Bang looked doubtful. Outer Sect. As if realizing something, his face darkened. Clutching his head, he sighed, my brother, why do you sell everything like this? Deep then didn't care much about the elder's frustration. Seeing that his goal hadn't been achieved, he asked, Elder, is there any gathering spirit talisman she can use? The elder seriously explained, only puppets that reach the profound grade can use the gathering spirit talisman. Your puppet is human grade, her body's strength hasn't reached the standard. Even if I sold you a gathering spirit talisman, if she performed a single profound grade technique, she could shatter. You must first upgrade the puppet from human grade to profound grade, he added. Also, the gathering spirit talisman and the profound spirit talisman must be used together. Do you have a profound spirit talisman? Hearing this, Deep then took out a glowing talisman. Puzzled, profound spirit talisman, is this it? Elder Bang cried out in shock. Damn, you really have one. Seeing that, Deep then joyfully put his hands together. Bowing respectfully, Elder Bang, please kindly teach me how to upgrade a human grade puppet to a profound grade 1. The elder calmly raised a finger. It's very simple. Then began to explain in detail. The biggest difference between a profound grade puppet and a human grade puppet lies in their crafting materials. The body of a profound grade puppet is tougher and more flexible. To upgrade a human grade puppet to profound grade, you must risk infusing superior quality materials into the puppet's body. Deep then misunderstood and asked softly, So if I make the human-grade puppet's body as tough and flexible as the profound-grade one, that means it's upgraded. Elder Bang shouted angrily. It's not that simple. He then sketched out detailed images of a profound-grade puppet's body and the seals of 2 talismans while explaining gently. Hardness and flexibility are only the foundation. Inside the body of a profound-grade puppet are many restrictive seals. It imitates the body of a cultivator, containing meridians and bones. The gathering spirit talisman is its danshin, and the profound spirit talisman is the magic technique we imbue into it. Therefore, the puppet's body must be refined to a certain degree of toughness and flexibility, because when performing techniques, it also damages itself. If the toughness and flexibility don't meet standards, the puppet is likely to be destroyed. Seeing the young man deep in thought, Elder Bang placed his hands on his hips and sternly asked, "Do you understand now?" Deep then pretended to understand fully, his tone flattering. "I understand completely, Elder Bang. How many spirit stones for a gathering spirit talisman? I'll buy it." The elder's face didn't change as he raised 2 fingers. Deep then blinked and asked for confirmation. 20,000. Seeing the young man trying to bargain, Elder Bang exploded, spitting in anger. "Are you joking with me? 20 spirit stones to buy a gathering spirit talisman. A joke." Deep then waved his hands nervously, face a little pale. "Not 20 spirit stones, right?" "Nonsense." Elder Bang grumbled impatiently. "Nonsense. 20,000 spirit stones would only let you touch one a little." The young man staggered weakly, mumbling to himself, 20,000. That's too expensive. After hearing him murmur and complain weakly, Elder Bang calmly said, 20,000 is already very cheap. A high-level gathering talisman costs 60,000. Deep then woke up completely upon hearing that, startled and shouted, 60,000. Elder Bang was not surprised by his reaction, as if he was too familiar with it. He pointed at the puppet and explained, "This puppet of yours only needs a low-level gathering talisman. It can also last for a very long time." Deep then lowered his head in frustration, thinking, "I am too poor. I originally thought having a few tens of thousands meant I was rich, but it seems I am not even close." Then Elder Bang walked next to the puppet, bent his finger and knocked on its arm as if checking its hardness. After pressing and touching for a while, he said, "The hardness of this puppet of yours is much stronger than normal puppets, but it still cannot resist the recoil of secret arts. If you want to upgrade it to profound level." Deep then upon hearing that could not help but become excited, and asked the cost. "How much will it take, Elder?" He rubbed his chin, lightly stroking his beard, and said, "These materials at least cost 80,000. Deep then was so shocked that his face turned green. He could not stand still and stepped back a few times, mouth wide open, shouting, 80,000. Hearing that, Deep then could not help but start calculating. 80,000 spirit stones for materials, 20,000 for the gathering talisman, 30,000 for the profound talisman, each one stacked up like heavy stones pressing on his trembling shoulders. Elder Bang, after hearing that, immediately helped him calculate. Not long after he got the result, clapped his hands and laughed brightly, saying, "About 120,000. Kid, do you have that many spirit stones?" Deep then was out of breath, his face pale as if his soul left his body. He thought, "I already have the profound level talisman, only missing materials for upgrade and the gathering talisman, which means..." Then he immediately changed his attitude, no longer tired or discouraged, but with firm eyes and a decisive mind. "I need 100,000. He could not help but imagine the scene of upgrading the puppet, stronger when facing strong enemies, powerful attacks, even absorbing moonlight and starlight, upgrading her to profound level, definitely stronger than that shadow puppet. Spending 100,000 spirit stones to get a profound level puppet comparable to true sun realm, worth it." Just like that, Deep then convinced himself, no longer felt pain for spending money, smiled softly looking at the puppet in front of him, comforting it. Money is meant to be spent anyway. The puppet in front of him looked very realistic, only the eyes were a bit lifeless, looking forward without focus. Thinking so, he turned sly, glancing sideways, eyes full of cunning. Step by step he walked towards Elder Bang, rubbing his hands and smiling flatteringly. "Elder Bang, I want the upgrade materials and the gathering talisman. Could you make it cheaper for me? The old man did not care, closed his eyes in meditation, folded his arms and firmly refused. Do you think you are buying vegetables? 100,000 no bargaining. Seeing he was not easy to persuade, Deep then turned his eyes to the pill furnace far away, and said in a negotiating tone, if it cannot be cheaper, then give me that pill furnace instead. How about that? Elder Bang upon hearing that opened one eye and said in admiration, you have good taste, kid. That pill furnace can be sold for 20,000. You are not an alchemist. What do you need a pill furnace for? Choose something else. This time Deep then refused firmly. I want that, no exchange. Elder Bang was helpless, in the end still sold it to him at a loss. Fine, add 10,000. Consider that I give you the pill furnace. Deep then did not hesitate, afraid of missing the chance, quickly took out his money bag. Deal. The old man took the money then turned away saying, kid, you are quite rich, huh? Follow me to get the materials. Deep then smiled awkwardly denying, just normal. The two of them went on like that, the old man walking ahead happily counting the money, not forgetting to praise, junior sister So Hyen is really generous, kid, you really got yourself a good master. Deep then walking behind almost cried silently, helplessly protesting inside, good my ass. All that money I risked my life to earn. Suddenly Elder Bang stopped, as if remembering something, turned around and asked, right kid, has junior sister So Lin Nhi come out of seclusion yet? Deep then puzzled, unconsciously asked back, So Lin Nhi? He tilted his head, the question mark clearly visible on his face, asked again, who is So Lin Nhi? Elder Bang was quite surprised, suspiciously asked back him, you do not know So Lin Nhi? Who is she? Deep then seemed truly not to know, both hands raised to show, really do not know. After hearing this he burst out laughing, all right, take the documents then quickly scram. I do not like this fake act of yours. Earlier you said I would believe it, but then you told him to pretend. Deep then unjustly followed behind to explain, I really do not know Elder. He raised his hand to rub his chin, eyes glanced thinking, So Lin Nhi, very powerful huh? Not knowing her is a crime. Suddenly, the bright blue sky was covered by a gloomy hue, scattered stars glittering, the moonlight shining over the world. The scene changed to a certain forest. Deep then walked while complaining, hugging the puppet, heartbroken. 110,000, only exchanged for these few items, must quickly raise the puppet to mysterious rank, comfort my wallet a bit. Suddenly he startled and stepped back a few paces, mouth agape, could not help but shout loudly, oh my mother. In front of him were two faces battered, swollen like steamed cakes, teeth broken and eyes blackened, still tied up like pupae hanging upside down on a tree, mouths croaking oi oi. Deep then could not help fear, looked up at them shouting, what is the situation here? Looking for a while he realized, oh it was Hung Nhi and Ta Van. Deep then seeing this mocked, your welcome posture for me is a bit unique. They were furious spitting blood and cursed loudly, welcome my ass, quickly let me down. He agreed immediately, but his tone full of humor, all right. A sharp blade cut the rope tying the two. They by reflex slammed face down into the ground, legs sticking up to the sky, fell with a loud thud, not forgetting to curse, damn. He walked to them, untied each of them, after finishing pulled out 2 water bottles, handing them while asking, who beat you like this? As if touched a sore spot, Ta Van and Hung Nhi shouted in turn, Ti Duong, Kong Tao. They quickly grabbed the water. Deep then began to inquire for the reason. You two got a good beating, right? Kong Tao, though not a good person, is still a real true Yang realm. Ti Duong, the brother of Tianyo that you provoked. I heard he is ranked 8th on the 9 great true disciple list of the inner sect. Find him to fight. Not being beaten big would be strange. Hearing this they were even more resentful, as if oil poured on the flame inside. Sprang up pointing at his face blaming. Isn't it because of you? You hide like a turtle at Jade Maiden Peak all day. They couldn't find you so they naturally came for us. Suddenly not far away, a heavy sledgehammer hit the ground, crushing the grass underfoot. Hoke Dang with a tattered and miserable body dragged the hammer forward, face downcast. The three deep then saw this immediately shouted, "Hok Dang, you were beaten too." Hok Dang looked up, even more ragged than Hung Nhi and Ta Van, shirt half torn, the whole body bruised and red, scratches all over his face, but his eyes full of hatred, teeth clenched uttering each word, "Nonsense. That brat Jang Duong clearly said solo. Yet they played dirty on me." Hearing this, the three could not help but add a few words. Is this the revenge of the Red Rope? The Phantom Hunters and Jade Forest are more vicious. More than half will be beaten, beat, forced to fight. From young to old I never suffered like this. Hok Dang also furious, waving his feet and hands, cursing. Damn it, fight back. Suddenly Deep then smirked slyly. Mysterious and dangerous posture slightly relaxed. Not bad. After saying that, they huddled heads together, whispering something, seeming to make a plan of revenge. How about this? They are not easily tricked. If they pull a group here, more than half of us will be ganged up on. After discussing, they all dispersed. He stood straight with head held high, eyes determined, and confidently smiled, saying, "Why not try to know?" Deep then, after the plan had been discussed, Hok Dang's face clearly showed excitement. He slapped Deep then's shoulder, the other hand easily holding the hammer resting on his own shoulder as if it weighed nothing. He immediately responded with enthusiasm. "Good. Then we brothers will make a bet. Let's beat them." "All right." Watching Deep then's back as he turned to leave after his decision, with long confident strides, the three people behind stood silently watching. Finally Hung Nhi shouted loudly in encouragement. "You must aim properly. Don't worry. Trapping others is already my specialty." Leaving behind the mountain forest scene, before his eyes appeared a trading gate, with wooden planks that still looked new despite time. Inside came the lively sound of conversation. "Senior brother Jang, take care." From within, a figure slowly stepped out of the trading hall, hand on hip, eyes staring up at the quiet night sky, not knowing when that Deep then would come down from Ngok New Peak. Jang Duong unconsciously lowered his head, his face turning into a frown, showing obvious irritation as he gritted through his teeth. I must fix him good to vent this anger. Just as he finished speaking, he sensed something, quickly raised his head, eyes widening in astonishment at the sight before him. Deep then walked leisurely toward him, mouth opening wide, one hand covering a yawn of boredom. Despite the large bag slung over his shoulder, a bag seemingly larger than himself, Jang Duong exclaimed loudly in surprise. Deep then, it didn't take long for him to recognize the person ahead. His brows rose reflexively, mouth slightly open as he spoke in surprise. While Jang Duong's body was gradually stiffening, his hand clenched into a trembling fist, Deep then casually raised his hand and waved after letting out a few cheerful laughs, trembling. "Hello, senior brother Jang." In an instant, without hesitation, he turned around, face bright with a smile, showing no concern in contrast to the man's irritation and anger. "Bye-bye, senior brother Jang. Where do you think you're running?" Soon after, the two of them seemed to have started a chase through the dark forest, every step sending them flying through the air, Deep then running while loudly explaining, yet only making Jang Duong feel like he was pouring oil onto fire. "Senior brother Jang Duong, the wilderness trial matter was just a misunderstanding. Your junior brother was forced, only then stripped your clothes. You damn brat, stop right there." Light streaked past, marking every path they took, and thus they entered the forest. Deep then ran swiftly, but clearly Jang Duong was no slower, keeping close behind. He almost roared right after the younger man spoke again. "Don't chase me anymore. At worst I'll strip naked and return your clothes. You bastard, let's see if I don't kill you." Deep then glanced back, his mouth curving into a sly smirk of pride. From midair then down to the ground, the terrain changed but their speed didn't. Jang Duong stayed right on his heels, while Deep then suddenly spoke in a provocative, challenging tone to the man chasing him from behind. "Come on, kill me then." The man lifted his head, brows furrowing in determination while a smug grin unconsciously formed on his lips. He replied, "Finally accepted your fate, huh?" As soon as he finished the words, his feet stopped abruptly after hearing a strange sound beneath him. Jang Duong's eyes widened, slowly glancing downward in confusion and surprise. His brows knitted tight, he mumbled, "Huh?" Before he could even react to what happened, a massive explosion suddenly erupted, bursting out with dazzling light and thick smoke, releasing unrestrained force that blasted him into the air, making him scream instinctively in panic. Amid the swirling dust and fading light, Jang Duong's eyes widened in horror, fixed upon the scene before him. Just as he realized the difficult situation, 3 figures from above had already descended upon him, one barehanded, one with a staff, one with a hammer, shouting together, "Charge, you guys actually!" The 3 people rushed out, rushing in to attack Zhang Yang. He had just been slightly stunned when he was hit directly in the stomach by a stone hammer. Hung Nhi while hitting spoke boldly and loudly, "Hit you this." Not letting Zhang Yang react in time, Hok Dang quickly ran up using the big hammer to strike on his side. Zhang Yang was blown away to one side like a weak noodle. Hok Dang laughed gleefully and spoke, "Heaven-shaking hammer." He fell from the other side to Tavan's place. Knowing the chance had come, magic was ready. He curled his lips into a smile. His hoarse voice resounded, came just in time. Immediately, he struck continuously into the air, so fast that after images appeared. Along with each strike, Tavan launched a golden dragon. It used its nose to stab into his body, making Zhang Yang pushed back a long distance. He shouted strongly, "Mad Dragon Palm." Now Zhang Yang just regained consciousness. Relying on reflex, his limbs quickly jumped backward high, avoiding danger within an inch. On the ground below, a small explosion happened. Sparks flew around. Escaping death once, right after landing, he breathed heavily, mouth wide open, greedily inhaling air. His face was full of sweat, but his eyes still glared ahead. Not delaying too long, Zhang Yang pointed his finger to the high sky, gathered strength and shouted loudly. Along with his shout, a purple spiritual force appeared surging. In the center of that force was a gray token, finished or not. His spiritual power expanded more and more, making a part of the sky dyed light purple. He stared straight at Tavan floating in midair, furiously declaring, "Go die for me." Tavan from above looked at Zhang Yang with disdain. From his forehead streams of blue spiritual power gushed out. A small sword appeared. He spoke, "Spiritual weapon, huh? You have, I also have." As soon as the words ended, the 2 spiritual weapons of the 2 rushed at each other like moths to flame. 2 colors, 2 sources of power, one above one below, thus created a huge shockwave. The destructive power was too terrible, causing Zhang Yang to retreat backward. Unable to hold it, a faint sound escaped from his throat. Jumping back to a safe enough distance, he crouched down, cautiously speaking, "Didn't expect you, brat, to be that strong." Suddenly, from another side came a strange voice with eerie laughter, Zhang's senior brother. Feeling danger, he shivered coldly, immediately turned sharply behind, brows furrowed, doubtfully uttered, "Deep then." Seeing him, Zhang Yang waved his fist angrily, roaring, "You bastard, go die." Deep then tilted aside, dodging, replied teasingly, "In terms of being shameless, I can't compare with brother." Right after that, an iron rod was raised high, striking straight down with great force. He shouted fiercely, "Take one strike from me." The rod hadn't even touched Zhang Yang, yet he screamed in terror, face pale, eyes wide, staring at the iron rod getting closer bit by bit. Deep then decisively struck one blow on his right cheek, making him spit fresh blood. From right to left, his mouth still gushing blood, pupils shrank, eyes wide open like 2 ping-pong balls. The hits were too fast, making Zhang Yang only able to take the blows without fighting back. The 3rd strike Deep then raised high up, hitting strongly on his head. A strong thud resounded. After the 3rd strike, Zhang Yang completely lost consciousness, staggering, unable to stand. Seeing that, he grabbed his sleeve and threw him down. "Go down." Zhang Yang's head plunged into the ground, legs dangling above the earth. Not far away, the 3 hung Nhi. Hok Dang and Tavan all gaped in shock, stammering, speaking, "Fainted already, only 3 strikes." Right after that, Deep then also landed, loudly ordering, "What are you standing there for? See if there's anything valuable on him." The 3 of them went silent, saying nothing. Hung Nhi carefully pointed at the iron rod in his hand, asking, "That iron rod of yours, the thing you bought before in the underworld black market, right?" Deep then calmly, face unchanged, replied, "Right, why?" After answering, he sat down, hand fumbling, taking out storage bag, at the same time urging the three, "Hurry, see if anything valuable. Then dig a hole, hide this guy in. After that, deal with the next one." Hung Nhi, hearing his answer, was stunned, raised his hand holding forehead, face darkened, sighed long, muttering, "At first truly blind eyes. If I had bought that rod it would be so good." After a while, a loud surprised shout echoed throughout the forest. What a joke! The four sat at four corners forming a circle. In the middle were the items taken from Zhongyang. All complained messily. Only 8,000 spirit stones, some bottles of spiritual liquid, half a day wasted. Hok Dang picked up a piece of cloth, looked at it thoughtfully, sighed. Only 8,000 spirit stones, some bottles of spirit liquid. So poor. Deep then, sitting beside, raised one finger, touching lightly on his cheek, thinking silently. Immediately, the other three in turn criticized. "It's because you stripped him clean in the wild forest, right? Right. Because of you, we were robbed clean. See how you'll solve this." He timidly waved hands, denying. "But I just spent all the money." His words shocked everyone. Hung Nhi was first to shout angrily, "Spent all, robbed so many people, and you tell me you spent all." Deep then, guilty, pointed at the bag, started explaining, "Just bought herbs and gathering talismans, advanced talismans to upgrade human rank puppet. Now my bag is cleaner than my face." While talking endlessly, suddenly he realized the air was too silent, swallowed half a sentence back, asked carefully the three ahead, "Why you all not saying anything?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Deep then was sat on by Hung Nhi. Hok Dang and Tavan each grabbed a leg, pulling hard. They shouted loudly, "Return our money, you stinky brat. More than 100,000, and you exchanged for this pile of junk. You prodigal son, pissed me off." He screamed in pain, answering, "Don't dare anymore, don't dare anymore. No money left, can't we earn again?" Seeing him suffer like that, Tavan laughed gleefully. Deep then tearfully sobbed, replying, "How about this? I lure one guy, he robs you. We rob him back." He angrily shouted, "Damn it, rob, must rob back." He sighed helplessly, complaining, "Few more hours later, let me rest. Being bait is tiring, okay." After a while, Tavan turned, asking curiously, "Brat, when will we start refining spirit origin pill?" Deep then answered, "Spirit origin pill, first wait, with my half-baked alchemy. Give me more herbs, still can't make it." In his mind thinking, "Although my celestial wheel I can replicate, deduce alchemy. Refining method, just look once can refine. But refining a two-pattern spirit refining pill, never done before. Consumes huge energy. Now really can't yet." Tavan, hearing that, immediately demanded, 3 days, I give you 3 more days. Herbs to refine are ready. 3 days later I go to Jade Maiden Peak to find you. How about that?" At this he exclaimed, 3 days. You hurry to reincarnate, huh?" Tavan turned head forward, softly said, "No choice. The cultivation method I practice has problem. Affects soul. Urgently needs spirit origin pill. If not for its price too high, I wouldn't trouble you." Knowing his difficult situation, last resort, Deep then stretched, stood up, casually replied, "Got it." He continued cheerfully, "Proceed with original plan, ha. I'll go lure one more person here." Hung Nhi, sitting beside, hearing that, also politely spoke, "Trouble you then? This time lure a bit fatter one." He enthusiastically replied, "Okay." While chatting excitedly, turned around, already no Deep then. Everyone surprised, shouting, "Deep then, he dared go down mountain. I heard Zhongyang's senior brother coming here to find him. He walked." In his head Deep then muttered, "What Zhongyang senior brother? Your Zhongyang senior brother was stripped clean, buried in hole by me already. Bunch of fools." Suddenly he sensed something wrong, frowned, looking up, aura too strong. The disciples behind all lowered their heads, their voices respectful. "Greetings, senior brother Neep Fong." Deep then was slightly stunned, thoughtful. Neep Fong. He is Neep Fong, the chief disciple of Peak Master Fong Voengan of the Imperial Sword Peak, ranked second among the inner sect's true disciples. He immediately stepped forward, clasped his hands together respectfully, greeting senior brother Neep Fong. Neep Fong's expression remained calm, his eyes revealing no emotion. Deep then silently evaluated, steady as a pine, moving like drifting clouds. The great disciple of martial Uncle Fong truly lives up to his name. Looking at his back, Deep then felt an aura of dignity, neither arrogant nor impatient, as steady as a mountain, though cold and sparing of words, yet with an air of superiority. This man is worth befriending. Just then, from afar came a sharp, furious shout filled with killing intent. Deep, then I will kill you. He immediately leaned to the side, neatly dodging Kong Tao's punch. Kong Tao. The two palms clashed fiercely. Instantly, the force of impact made both stagger back several steps. Deep Than's lips curved up in a smug grin. I was looking for you. His body suddenly leapt into the air, voice feigning weakness. Senior brother Kong. It's all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. He roared back in fury. Misunderstanding your mother. Kong Tao charged like a raging tiger, cursing non-stop. Deep then, don't you dare run. Deep then remained calm as he moved forward. If you stop chasing, I'll stop running. Suddenly, he halted, the corner of his mouth raised mockingly. Time to strip you clean. At once, the entire forest shook with a deafening explosion. When the dust cleared, Kong Tao was sprawled flat on the ground, face bruised purple, body barely breathing. Laughter burst out around. Buried another one. Burying once feels good. Burying non-stop feels good non-stop. Deep then rested his hands on his hips, sighing wearily, digging holes and burying people, exhausting. He dusted off his hands, turned to leave, muttering, I've vented enough, time to head back. I only have one day off. If I'm late, I'll get beaten again. But just as he lifted his foot, three figures suddenly blocked his path, all shouting together, don't go. Ta Van's eyes sparkled with excitement. There's still that brat T Duong left. Let's go big this time. Hung Nhi eagerly joined in. He's ranked 8th among the inner sex true disciples. He must have plenty of treasures. Let's rob him. Finally, Hoke Dang sneered. Right, T Duong isn't like Jang Duong or Kong Tao, one of the 9 great true disciples of Hang An Hak sect. His whole body a treasure. Hearing this, Deep then felt a headache coming on. His face weary, eyes showing helplessness. You people still not cured of your madness. He calmly spoke. You're all crazy with this robbing. T Duong isn't someone we can provoke. Even if I lured him here, do you think the 4 of us could handle him? Hung Nhi grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. If we don't try, how will we know? Another chimed in hesitantly but eyes gleaming. That iron staff of yours is so fierce. At worst, just hit him a few times. Deep then snapped coldly. Drop that idea. You think someone like T Duong could become one of the 9 great true disciples of Hang An Hak sect for no reason. Just his spiritual pressure would crush us where we stand. The 3 stubbornly chorused. At worst, well, just take a beating. He turned away, voice indifferent. If you want to fight, go fight yourselves. I'm not free. Hung Nhi panicked, sweat dripping, running after him. Hey, little god, don't go. He smiled flatteringly. Just once, one last robbery. We won't rob T Duong. Well, rob someone else. Deep then stopped, eyes weary. Just this once. Hung Nhi immediately ran off excitedly. All right, wait here. I'll lure someone. Deep then could only rub his temples, muttering through gritted teeth. Damn fat idiot. Y'all drag us all into trouble sooner or later. He sighed deeply, finding a quiet tree in the forest to lie down and rest. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed through the woods. Deep Than's eyes snapped open, alert. He stood up, voice low. Did you hear a scream? One shrugged, smirking. What scream? You're overreacting. Deep then frowned, rubbing his ear. Is there something wrong with my hearing? No way. Right then, hurried heavy footsteps resounded, mixed with panicked cries. Help! From afar, Hung Nhi came running frantically, face pale, eyes brimming with tears. Save me. Deep then blinked, turned casually. What now? His expression instantly twisted. Damn. Behind the man was a group of ferocious cultivators, murderous aura surging. There, that bastard, get him. From above, a cold voice rang out, "Four junior brothers, in such a hurry, where are you going?" All four turned pale and bolted, shouting, "You fat bastard, you've doomed us all."
A massive tower appeared in the sky. Taduong smirked proudly at his treasured weapon. "Let's see where you can run now." He commanded the tower, "Suppress them for me." Just as his eyes swept over, Jiang Hao immediately spotted a weak point. He quickly threw his sword toward the tower, ordering it at once, "Go." Taduong sneered in disdain, doesn't know his own limits. The sword and the tower collided. A dazzling light burst out from both sides. The next instant, the tower and sword exploded, and even though Deep Than and his group had run far, they were still blown away by the blast. They slid along the ground. Jiang Hao and Deep Than steadied themselves, looked around briefly, then assessed. This guy isn't just strong, our plan to trap him was seen through. Otherwise, so many people couldn't have arrived this quickly. He wants to catch us all in one go. Deep Than warned everyone as he ran, "Split up. Don't get caught. Scatter." He ran happily, glancing back as he shouted, "Scatter. Let's see how you chase now." But before he could enjoy the moment, his face turned to shock. Behind him was a chaotic crowd and three figures floating in the air. Damn it, why are there still so many? Over at Hung Ni's group, they ran for their lives, but when they turned to look back, they froze for a few seconds. Why is no one chasing us? The smoke rising from Deep Than's side made it clear. Everyone was after him. Let's just watch. Hung Ni covered his face helplessly. Why do I feel like I really did harm that brat Deep Than? He stood there blankly, but Jiang Hao and Hok Dang had already run up to him. The latter quickly laid out a plan. "What are you standing there for? Fight back, since they aren't chasing us. We can strike from behind, set fire to their rear camp." In the forest where Diep Than was fleeing, every 3 steps another explosion erupted. He ran breathlessly. "I absolutely can't destroy that suppressing tower, or it'll cause big trouble." Deep Than was so furious, he cursed Taduong. "Taduong, damn it, if you have guts, don't use spiritual energy. You're at the Chan Duong realm, yet using spiritual power against a Ngunki like me. Have you no shame?" But that thick-skinned man clearly didn't understand. "Drop your provocation trick. It's useless on me." Sensing something, Diep Than gritted his teeth and endured. The next instant, someone seemed to flash past him. He immediately launched a move, a fire dragon rushing toward Taduong. The man still looked at him with disdain, subduing dragon, so weak. Deep Than's attack collided with Taeduong's tower. Another explosion erupted, sending Deep Than flying. He rolled several times along the ground. The 2 stars on his wrist glowed faintly. Unable to hold back, Deep Than shouted angrily, "Damn it, are you serious? You just had to pick this moment." Taeduong replied lazily, mocking him, still running. "Can I rest for a bit?" The man showed no restraint, still wanting to trap Deep Than inside the tower. "You're about to die and still talk tough. Let's see how long you can keep it up." He enlarged the tower, his voice full of excitement. "It's over. Go die for me." The tower high above came crashing down, striking Deep Than and kicking up a cloud of dust. Taeduong, still unaware of what was coming, felt triumphant. This is the fate of anyone who offends the Tae family of Nam Quang. The next instant, retribution came for him. Deep Than hadn't been crushed. He held the tower up with one hand. His deep eyes flickered with thought. As expected, the Silver Tower is a life-bound spiritual artifact linked to Taeduong through soul power. When the Silver Tower collides with the Iron Staff, it must strike the soul mark Taeduong left inside. Taeduong stared in shock. "You, what did you do?" Deep Than sneered provocatively. "Look at you, like someone who's never seen the world before. This is..." Before the words finished, he let the tower drop, then jumped twice, landing atop it, dog-beating celestial strike.
Duong chased behind, screaming continuously, "Deep, then, I want to kill you." He ran and taunted him. "I spit on you. Look at your skill." Duong ground his teeth in anger. "Die for me." Not even 3 seconds later, a barrage of spiritual energy shot toward Deep. Then he glanced down and saw it. But his speed did not allow him. He was blasted away by the explosion. The dragon rushed into the tree trunk opposite. Dust filled the air. Deep then squeezed his eyes shut and could not see. When he opened his eyes, he saw many people surrounding him. Damn, trapped in an ambush. Kong Tao also appeared there. He pointed his weapon at Deep, then, let me see how you run today. Kong Tao frowned and gave a small exclamation. He did not have time to dodge and was struck by Deep Then's move. Damn you. He rushed toward the crowd. Kayumin ordered, stop him. Deep Then refused to yield and called Hang Long to fight. Hang Long. It obeyed and shot toward Kayumin, knocking him away. The remaining men, ignorant, ran straight at him. Get out. Deep Then showed no restraint and gave each of them a move. For me. Ti Duong turned back and saw him running off. He was furious watching Deep Then escape. A bunch of trash. Still let him get away. Ti Duong commanded those present, guard the exit behind the mountain for me. He definitely cannot escape out the back of the mountain. Others, search every inch for me. Let's see how long he can run. Before he finished, Ti Duong suddenly shouted, and more. His voice seemed to want to devour those men. Go invite Duong Ban here for me. The junior brothers there were all surprised. Senior brother Duong Ban. Kawumin inwardly judged Ti Duong's words. Openly one of the 9 true disciples of Hang and Hak sect, plus over 100 inner sect disciples, had been fighting all night. This counted as the greatest humiliation Ti Duong had ever suffered. Duong Ban ranked 7th among the 9 true disciples of Hang and Hak sect, stronger than Ti Duong by a margin. This time Ti Duong was truly furious. In the quiet late night, strange sounds appeared in a large cave. It turned out Deep Then had come here to rest. He breathed heavily and drained half a bottle of water, waiting until he recovered to normal. Suddenly Deep Then raised his vigilance. The voice of Ti Duong's junior brothers echoed from afar. This time Ti Duong was truly angry. Because of catching Deep Then, he even invited senior brother Duong Ban over. He heard it all sitting in the cave and judged. Duong Ban, 2 true disciples. You really esteem me too much. Just one Ti Duong I can't even beat, let alone another Duong Ban coming. Deep Then sneered, thinking of Hung Nhi. That fat Hung, damn you, this time you really messed me up. What to do next? Deep Then propped his chin and pondered. A good idea flashed in his head. Got it, try it. Hope it's still in time. He transformed into 2 Hyen and began to execute. Upgrade you into a profound grade puppet. You can help me pass this gate. 5 gems wrapped in flames formed a circle. Deep Then was channeling power into them to make the upgrade easier. The talisman at his hip moved. Hung Enhai's voice rang out. Little bastard, are you still alive? Hearing him, Deep Then scolded. You fat Hung, damn you, nearly killed your old man, still have the guts to scold me, that proves you're alive. Grin, go away, if I see you I'll beat you to death. Damn you, so angry. We didn't abandon you. The 3 of us are also behind the mountain. Where are you? We're coming to find you. Hung Enhai's group outside were following his directions, groping their way in a cave, southeast. This time be precise. Don't lead a bunch of people here. Got it. After a while, Hung Enhai's voice echoed in the cave. What are you doing? He turned to look at the 3 of them and froze. Leave me alone, you guys. Hung Enhai's group were battered and bruised, each with a swelling lump on the head, badly beaten. Go aside. Hurry and negotiate how to get out. Deep Then sneered and told them, I have a plan, but it needs time. In a dark cave with an extremely quiet atmosphere, Hung Nhi asked, what way? 2 Hyen. Deep Then was attentively casting spells and replied, upgrade her into a profound puppet. Maybe can fight Ti Duong. Ta Van, seeing that, also felt a little worried. Is that okay? Rest assured. Recently I have always been fighting with profound puppets, knowing too well their perverted level. Deep Then used all his power, face full of confidence. 2 Hyen was already extremely abnormal. Adding with a big bag of refining materials of mine here, surely there will be no problem. You think more than 100,000 is a joke. In the silence of everyone standing beside observing, he still calmly said, as long as the refining finishes before they find out, we surely can get out. While Deep Then was casting magic for 2 Hyen, he also explained a few words to them. Have you heard or not? Ti Duong has found another direct disciple again. This is wanting to deal with us already. This is behind the mountain. Even if they kill us, they do not need to fear sect punishment. In this place sooner or later will be caught. After saying a long string but did not receive any reply, which made Deep then startled. He turned around abruptly. Damn, what are you doing? Over here, Hope Dang was angry. He wanted to rush up to argue with Deep then but was immediately held back by Hung Nhi and Ta Van. Don't pull me. Just hearing over 100,000 I already want to hit him. Go. We go outside wait. Now seeing him I also want to hit his mother. Dang Ka, calm down. By now, night gradually fell. The scene became quiet and not a single wind blew through. Far away were the silhouettes of three strangers discussing together. They stood observing for a while then together decided, go in to see, maybe that kid is inside. As soon as the words ended, they were about to step into the cave when immediately the group of Hung Nhi, Taivan, Hoke Dang rushed up to attack from behind. Damn. And so the two sides clashed. Those people fought each other fiercely, making the scene filled only with screams of misery. At this time, the situation leaned toward Hung Nhi. He asked Deep then heroically, I say, how long do you still need? A few small minions are easy to deal with. If T Duong comes, we brothers cannot handle. He quickly replied, 1 Zheng hour. Hung Nhi sensed something wrong. He signaled to urge Deep then do faster. My right eye keeps twitching. Feeling not good at this moment, he still focused on practicing. Got it. You lower your voice, stop shouting nonsense. Call more people here, we all are done for. Suddenly Deep then sighed. He was a bit exhausted because had used too much inner power. Deep then's mind appeared with the line of thought. Profound iron essence refines bones, tendons of barbaric ox forge meridians, snow true wood milk merges and connects. He with a serious posture sat facing Tu Hien to complete the final stage, finally supplementing the missing left arm. Deep then's eyes then were very focused. He raised 2 spirit talismans and firmly said, all right, seal the spirit talismans. The 2 talismans began to fly up. They intertwined with each other then cast magic. In another space, T Duong and Duong Ban were standing in a corner talking with each other. Duong Ban mocked. T Junior brother, behind the inner mountain said wide not wide, said small also not small, searching like you. Search till morning maybe still not find. He replied, Duong Ban, I spent 30,000 spirit stones to invite brother, not to hear you mock. Duong Ban covered his mouth with a fan. He laughed. T Duong, 8th ranked direct disciple of Hang En Hak. When did you become so impatient? So many people like that. Even one condensation stage cannot catch. Spread outside, not afraid people laugh. T Duong hearing that frowned. He was annoyed. Brother, are you looking down on me? Duong Ban closed the fan in his hand neatly. Smiling replied to T Duong's anger. Look down then not. I am speaking truth. Add 20,000 spirit stones. I help you find him. He turned angrily and asked, you have a way to find him. Why not say earlier? Duong Ban smiled. He stated his view, only 20,000 spirit stones. Young master of T family South region, will not be stingy right? T Duong looked at Duong Ban seriously. He bluntly asked, Duong Ban, I really underestimated brother. 20,000 spirit stones fine. Tell me the hiding place of Deep then. After T Duong saw the item Duong Ban brought out, his expression was extremely shocked. He was astonished, beginning 7 stars plate. Did not think in brother's hand actually has this kind of magic treasure. He modestly replied, Junior brother praises too much. Duong Ban held tightly the 7 stars plate, then loudly said, locate 7 stars, compass book shape. After that, the 7 stars plate began to fly up and reflect into the sky a beam of light. Thanks to this treasure that Duong Ban and T Duong could see through the scene before the secret cave. It's the 3 Ta Van. Deep then inside that cave. Suddenly a sound appeared. It was the footsteps of someone moving forward. Turns out it was the jump up high of T Duong, his tone full of might. This time see where you run. T Duong ordered to gather all people, everyone, head toward the cave 80 Zhang southeast direction. Deep then is there. Duong Ban stood below watching T Duong to see how he would handle Deep. Then he looked proud. Deep, then I instead want to see how difficult you are to deal with. T Duong began to depart. He hurried wanting to meet Deep. Then quickly. Hung Nhi at this time was hiding behind the bushes to avoid. He panicked. Not good. There are several rather strong energy flows heading here. Moreover, all directions have. Hung Nhi called into inside signaling. His voice became more and more serious. Deep, then, how much you still lack. That T Duong nephew probably already discovered us. Inside the cave, he seemed rather flustered. Almost, you all hold out a bit longer. Within moments T Duong appeared right in front of Deep Then's cave, making Hung Nhi extremely shocked. Damn it. He came so fast he immediately rushed forward, his voice filled with anger. Deep, then if I do not tear you apart and feed you to the dogs today, I will not be called T Duong. Hung Nhi saw that the situation was becoming more and more tense. He kept urging Deep, then I say, can you hurry up a bit, the man is already here. Deep then still remained calm. Half a moment more Hung Nhi insisted that surely you will not be able to hold on. He still did not seem ready to fight T Duong. Duong Ban, both are true disciples. If one suddenly attacks us, we will be beaten badly. On the contrary, Hope Dang was full of energy. Damn it. Even if we cannot hold on, we still have to. T Duong started to make his move first. He did not hesitate and attacked them. Tavan quickly threw his sword to fight back. Damn it. Immediately after that, the battle became fierce as if a great explosion had just occurred. T Duong landed lightly, mocking, do not know your own limits. Hoke Dang was not willing to let it go. He hurried to rush forward to fight T Duong. Have the guts, then solo. He jumped high up sarcastically. You are worthy to solo. The battle between them had not yet ended. Another explosion sounded shockingly. T Duong's subordinates got ready to fight Hung Nhi and Tavan, who were standing still. You damn fatty, today I will see where you run. Tavan, today I will kill you. The two sides continued to fight intensely. They shouted at each other angrily. Get lost. During that moment T Duong confidently and slowly stepped into the cave to find his main target. Deep, then your good brothers are almost beaten to death already. Will you still not come out? He immediately revealed a sinister smile. I told you before, mess with the T family. T Duong confidently stepped forward. He attacked suddenly. You will die miserably inside the cave. Deep then was still focusing on upgrading to Hyan, but he seemed to realize the essence of T Duong. He quickly released a powerful energy strike straight into the place where Deep then was cultivating. Deep then was unwilling. He quickly took out the shield to block and tried to endure a bit longer, just a little bit more. If something goes wrong now, all effort will be wasted. At that moment in his head, Deep then silently thought to Tu Hyan, paying such a great price. You must not disappoint me. The scene changed to the area outside. A loud explosion resounded. Go die. Unexpectedly Hung Nhi and Tavan were blasted away, falling to the ground miserably. On this side Hoke Dang was no better. He endured the pain and spoke weakly, kid, we already did our best. Damn it. Seeing the defeated, exhausted scene, T Duong became more and more pleased. He arrogantly laughed. Deep, then did you see this? These are your so-called brothers. This is the result of those who go with you. Does it hurt? T Duong laughed loudly, becoming more and more arrogant. He sternly ordered his subordinates, kill them all, no matter if they live or die. Those men immediately charged forward, shouting, if the sect blames us, the T family of Nam Quang will bear it. Kill him. Kao Min flew straight to Deep, then full of confidence. Deep, then Kao Min glared, eyes full of killing intent. I did not expect you to have this day. At this time T Duong folded his arms, standing outside observing, very satisfied. He arrogantly said, what is the point of fighting him inside? Pull him out and fight. It seemed that with such a large group attacking Deep then would be at a disadvantage, but surprisingly T Duong's subordinates were all thrown out. T Duong saw with his own eyes that his men were defeated one after another and was extremely shocked. At that moment T Duong was so angry that his blood boiled. He cursed his subordinates severely. Useless. T Duong could not bear this blow. He acted directly. Deep, then, death is coming, and you still try to act mysterious. Suddenly, T Duong could not believe what he was seeing before his eyes. He was a bit stunned. From inside the cave, countless sharp sickles were immediately thrown out toward the place where T Duong was standing. They rushed straight at him continuously, making him fall into a passive position, unable to resist. At this moment, Ti Duong realized the seriousness of the problem. He angrily threw out a shield surrounding himself. The subordinates standing next to him were dumbfounded when they saw that. They did not understand what was happening anymore. How could it be? Ti Duong was determined. He shouted loudly, "Not deep then." Ti Duong fought to the end. He leapt up preparing to rush into the cave. Duong Ban standing behind guessed for himself. Who on earth is it? Come out. There is still another person hiding in the cave. To be able to attack and destroy Ti Duong's defensive barrier from the front, it must be one of the 9 direct disciples of Hang and Hak sect. Moreover, the ranking must be above me and Ti Duong. A voice rang out, "Chased us and fought all night." The figure of Deep Then and Tu Hyen slowly stepped out from inside. Next it changed to us. Duong Ban and Ti Duong, seeing this scene, opened their mouths wide. They could not believe what was happening before their eyes. Puppet. How could he have a profound grade puppet? After that, Deep then left Tu Hyen alone outside to fight them, while he and his companions leisurely walked into the cave. "Get in quickly." Hok Dang cursed for fun. "Damn it. Almost died." Ta Van beside also discontentedly spoke. He sighed, "Truly cruel. I thought only teaching us a little, did not expect really wanted to kill us." Hok Dang glanced at Ti Duong then spoke harshly toward him. "Having a strong backing then can be lawless. We at most only rob. Yet Ti Duong's group even want to kill." At that time, Deep then turned back and carefully reminded them. "Quickly recover your wounds. This puppet of mine has just advanced to profound grade. I am not sure how strong it is. Hope it can block Ti Duong and Duong Ban." Then he turned around and left. Go. After being successfully upgraded, Tu Hyen became stronger. Its eyes emitted red light toward Ti Duong. Immediately, it rushed forward to fight with Ti Duong and Duong Ban. He did not show fear, he said arrogantly, seeking death. Ti Duong began to attack. He released the first move. A stream of oppressive aura surrounded the small body of Tu Hyen, but it still easily dodged. Ti Duong was angry. He frowned, to think it could ignore the suppression of spiritual energy. Tu Hyen quickly counterattacked. It slammed its hand down. Tu Hyen launched a palm strike toward Ti Duong, making him scream in pain. At this time, Ti Duong fell backward. His legs staggered, unable to stand firm. After receiving this heavy blow, Ti Duong was unconvinced. He angrily clutched his chest. How could this be? Duong Ban indeed could not believe this either. How could this female puppet be so strong? Ta Van, standing inside observing the situation, was startled. Deep Then, "One day you also make me a puppet like that." He agreed. "Okay." Ta Van praised non-stop. "This is so strong," Deep Then thought to himself. "One strike that can knock away the life spiritual energy of a direct disciple. This is too powerful, even stronger than Fong An." While they were still talking noisily about Tu Hyen, it continued to launch consecutive attacks. Finally, Tu Hyen was able to kick into Ti Duong's face. That blow must have made him numb. The result was as expected. Ti Duong was injured to the point of vomiting blood. He quickly ordered the subordinates who were still standing there motionless, still standing there doing nothing, attack together. Hearing that command, they immediately rushed toward Tu Hyen. Kill. Tu Hyen was enraged. Its eyes glared fiercely, looking truly terrifying. Tu Hyen's face was still calm as if nothing. It raised its hand to cast a spell. Just with one ultimate skill, Tu Hyen already completely destroyed that useless group of subordinates. Deep Then, witnessing this skill scene, could not help but be shocked. He was astonished. Damn. Hung Nhi standing beside was also excited no less. Too awesome. Not finished yet. Ta Van and Hok Dang also insisted to come and beg Deep Then to create another puppet like Tu Hyen. Deep Then, you must refine for me one puppet like that. Refine, no matter how much money, still refine. Go back, I will save money. Ho-Oa, after falling face down to the ground, was a little frightened. This is a profound level puppet. Too strong. Duong Ban was extremely smart. Through the moves of Tu Hyen, he easily figured out the key point. Her weakness was having 2 spirit talismans inside her body. Then, Duong Ban quickly ordered his subordinates, focus the attack. Attack the stomach part of her. So it is like that, kill. Deep then seeing that was furious, he grumbled, Duongban, your grandpa. Deep then loudly declared a challenge to Duongban. He was not afraid at all in front of these people. The Duong group could accurately find the place we hid. Surely also related to that bastard Duongban. Duongban, you just wait. At that moment, there were countless powers aimed toward Tu Haiyan. It still stood still there without any movement. Deep then loudly ordered Tu Haiyan to use move. Tu Haiyan, defend great move. Tu Haiyan's eyes suddenly changed. It seemed to have caught the command transmitted by the master. Tu Haiyan immediately spun in a circle. Each of its spins released thousands of swords rushing straight down to that group of subordinates. Falling cherry flower sword formation. Tavan was stunned. He widened his eyes to follow all developments of this increasingly intense battle. This is the great army attack move. Too terrifying. Meanwhile, Tu Haiyan's figure suddenly became noble like a moon goddess. It pointed to the sky, then cast spell. Tu Haiyan raised straight 2 fingers to the sky, put all its strength into this divine power. The scene at this time gradually became chaotic. Around it countless swords rose up ready to fly forward. And indeed, those thousands of swords fell down scattering into Duong's group, making them run in panic to escape. Run away, my arm. Suddenly, there was a foot taking momentum to jump up high. Turns out that was Duong's. He still did not give up but jumped high to surprise attack Tu Haiyan. Unexpectedly, it had timely dodged that sneak attack of Duong, throwing dart sword art. Tu Haiyan counterattacked immediately. It put its hand in front as if to gather demonic energy. In just a moment, Tu Haiyan swung its hand, knocking Duong tumbling backward. This demonic power was truly terrifying. Duong's subordinates, after regaining strength, continued rushing up to fight to the end with Tu Haiyan. All together go. They intended to ambush suddenly from behind Tu Haiyan, but how could it be hidden from it? Tu Haiyan sensed it, then suddenly turned around. It gave Kyomin a slap so painful on the face, making him ache all over. Tu Haiyan also sent one more to death with just one divine spell. Not only that, it also continuously struck and defeated all Duong's subordinates. At this moment, the whole group of Deep then were amazed to astonishment, felt so great, awesome, lawless, truly too lawless already. Duong could no longer fight them alone. He spoke to Duongban, Duongban, brother still plans to watch until when, helping you also fine, 100,000 spirit stones. He thought to himself, bastard, really knows how to take advantage when water is muddy. Duong, having no other way, finally also accepted this offer. 100,000 spirit stones, brother, take it. Duongban immediately caught it. Fine. As soon as finishing words, he directly started to fight against Deep then, Duongban with mighty courage. Deep then observed, seeing the battle now really met some problem. He growled, not good. Duong seemed to have grasped Tu Haiyan completely, making her unable to move. Good binding. Deep then from afar saw that things were turning worse. He worried, not good. The spirit talismans have surrounded Tu Haiyan. Deep then immediately gave an urgent order. Hung Nhi, wind chasing arrow, okay. Right after that, Deep then aimed the arrow toward Duongban. He shot the bow and loudly said, Duongban, taste the wind-chasing arrow of your grandpa. Duongban with sharp instinct quickly discovered Deep then's arrow was rushing toward him. He hurriedly grabbed the arrow flying at him and mocked, not knowing your own strength. Truly a formidable opponent. Duongban easily broke the arrow in half with one hand. Meanwhile, Duong on one side attacked Tu Haiyan continuously, not sparing her even a single moment. Duongban at that time showed a face full of arrogance, proudly said, I thought you had some ability, but this arrow is nothing. Deep then hearing that responded, shooting continuously at Duongban, don't be impatient, it's just starting. Duongban with strong power was not simple either. Just with one quick wave of his hand, he destroyed all of Deep then's arrows. At this moment, Deep then was extremely angry, shouting loudly, Tu Haiyan, turn back and hit that one for me. As the blade was about to pass by her, Tu Haiyan immediately jumped up and skillfully dodged. That made Duong surprised. Then Tu Haiyan quickly turned to attack Duong Ban. She gathered her strength toward him. Duong Ban was not much better. He lost balance and could not resist. Duong Ban breathed heavily. He had to admit one thing. The palm strike was too strong. Suddenly there was a divine aura behind Duong Ban. Could it be that someone was about to act against him? Indeed, it was none other than Tu Haiyan. She jumped up and gave Duong Ban a painful slap. Ti Duong saw that and felt very satisfied. He sneered, "Serves you right, you opportunist." Duong Ban seemed to be beaten miserably by Tu Haiyan. He no longer had the strength to fight back. But in the end, Duong Ban still stubbornly wanted to defeat Tu Haiyan. He crushed all the arrows, shouting like wanting to devour her alive. The eyes of Duong Ban at that time were full of killing intent. "I want." Then flames burst up around his body. Duong Ban burned with anger and shouted, "Tear you apart." Tu Haiyan was not easy either. She raised 2 fingers in front to prepare to cast divine power. Tu Haiyan released her ultimate skill, and the pressure overwhelmed Duong Ban. The scene before them was like a furious storm. Deep then still watched this fierce battle. After seeing Duong Ban lose miserably, Deep then finally felt at ease. He sighed, "Finished one, finally can escape." Not long after that, suddenly behind him appeared the figure of Kayumin. He shouted loudly, "Want to escape? No way." Then Deep then used his trick to make Kayumin cover his ears tightly. Mad dragon rage. In front appeared the image of Deep then staff with great magic power. It turned out that it was just Deep then creating confusion for his opponent. Who would have thought Kayumin would fall for it so easily? "I said I wanted to escape, and you really believed it." Deep then mocked, "Is your brain pig's brain or what?" At that moment, Deep then darted over like a gust of wind, then slapped Kayumin repeatedly while constantly saying, "Go die." After that, he struck out with palms, causing him to remain in a state of ringing ears, which made Kayumin not dare to act. "Go die." A flash of light blazed. It appeared again like a large explosion that had happened before. Emerging dimly through the thick dust was Kayumin's miserable figure. He had been quickly defeated by Deep then you. At this point, he approached Kayumin with a sharp sword in his hand, his face revealing a malicious smile despite his cries of begging. "Don't do anything reckless." What had to come came. Kayumin was finished. His screams echoed through the mountains. Deep then's group, after eliminating Kayumin, immediately packed up and left, looting all their belongings. Hung Nhi then dared to be arrogant. He snapped, "Damn it, strip them all." Ta Van was delighted. "Look at you showing off." Not long after they had left, they were blocked by Jiang Duong and Fong Tao flying up to intercept. Deep then, accept death. He had prepared mentally to deal with these people, assigning a task to Ta Van. "Take Kong Tao for yourself." Ta Van eagerly agreed, just in time to find this brat. Then a fierce battle broke out between the 2 hostile sides. Deep then stood below quietly observing Jiang Duong's movements. "Suppress them for me." He taunted him, "Do you think you are Ti Duong, fool?" Then Deep then decided to teach this guy a lesson. He leapt up. Deep then did the same as he had done to Kayumin. He struck at Jiang Duong, who stood dazed. "Beat you." He handled that brat lightly, then landed gently with a very smug smile. "Can't beat Ti Duong. Can I not beat you?" Suddenly a sword pointed straight at Deep then. At that moment, Fong Tao appeared to rescue his comrade. He engaged in a sword duel with him. "Go die." Before he could act, a weapon suddenly flew from somewhere toward Fong Tao. It turned out Hung Nhi had launched this surprise strike. He growled, "Get lost." Fong Tao, before he recovered, was hit and sent flying backward. Now he was pathetic enough to have a broken tooth, his face scratched and dirty. Fong Tao had no peace for a moment. He was then challenged by Ta Van in a decisive fight. Ta Van confidently channeled his power to attack Fong Tao. It was easy to defeat him without much effort. Fong Tao fell face down to the ground. Then Deep then approached someone and lightly tapped his back. "Careful." Fong Tao, not knowing who it was delighted. He grinned. "Thank you, brother." Deep then replied, "No need to thank." Hearing this voice, Fong Tao unconsciously turned to look. He gently placed his hand on his shoulder, showing malice. Before I make you fall, you must not fall. As soon as he finished, Deep then unapologetically slapped Fong Tao hard in the face so he could not react. That slap seemed to blow the soul out of his body. Fong Tao's mind went blank and soulless. Not giving up, Deep then quickly grabbed his hand and rudely pulled him up, beating my brother right. A voice rose up, "Old Ta, catch it." Ta Van heard that, then immediately grabbed the weapon. Ta Van did not understand the purpose of them throwing this weapon to him for what. Ta Van then grumbled, "Give me for what? You do not need it anymore, huh?" Behind, Hok Dang, Deep then together with Hung Nhi pulled together to support him. "What are you thinking? Lend it for you to play. Using it to rob is very convenient." Ta Van, seeing his comrades, then confidently rushed up to fight with them. "Let me try." The battle was still ongoing. The sound of fighting echoed throughout the sky and earth. In just a short moment, Ta Van was already able to gather all the money obtained from them. Awesome. After the fight, everyone was exhausted. The group of Deep then happily chatted. "This time we earned again, damn, tired to death." In summary, not wasted effort. In another space, T Duong joined forces with Duong Ban to defeat Tu Hien. Deep then at this time also looked up to the sky to observe the development of everything. After that, he came up with a very bold idea. How about robbing from those two guys as well? The three of them also agreed with this idea of Deep. Then, "This one is good, rob the hell out of them. Those two are quite fat." Deep then calculated carefully, not knowing how long Tu Hien could hold out. Must think of a way to deal with them. After thinking for a long time, he turned to ask Hung Nhi and Duong Ban, "Have heavenly spirit talisman or not?" "Have then have, but our heavenly spirit talismans are all low level. I also have a few, afraid that have no bit of effect toward T Duong, Duong Ban they." It seemed in Deep then's mind already had a specific plan. He then said, "1 or 2 pieces have no effect." Deep then started to act proud. "But if it is a dozen or 20 pieces, then what?" After hearing that, the three of them were all amazed. "Wow, at least conceal one of them." He immediately sat down to discuss with his group to calculate the next plan. Deep then urgently gave order, "It is you." Tu Hien had heard the command of its master. It attentively listened to the instruction. Deep then right after that transmitted order, "Tu Hien, hit that brat Duong Ban over here for me." Tu Hien's eyes blazed with fighting spirit. It understood clearly the command, just waiting for the time to strike. Tu Hien quickly flung Duong Ban far away. Ta Van also appeared. He shouted loudly, "Start action." Duong Ban had sensed something strange. He immediately dodged in time, not knowing his own strength. The successful dodge, then Duong Ban started to use move. He valiantly unleashed power. "Get out." Hung Nhi and Hok Dang also in turn rushed forward. "Go die." Duong Ban, without wasting words, struck them a palm, knocking them tumbling backward, seeking death. He quickly rushed toward Deep then's position, really hard to deal with. The two of them just kept fighting back and forth. The battle still had no end. Beast, anger, affection, righteousness. Duong Ban gained the upper hand. He directly struck at Deep, then, "Get out of the way." He did not stop but continued to launch many hard-to-block moves. Trash. At this moment, Duong Ban's murderous eyes revealed. He clenched his hand tightly. "I want to kill you." Duong Ban was preparing to strike, then countless spirit talismans suddenly applied onto his body. Suddenly Duong Ban stood still. He panicked. How could this happen? The scene before their eyes was truly astonishing. These spirit talismans seemed to have suppressed Duong Ban's divine energy. Low-level heavenly spirit spells. How could they possibly seal my spiritual power? Deep then spoke. "Low-level, then what?" He laughed, full of satisfaction. "Low-level, but many. They can still seal you to death." Deep then together with Hung Nhi, Hok Dang, and Ta Van surrounded Duong Ban, leaving him no way to escape. "4 junior brothers, if there is anything, let's talk it out slowly." Deep then did not want to waste any more time. He immediately waved his hand. "4 junior brothers, if there is anything, let's talk it out slowly." Ta Van on this side kicked straight into Duong Ban's stomach. cursing, "Get lost, old woman." Hoke Dang continued attacking, "Get lost." Then came Hung Nhi, who also taught him a lesson, "Get down below." At this moment, Duong Ban looked as if living was worse than dying. He fell face down on the ground, looking utterly miserable, still not fainted, really good at taking hits. Deep then would not let this matter go. He still had to settle his old score. Out in the world, in the end, debts must be repaid. In another space, Tu Hien was still fighting fiercely against Ti Duong. Ti Duong lost his balance. He was exhausted, standing in a corner watching Duong Ban's miserable end. Ti Duong cursed, "Damn it, arrogant fool, take this for your arrogance." He rushed over to intervene, "Stop." Deep, then still vigorous, kept counting punches like doing an exercise routine. Ti Duong approached shouting harshly, "I told you to stop." His eyes were sharp, clearly unwilling to let this go. Tu Hien suddenly appeared, standing in front of Ti Duong. "Stop." Duong Ban had been defeated under Deep Then's hands. He could not utter a word. Ti Duong growled, "Damn it." Finally, he yielded. "Deep Then, you wait. I will definitely come for you again." Deep then mockingly replied, "Coward, if you're brave, don't run." A voice sounded, "Everyone gets 1/4. Don't take more." In the desolate forest, Ta Van pointed at the pile of loot and spoke first. "I want that compass. No one better try to snatch it from me." Hope Dang and Hung Nhi also excitedly picked up the items they liked. "This mountain-splitting axe is mine. This spirit pearl isn't bad." Deep then folded his arms thinking, "Damn, you all snatched the good stuff. I can't keep up. What good things could possibly be left after you've all chosen?" A spark suddenly flared up. In Deep Then's eyes appeared a glimmer of discovery. He thought to himself, "A treasure." While everyone was distracted, Deep then cleverly took it. "This leftover spirit sword, I'll take it." Everything went smoothly. They wandered together through the forest. "Next time when we return, all of you hide well. If there's nothing important, don't go down the mountain wandering around. Who knows, maybe those brats are still at the foot of the mountain waiting." That's true. This time they fell too hard. Surely they will come for revenge. Everyone must be careful. The sky was bright. The weather was cool and clear. Before their eyes appeared the graceful and beautiful figure of So Lin. Indeed, the spiritual aura outside was fresher.
So Lin was enjoying the cool atmosphere outside when Deep Than barged in. He waved at her and said, "I'm back, master. Do you miss me?" So Lin showed anger on her face. She frowned. "Really wore out my shoes not finding you." Deep Than was stunned. He stood there dazed, looking at So Lin. Suddenly she grabbed Deep Than by the collar. He was suffocated to the point of not being able to breathe. "Master, what are you doing?" So Lin snapped, "Good deed that you did." Deep Than was shocked. He looked down at her unpleasant face. "What did I do?" Deep Than thought inwardly. He found So Lin's strangeness puzzling. "She wants to kill me. Only one day not seeing each other, why would she want to kill me?" So Lin grew angrier and tightened her grip on Deep Than's neck, causing him to struggle and cry out, "Lin Yi, stop." Finally, So Lin let go. Deep Than narrowly escaped. He was stunned, cursed. She then introduced to Deep Than the appearance of So Huyen. "He is my disciple." He could not believe his eyes. Here, how do they look exactly the same? Twin sisters, perhaps. Deep Than recalled the chance meeting before. Could it be that behind the stone gate was her? He recollected past events. So Lin Ni has emerged from seclusion. So Lin Ni, who is So Lin Ni? Deep Than was suddenly struck. His face turned bad. This person is the crazy woman from before. Otherwise, she would not want to kill someone upon first meeting. Diep Than realized everything. He held his head helplessly and cried out, "Mother, the crazy woman is So Huyen's twin sister, and I am her disciple. Might as well end myself." Then, So Lin pressed, "So Huyen, is he your disciple?" She bluntly answered, "He is Deep Than." So Lin, hearing that, turned abruptly to Deep Than, acting shy. She loudly declared despite So Huyen's attempts to stop her, "I don't care. Today I will definitely kill him. What did he do to offend me?" Suddenly So Lin began to feel unwell. She staggered. Too hot, So Lin and So Huyen began to argue back and forth. "I don't care. I must kill him. What is wrong with you? Killing someone still needs a reason. So Huyen grabbed her hand. She pressed Deep Than. That guy. What exactly did you do with her? That. At this point, he stammered without finishing. Me and her. The two of us. Before he could finish, So Lin came to clamp his mouth shut. She was furious and squeezed his mouth. If you dare speak it now, I will kill you. So Lin ground her teeth. So Huyen sensed something suspicious, so she immediately interrogated. That guy. You just said with her. So Lin pretended to sling an arm around Deep Than, as if they were very close. Me and her. Met and opposed each other right away. Yes, met and opposed, right away. So Lin pulled him away to divert the issue. Let's eat. Just kidding with you. Not to scare you. Interesting. She placed a bowl full of rice for Deep Than to eat as he pleased. Eat plenty. So Lin deliberately put on that expression. This is spreadable. This is tasty too. But inwardly she thought differently. Eat quickly. Eat more. Eat until full. After you eat, I'll see you off. So Huyen carefully reminded So Lin. Lin and he. I don't care what grievances you two had before, but please don't harm him. So Lin feigned delight and replied, Sister. Look what sister says. Am I that kind of person? She thought to herself. Wait until sister isn't here, I'll squeeze him to death. At worst, wait until sister returns, and I'll admit fault. So Lin announced one thing. He is also one of the candidates. Hearing this, So Huyen was somewhat surprised.
The three of them sat at the same table, talking together. Many disciples with such extraordinary talents, why must they choose him? Because he has created too many impossibilities. So Lin asked So Hyun, does he know? She replied to her, I do not know how to tell him if he is really chosen. I also do not know whether to congratulate or to feel sorry for him. While the two of them were talking excitedly, Deep Than was still attentively sitting and eating deliciously. Only can keep one life for him, huh? It seemed that he had finished eating. Deep Than then put down the chopsticks. He spoke to So Hyun, Master, I want to ask for leave to go down the mountain. That fat hung asked me to drink wine. She smiled at Deep Than. You like drinking that much, huh? He thought to himself. Also like, if not run now will be tortured to death by that crazy woman. Master, do not blame me for leaving without saying goodbye. So Hyun gently replied, wine, huh? Jade Maiden Peak has a lot. Drink to your heart's content. She continued to say, as for going down the mountain. So Hyun finally made the decision. Forget it. She immediately used her magic power to bind Deep Than, making him startled. Master, what are you doing? Then, So Hyun kicked Deep Than far away. Go. He was thrown far away by that powerful kick of hers. Deep Than was about to fall headfirst to the ground. His eyes were a bit panicked. Damn. Just after saying that, countless wine jars fell onto him. So Hyun appeared then said, drink slowly. If not enough there are still more. Deep Than angry. Too much. Damn it. How can I be in the mood to drink wine? After cursing enough he hurriedly left. If not run now then wait till when. Goodbye, beautiful master. A stream of yin energy suddenly appeared from somewhere. It surrounded Deep Than. He was wondering, what is this? After that, Deep Than looked up. Not good. The yin energy surrounded Deep Than. Along with that was the voice of So Hyun. Honestly, stay obediently in the small bamboo forest and drink wine for me. Tomorrow I will take you to train. Do not think about running, otherwise you know the consequence. He heard that and felt unwilling. Damn. That divine energy covered the whole house. The layers of soil and rock were lifted up. Dust floated into the air. Deep Than not easy to give up. He immediately thought of another plan. Walking on the ground does not work. Then I go this way, see how she can stop me. Suddenly he froze for a few seconds. So Lin boldly opened the door and walked in before the astonished Deep Than. He clenched his teeth, showing dissatisfaction because she ruined his important matter. So Lin shouted loudly, scoundrel, go die. Damn, that day's matter was purely a misunderstanding, lady. Treat me like a fart then. She glared, go die. The scream echoed throughout the small house. So Lin pressed Deep Than's head down to the ground. She warned, scoundrel, I warn you, that matter, Only I know you know. If there is a third person knows, be careful I strangle you. No one knows anyway. You shout louder then the whole world will know. The scene shifted to another space. A shadow of someone flashed by. The footsteps of that person lightly moved forward. At this moment, So Lin turned her eyes to look behind. So Lin cautiously stepped closer to the door. She peered out to observe. At a glance So Lin slammed the door shut. She was worried. This is bad. So Hyen was outside. She slowly walked toward the room where So Lin was. Inside the room So Lin was in a panic. She kept pacing back and forth. What to do? So Hyen was about to reach the room. Seeing this So Lin became flustered. She was embarrassed. What to do? So shameful. At this moment So Lin turned to look at Deep, then she hoped he would think of a plan with her. However, So Lin had already decided for herself. It had to be done this way. Seeing her like this, Deep then looked frightened. What are you going to do? I am not that kind of person. Then So Lin tiptoed and jumped up. She lunged quickly toward Deep, then who was suddenly there. At that time he covered his hands around her, yelling in despair. So Hyen lightly placed her hand on the door of the room. She slowly entered and asked, "What are you doing?" Strangely, at that moment only Deep then was sitting alone in the corner of the room. He replied calmly, "Doing nothing." Resting for a moment, So Hyen approached the spot where Deep then had been digging a hole. She peered down and said, "Digging a hole, huh? Why think of that? You want to learn to dig like a mouse." He scratched his head embarrassed. "I am practicing Earth Shield." "Earth Shield," So Hyen mocked. "Shield your head then." Outside the sky had already dimmed. "Speak, answer honestly. Or do you want me to beat you until you confess?" Deep then acted innocent before her question. "Answer what, master?" She had seen through everything. "Pretending to be stupid, huh?" So Hyen decided to teach him a lesson for pretending. He dared not. "Master, spare me." He fearfully explained everything to her. "Tu Hyen and I had met earlier. The 2 times you saw me you ran because you thought I was Tu Hyen, right?" "Right." So Hyen quietly tasted tea while probing Deep, then she pressed, "Tell me, why are you involved with my sister?" He began to explain that, "I am serious, please do not laugh at me." So Hyen snapped, "Stop rambling and speak." Deep then knelt and recounted the whole sequence from the start. "Actually it was nothing much. Just that once I stole her spirit pill. Back then I had not yet entered Hang An Hak sect." After So Lin and So Hyen left, this was finally the moment when Deep then could relax a little. Damn it. Finally they're gone. Those 2 are terrifying. This time it seems I don't have to run anymore. Though who knows for sure. I'd better be more careful later. Really afraid Lin Nhi might strangle me in my sleep. He held his face, embarrassed by the thought he just had. That crazy woman is capable of anything. Why did she even end up sleeping beside me? But in that situation, I couldn't control it anyway. Deep then decided to loosen up. He sighed in relief. Whatever, let it be. No need to think about it anymore. Right after that, Deep then pointed forward as if giving a command to summon. Just like that, Tu Hyen immediately appeared in front of him. If not for her, this time we really would have been beaten to pulp. Deep then stared blankly at Tu Hyen. He was thrilled. A profound level puppet is already this strong. If she ascends to the earth level, then even an ordinary spirit void cultivator couldn't defeat her. What a monstrous little lady. Deep then sighed again, his eyes thoughtful as he looked up at the ceiling. But to upgrade to an earth level puppet, having money isn't enough. Without the materials, it's impossible. Then, Deep then started searching for something hidden under that robe, but thinking about it was pointless. Better focus on the matter at hand. Suddenly, an object fell to the ground near his hand. The sound distracted Deep, then he picked it up and examined it closely. It seemed he still couldn't figure out what it was. He muttered, "Dirty. What on earth is this?" For now, Deep then placed it into a small jar. Grinning, "Let me test this thing out." Suddenly, a strange sound echoed. Deep then felt uneasy. He sensed something was wrong. There's a problem. Unexpectedly, that tiny object leapt out by itself, shocking him greatly. He peered inside the jar, and suddenly a flash of light burst forth, blinding him. In an instant, he collapsed onto the floor, clutching his head in pain. Deep then curled up, screaming in agony. The pain grew more and more intense. He shook his head desperately and cried out at the top of his lungs. Before his eyes appeared fragments shattering into hundreds of pieces. Now, Deep then had fallen into a dream, lying still without moving. In his subconscious, his soul stepped out and looked around in confusion. This is what's going on. His soul silently entered the illusionary realm. A space of phantasms opened up. This is an intent realm. The elder from his dream immediately appeared before him. Deep then was surprised. This intent realm, is it what that senior left behind? The elder raised the sword in his hand high toward the endless sky. He looked upward as if channeling the energy of heaven into the sword. Then, the elder bellowed loudly, 8 desolate. Everything turned chaotic. The scene instantly transformed into a devastating catastrophe. Deep then couldn't withstand the aura. His whole body felt overwhelmed and suffocated by it. The dream gradually faded, but his scream still echoed through the vast space. Back in reality, Deep then jolted awake, sitting upright with a terrified cry. Still shaken, he clutched his chest, gasping for breath. Then, he suddenly recalled the strange dream just now, muttering the name, 8 desolate / Deep then pondered over that dream, frowning. That name is way too domineering. In the surrounding sky, it had gradually darkened. Deep then was concentrating, sitting in meditation at a cliff, thoughts serene. The long, arduous journey must have a corresponding bold thou heart. Undefeated fighting will sweeps clean the 8 wastelands. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, feeling as if he had just realized a truth that had been buried. The long blade beside him quickly lay neatly in his hand in an instant. Deep then sprang up. His loud voice carried confidence, as if announcing to a senior in a dream, "Senior, it seems this junior has understood some truths of the 8 wastelands already." Saying that, he lightly vaulted off the ground with his extremely nimble agility. Deep then gritted his teeth, both hands gripping the long blade, decisively slashing down with great force. 8 wasteland. The long blade seemed magnified. A loud sound rang as it struck the ground, followed by cracks spreading outward in all directions. The light from the slash spread across the area, making the place instantly bright. After that moment, things returned to normal. He focused on observing the long blade, then breathed heavily a few times. Suddenly, a not small crack appeared on the blade, causing some fragments to fall. But in the blink of an eye, like a spreading effect, the entire blade shattered into many pieces, leaving Deep then stunned. He then fell back, his voice carrying fatigue, too domineering. The vital energy was nearly drained. Suddenly a voice rose up, breaking the silence of the night. "You here are an entire night without sleep?" So Hyan asked. Practicing earth shield inside the room, not enough to grind. Had to run outside to train, huh? Deep then laughed and answered, "Correct. Cannot train, also cannot sleep. The key is not sleepy at all. Tell me if that is annoying or not." She heard that and smiled, with such abundant energy. "Then I will take you to a place." He felt curious and quickly asked, "Where?" So Hyan grabbed Deep then's robe and pulled him along. "Go and you will know." He found something a bit strange in her, so directly asked, "Master, do you have some troubles? Who made you angry then?" So Hyan continued moving. She retorted, "Which eye of yours sees me troubled?" Deep then replied teasingly, "Both eyes see it. Quickly look at your eyebrows, wrinkled like a monkey butt." She then returned, "You are the monkey butt." So Hyan seriously asked, "Have you ever heard of the profound spirit body?" He hesitated a bit and answered, "No, once in 1,000 years, hard to meet." She said, "Not long after that is the 3-sect contest. The Zhengyang sect has the profound spirit body. Hang and Hack sect will be severely defeated." Deep then did not feel it was a big deal. Winning or losing is not very unusual after all, he added. Worrying is useless. So Hyan replied patiently, "What do you understand? What I worry about is the future of Hang and Hack." He suddenly shouted, "What, the future?" She sighed and explained, "You do not know the terror of the profound spirit body. Currently the profound spirit body indeed poses no threat to our Hang and Hack. But what about 100 years later? The profound spirit body of 100 years later will absolutely be an existence that pierces heaven and earth. So Hyen posed a hard question. Can the 3 halls of the first palace find someone equivalent to it? Hearing that, Deep then asked, has Hang Enhak decided to assassinate the profound spirit body? She glanced at him. What do you think? Deep then's gaze was solemn, his tone also very serious. Not necessary. So Hyen smiled with satisfaction and asked why not necessary. The 2 of them descended onto a cliff. He answered, rebellious bloodline does not represent everything. It is only a much higher starting point than others. The path of cultivation is so distant. Who can judge that the legend about the profound spirit will not be defeated? Deep then's tone carried belief and determination. If you do not fight, how can you know? So Hyen was pleased. If you fear the profound spirit body, it equals losing a Tao heart that pursues the peak. How to face the thorns ahead? You can have such insight. I am very glad. He asked, then will our Hang Enhak ultimately go assassinate that profound spirit body or not? So Hyen answered, perhaps will. The future of the sect must not allow any mistakes. Sometimes those cultivators who claim to be orthodox like us do things against morality. It is also due to desperate circumstances. She continued, there are some words we can speak, but cannot gamble with. A sect standing tall in the world cannot be without fresh blood and crimes. So Hyen sighed, forget it, do not speak more. This is not something you should care about. She quickly changed the subject. Hey, the next few days you will cultivate here? Deep then, a little displeased, asked back. Here, huh? He hesitantly requested. Master, can we not joke around? Deep then was somewhat cautious. This place was full of Fong Ho. Their strength was not weak even among true Yang realm cultivators like us. Plus their powerful bodies and extremely fast speed. If someone caught me training here, could I still survive to get out? So Hyen replied, if this is demon training, you should quickly attain enlightenment. She explained, having you fight with Fong An on Jade Maiden Peak is to temper and forge your conviction and indomitable fighting will. Fighting Fong Ho here is to hone and train your speed. Of course, whether fighting Fong An or Fong Ho, you must understand that only under extreme pressure can you better trigger your own potential. He replied laboriously, that is not wrong, but suddenly So Hyen extended her foot, as fast as lightning, leaving little time to react. She directly kicked Deep then down amid his astonishment. He shouted with displeasure, I was not ready. Deep then landed lightly, his voice sour. Damn, these women always make me unable to respond in time. He was quickly shocked by the situation around him. There seemed to be at least 5 Fong Ho closing in on Deep then, so many Fong Ho. They stared at him and growled threateningly. The Fong Ho moved like wind, their silhouettes impossible to track in an instant. A streak of light quickly flashed and left a wound on his shoulder. Deep then had no time to react. He touched the scratch in surprise. This speed is terrifying. Then Deep then called out and a powerful sword appeared. Zich Tiu. He quickly struck back at the next attack of the Fong Ho. But even this speed seemed insufficient. He could only angrily watch that nimble figure. Damn it. Deep then looked at the wound and pondered. Even without the suppression of the Moonlight 7-star bracelets, I still cannot keep up with the speed of the Fong Ho. He suddenly smiled mysteriously, tightened his grip on the sword. His voice cold. Fine. Let me make you taste some hardship. Deep then leaped up and a sound from strong friction with the ground rang out. He concentrated his aura and cast a skill that wrapped the surroundings with spiraling force. Thien Can sword formation. Deep then shouted toward the Fong Ho not far away. Go. They quickly detected the danger and moved at incredible speed. They deftly avoided that sudden attack. He felt astonished. Damn. They even managed to evade the Thien Can sword formation. After avoiding the attack, the Fong Ho did not stop, but leaped forward in one step. They ferociously pounced on Deep then regardless of the shockwaves created. Bon Loi. So Hyen did not leave but watched Deep then intently from the cliff. The dust slowly cleared, and he had to admit their astonishing speed. Damn, too fast. 2 Fong Ho flashingly lunged again. He was easily hit due to unmatched speed. Deep then retreated to avoid further strikes. He looked up toward So Hyen and loudly asked, Master, are you not going to say anything? Just point out something for me. She still sat leisurely with her legs crossed on the cliff, and calmly answered, 4 words, calm your mind. Condense Kai. Deep then was puzzled. Is that all? So Hyan simply replied, today is only the first day. What are you rushing for? He felt displeased. What am I rushing for? If I get hit a few more times my disciple will be torn apart, she sighed. Of course I will instruct you. Why else would I lead you here? Only, now is not yet the time. Deep then gradually grew impatient. He shouted, not yet the time? What do you mean? So Hyan gently explained, if I don't let you taste some suffering, how can you remember it clearly? Endure as long as you can, young people. After all, suffering more a bit is still better. Deep then could not hold back. He cursed in his heart. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, his face pale. Deep then felt unwilling. Is there anyone who teaches their disciple like this? Letting himself take beatings to learn skills? Then what do I even need a master for? But the resting time was over. He glanced back and saw two winged foxes ferociously rushing toward him, coming again. Deep then focused his inner strength, forming a lightning sphere in his palm. Go to hell. The thunder from the lightning strike echoed through the forest, lighting up the whole area. So Hyan smiled. Rice only tastes good when you chew it yourself bite by bite. Waiting for others to chew and feed you won't do. But the current situation was very difficult for Deep then, as the two winged foxes not only dodged the previous lightning attack, but were also charging to strike him from both sides. Deep then was surprised by this situation. His eyes turned behind. He clenched his teeth, trying to block and counter with his sword. But then everything went black before his eyes. He seemed to have fainted. Not long after, night had fallen completely. The moon was hanging high above. Deep then was lying beside a campfire, with a few scratch marks still left on his face. He woke up, his eyes opened, not remembering what had just happened. Deep then sat up, his left hand raised to his head. Hurts like hell. A familiar voice sounded from behind, not far away. Awake already? He briefly replied, yeah. So Hyan asked, tell me how you felt when fighting with the winged fox. Deep then touched his face in pain. Hurts. She continued asking, how much slower do you think your speed is compared to the winged fox? After a brief pause, he admitted, not even the same level. So Hyan suddenly said, actually, you can make their speed slow down. Deep then's eyes suddenly shone bright like stars. Really, please master, give me some guidance. She smiled and spoke lightly. It's very simple. If your speed becomes faster than theirs, won't that make their speed naturally slower? He broke into a sweat. But my speed has already reached its limit. So Hyan raised her chin, her tone slightly mocking. Seems like you still haven't suffered enough. Then she directly dragged Deep then outside. Continue the demonic training. Deep then was unwilling. Damn it, what's happening? Did I say something wrong? Say something at least. So Hyan showed no mercy. She immediately kicked him down below, her voice loud and stern. Shut up. One more word and I'll smash you flat. This time Deep then didn't seem to land well. The sounds of pain echoed up the cliff. He angrily cursed, damn it. The sound of footsteps from a winged fox approached. It growled and advanced toward Deep then lying motionless on the ground. Then the fierce winged fox leapt up to pounce on him, but it was instantly blown away by a powerful lightning blast. The winged fox fell painfully while Deep then was lifted up and dragged away by So Hyan. In a flash, 9 days had passed. The forest echoed with the familiar sound of painful screams. So Hyan stood atop the cliff and shouted down, do you know why I made you taste all this pain without giving you guidance yet? He was struggling to dodge the winged fox's attacks and answered, no idea. She didn't mind explaining, what's called speed. It has nothing to do with your cultivation level. Your movement technique is indeed profound. But it's exactly that profundity that made you follow its fixed rules too much. So it's not you who are controlling it, but it that's controlling you. Speed is also a kind of Tao. The Tao of speed. It is man who should control the Tao, not the Tao that controls man. Deep then kept dodging while seriously reflecting. Man should control the Tao, not the Tao control man. His eyes became sharp, his movements more fluid. Speed has no limit. Form follows shadow. Heaven has no bounds. Mind follows joy. The speed shadow of heaven is indeed profound, so profound that it made me not dare to question its reasoning. But it's exactly this profundity that has drawn a circle around me, making me afraid to step outside those constraints. So from beginning to end I have only moved around within this circle. Deep Then's whole body crackled with lightning. He asked Sohyan as if asking himself, "You want me to step out of this circle?" Deep Then then stood still. Around him emanated a rich aura, speed heaven joyous, invisible invisible realm, infinite infinite joyous. Deep Then felt his strength increasing day by day, muttering, "Tao speed." At his feet a magic circle had also appeared, gaining momentum for Deep Then to launch a very long shot. He was happy. It seems I have understood a bit. In just a few seconds Deep Then had appeared in front of the wolves. The pack leader saw him and howled, signaling all to charge and attack Deep Then. The wolves leapt up at the same time. Through Deep Then's mana-activated eye there was an observation. It seems they have become slower. He immediately ran a zigzag path to dodge the pack. Sohyan, seeing Deep Then progress so quickly, was also delighted. The capacity for comprehension is terrifying. It seems the suffering of the past few days was not in vain. "Thunderbolt," he shouted once. Demonic force shot out, and all hit the wolves chasing from behind. They were burnt, immediately fell to the ground in a row. Deep Then looked at his achievement. Behind Sohyan smirked happily. Somewhat interesting. Sohyan up on high also wore a proud smile. "All right." She did not give him time to rest and folded her arms, saying, "Begin the next demon training item." Deep Then did not expect, of course, panic. "Already finished? I hardly just found the feeling. Already want to start the next item." But Sohyan just turned her back and said, "If you have understood the principle, there will be time to spar later. Do not waste time. Quickly come up here with me to the next place." Deep Then truly could not accept. "Quick, so quick. My body still has many wounds." Sohyan did not want to argue and threatened, "Thick skin, fat flesh. Those wounds are called injuries. If you continue nagging me, be careful, I will really make you a little hurt." He had not thought of a rebuttal, stammering, "I." She quickly cut him off. "You what you?" Deep Then in the end only dared to obey Sohyan. "I yield. I yield. Is that not enough?" Seeing this obedient reaction, she let out a laugh. Then, when Sohyan rode clouds to bring Deep Then to a place, he discovered under a pit a strange shape. "This seems to be the footprint of the Zion Ice Relic." Sohyan explained, "Indeed it is Zion Ice Relic. Use it to temper your strength." He could not believe upon hearing that. This thing normally even Chan Duong realm cannot break its defense. "Master, can we not joke please?" But she looked very serious. "Who is joking with you? Does Deep Then really have to endure hardship to this extent again?" He cried out in pain, "I want to go home." "Go home your head." Sohyan disliked this cowardice and kicked him straight down from the cloud. Deep Then lay on the ground squealing painfully. "People basically do not regard me as a person." Sohyan laughed loudly. She also said, "You are originally an aberrant species. How can you be trained normally?" Not finished, she also cast a force straight down. Dust cleared, revealing a Deep Then in pain curled up, not forgetting to complain resentfully, "Damn it, kicked again, just wait. When I become strong, see how I deal with you." But he suddenly realized something strange. It seemed danger was approaching. A giant foot 10 skulls in size, a human skeleton combined is not equal appeared. The monster was right in front of him. It immediately struck up and scattered everything on the ground. Deep Then was so frightened he shut his eyes and covered his ears. Zion Ice Relic, too ferocious. The ice crystal lizard suddenly appeared towering in front of him. Deep Then immediately activated his ability, Celestial Flame Manifest. This was the first time Sohyan had witnessed this power from him, and she was astonished. "You possess true flame." He simply replied, "I already had it. Did you not know?" Sohyan was truly surprised. "You never told me." Deep Then didn't think much and casually answered, "I thought Elder Tufok had already told you." But in Sohyan's mind, her thoughts wandered far astray, drifting off to another horizon. Both of them thought the other had spoken, yet neither mentioned their feelings. She sighed heavily. "I was wondering why Tufok insisted on betrothing my precious disciple to this brat. This brat actually has true flame. Without even saying it, he's already an alchemist. No wonder he was able to cultivate the barbaric desolation body refining technique. Impressive, being your master for so long, yet you never revealed your true flame. Quite the endurance. Meanwhile, the ice crystal lizard released a freezing aura that instantly encased its opponent in ice. Frozen already, so Hyen was slightly alarmed to see Deep Then like that. But then she thought again, right, he has true flame, perhaps he won't die. Just as she suspected, the layer of ice around Deep Then began to crack. His whole body was wreathed in fire as he punched away the thing blocking his path. Deep Then grew serious, pouring all his strength forward. The giant hand of the beast came crashing down toward him. Without hesitation, Deep Then summoned his sword, Heavenly Deficiency. He thrust the blade toward it, shouting, "I'll stab you to death." But that enormous hand slammed down hard onto the ground, as if it could crush anything beneath it. Moments later, Deep Then was seen straining to withstand its immense weight, cursing for momentum. Damn it. He combined the true flame, channeling all his power into the sword to push it upward. The sword resonated perfectly with his flame ability, celestial fire. Finally, he managed to stand upright, refusing to be crushed. Deep Then wasn't foolish enough to wait for another stomp. He leaped far away to recover his strength first. He was determined to defeat this monster. But its huge body made things difficult. The ice crystal lizard took advantage of its massive size, this time swinging its tail to smash Deep Then away. He was flung deep into the forest, crashing through several trees before landing at the foot of a hill. Using the rocky slope as support, Deep Then steadied himself and regained his focus. Step by step, he returned to his original position, facing the creature once more. Deep Then warned, "Now it's my turn." As he charged forward, the beast was gathering another wave of ice energy in its mouth. Without hesitation, Deep Then leapt high, intending to stab downward, shouting, "Break for me!" Seeing him right above its head with such speed, the ice crystal lizard hesitated for a moment. This Deep Then had been hiding his power quite a bit all along. This strike from Deep Then hit down with sparks flying, but it seemed to have no effect, making him slightly dazed. The sharp claws from that giant hand once again lunged toward him, trying to grab him, but Deep Then managed to dodge in time. He leapt away and let out a tired breath, his determination unwavering. "I don't believe it. You are invulnerable to blade or spear, are you?" He then summoned another weapon, the crimson halberd. Deep Then flew into the air and activated a formation, Heavenly Sentinel Sword Array. After that, he cast a spell from afar. Go. A barrage of phantom sword strikes poured down on the ice jade lizard like a storm of bullets from a machine gun. However, on its thick, spiked skin, there was still a defensive layer. No matter how much Deep Then attacked like this, it was useless. Damn it. The Heavenly Sentinel Sword Array simply couldn't break through its defense. In the end, he was struck back again, even losing the sword in his hand. This time he was sent flying hard, the rocks and dirt where he landed scattered everywhere. Yet, Deep Then became even more excited. Coughing a few times, he wiped his mouth and smiled wryly. "Damn you, my body's about to fall apart from your hits." The ice jade lizard was now slowly crawling toward him, wanting to claw Deep Then straight to heaven. That swipe was far too powerful, creating a crater where it struck the mountain. Luckily Deep Then jumped up in time. He immediately unleashed a new technique, Han Mountain Fist. So Hyen, who had been standing on the clouds observing all this, gave her comment, directly attacking and clashing with the ice jade lizard that has such high defense. "This kid is truly foolish." Sure enough, an explosion erupted right after, sending him flying by his own blast. Wherever Deep Then flew, trees shattered. But he refused to back down, continuing to transform his energy. "Damn it. I don't believe it," to the blade. Deep Then truly had boundless stamina. His body shot back like an arrow toward the same spot. And not just that, he made the movement to activate his skill, 8 Desolation Slash. Finally, this time, for the first time, Deep Then managed to overpower the ice jade lizard. So Hyan, witnessing it, was surprised. Where did this guy learn such a domineering blade technique? But after this powerful strike, his weapon had already cracked into pieces. The ice jade lizard was still unharmed, while Deep then, exhausted beyond limit, even coughed up blood. So Hyan was startled. She decided not to just watch anymore and rushed down, catching him in her arms, her face showing worry. Useless brat, already passed out so fast. But Deep then was actually pretending, being held in the arms of a beautiful girl. His face blushed slightly as he secretly opened one eye and smiled happily. So Hyan had taken him away. The Xuan ice lizard could no longer see its prey, so it kept looking around restlessly. She held Deep then in her arms while thinking carefully. Such a domineering Dao technique. The backlash power was indeed extraordinary. Even this brat could not endure it. But after discovering that he was only pretending to faint, she couldn't hide her giggling. Her face flushed red. While flying at high speed, she suddenly braked hard, startling him into instinctively opening his eyes. So Hyan was angry. "Weren't you unconscious?" Deep then forced a mechanical smile, desperately finding excuses to escape punishment. "I just used a bit too much force. My eyes hurt. Wanted to close them for a bit." So Hyan ignored him and directly threw him down, making Deep then scream in fear. "No, no, no, don't let go." The Xuan ice lizard heard his voice, lifted its head, and saw the prey falling down. It growled and moved closer to what it was searching for. Who could have guessed Deep then would fall back into this place again? He, not knowing anything, hadn't even managed to sit up before turning and seeing the monster right in front of him. So Hyan above was very pleased, asking him, "What's wrong, scared already?" Deep then backed away and shouted in defense, "If you were me, you'd be scared too. The Xuan ice lizard is even harder to deal with than the wind fox. Its skin isn't just thick. Even though my speed can completely surpass it, I simply can't break through its defense. Right now I truly can't find a weak spot, nowhere to strike." While wary of the enemy in front, he also wanted her to reveal the trick. "Master, why don't you just say it straight? To deal with the wind fox I fought 9 days before you gave me a hint. This time how many days do you plan to let me suffer?" So Hyan only smiled. "Then how many days do you want?" Deep then took the chance to bargain. "How about you tell me now? You save trouble, I save trouble." He just grinned up at her, not paying attention to the front anymore. "Save trouble? Tell me, isn't that right?" She sneered. "Save trouble your head." Then So Hyan cast a spell that bound his whole body like an insect. Deep then struggled wildly. Hey, master. You, what are you doing? You don't act recklessly." So Hyan simply tugged the spell like pulling a fishing line and said coldly, "Experience these 4 words: speed, power, merging, harmony." She yanked him flying like a rocket, scaring Deep then to the point of tears. So Hyan dragged him around the monster while explaining, "The greatest strength must combine with the greatest speed, hold power within speed, burst within the fastest speed. Only then can the might of invincible strength be released." The Xuan ice lizard, with its prey so near yet unable to grasp it, wasn't in a hurry. Because So Hyan immediately released him, Deep then at once absorbed her teaching, hold power within speed, burst within the fastest speed. So that's how it is. After understanding, his confidence rose greatly. Deep then focused on taking a deep breath first, then channeled all his power into his legs and launched his whole body forward. He shouted while charging, "Speed, power, merging, harmony." Right ahead, the Xuan ice lizard was also opening its huge mouth. It gathered demonic energy. He also gathered demonic energy. As the air entered the lizard's throat, he counted 3 zhang, 2 zhang, his thunderous fist closing in. So Hyan widened her eyes watching, not hesitating as she heard him finish counting. 1 zhang, it's now. Deep then finally rushed in, "Open for me." No one could have expected that this time Deep then would actually be able to strike down the ice crystal lizard. It was sent flying deep into the forest, finally reclaiming the honor he had lost earlier. So Hyan, witnessing the entire scene, praised him. "Well done, that punch wasn't bad at all." Deep then shot straight up into the sky like a blazing arrow, soaring high above. His entire body was enveloped in fire, looking no different from a second sun. Even so, Hyen was taken aback, surprised that he could actually fly. She thought to herself, is it because of the true flame? No wonder he climbed up the cliff so quickly last time. Then she smiled brightly and called out, "You little brat, you're becoming more and more interesting." Without hesitation, Deep then dove straight back down from the sky, a fiery punch ready to strike one flight up, one fall down. But to his surprise, the ice crystal lizard could also breathe fire. Deep then aimed directly for its mouth and shouted, "Break for me!" He dropped straight into the monster's throat. Now inside its body, he grinned, feeling that victory was already in his grasp. "You lizard," he declared, "get ready to become a roasted meal right on the spot." Immediately, he raised his hand, gathering the true flame into his palm. Targeting a specific spot, he prepared to punch. "Let's roast your back first." The ice crystal lizard howled in pain, its stomach acid spraying outward. Deep then had no intention of showing mercy, nor did he even consider stopping. He unleashed a flurry of fiery blows, roasting the belly, roasting the heart, roasting the intestines, roasting the back, roasting the lungs, and even roasting the tendons. Finally, with one last mighty strike, he roared for momentum, then blasted his way out after thoroughly pummeling the creature from the inside. From above the clouds, So Hyen watched and couldn't help but comment, "This guy is such a maniac. Already done, just like that." Deep then, thrilled by the rush, could only say one word, "Amazing." At last, So Hyen's expression softened with pride. "All right," she said, "today's training ends here." But Deep then below called out, "Don't panic, wait a bit." He looked toward the ice crystal lizard's corpse, a mischievous smile spreading across his face as if he had thought of something amusing. Grabbing the beast by its tail, Deep then lifted the massive body off the ground and shouted, "Get up!" Then he slammed it back down with all his might. Still not satisfied, he lifted it again and repeated the motion. The ground trembled violently as though struck by an earthquake. Finally, he stood still, gazing at the creature that no longer had a trace of life left. Yet Deep then wasn't done. He ignited his true flame once more, clenched his fist, and said coldly, "Come on, one last time." With that final trembling blow, he sent it completely to its end. He then absorbed the beast into his inner space, the beast essence realm, where the pure essence of the ice crystal lizard now resided. Only then did Deep then truly smile. He had finally conquered it. Standing on the clouds, So Hyen spoke, "You said you were tired like a dog, yet you still kept torturing it back and forth. What are you trying to do? Wouldn't it be easier to just smash its head open and take the beast core right away?" Down below, Deep then looked up at her with a proud grin and shouted back, "My intention is to feel satisfied. I've been dealing with this beast for so long. Can't I vent a little?" He held up the spirit pill he had just collected, admiring it joyfully. The beast core of the ice jade lizard. This can rival a high-grade spirit pill. So Hyen looked down and replied kindly, "Just look at that greedy face of yours." Suddenly, lightning bolts struck from the sky as Deep then shouted, "Once you're done hitting, let's absorb this beast core. Maybe I can advance to the human essence realm." A blazing red flame appeared, wrapping around the red spirit pill. Then the flames spread from the pill and surrounded his body. Sitting cross-legged in meditation, with the pill resting between his palms, Deep then gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it. I've been stuck at the Kai condensation stage for so long. If I don't break through to the human essence realm this time, I'm finished." Some of the flames gradually turned into crackling lightning. The energy escaping from the pill grew stronger and swirled around him. Power erupted as Deep then shouted loudly, "Break!" The energy burst from his body, dazzlingly bright, and he roared again with all his might, "Come to me." So Hyen, standing nearby, smiled faintly in appraisal. Not bad at all. But suddenly, multiple lightning bolts appeared in the sky above. She looked up in shock. That is, the heavenly tribulation. So Hyan frowned, confused. Why is it a tribulation? Sitting in meditation, Deep then looked up and asked, "Why is there thunder? Master, what is that?" She stammered, "It's the heavenly tribulation." Deep then furrowed his brow in surprise. Heavenly tribulation. This is the heavenly tribulation. Thunder roared across the heavens as people said, "There exists in this world a kind of person so talented and exceptional that even the heavens grow jealous, and will send down tribulation lightning to destroy them." Deep then stood up and asked, "Who the hell is that strong to cause even the heavens to strike them down?" So Hyan ran toward him, shouting, "You idiot! What are you still staring at? That tribulation is yours." He turned sharply, shouting in shock, "Me? Mine? I'm just advancing to an ordinary human essence realm. How could I trigger a tribulation? Has it become that cheap now?" She replied with hesitation, "The heavenly tribulation does not judge cultivation, only talent." So Hyan placed her hand on her chest and said sincerely, "Deep, then, this tribulation is yours to overcome. I can't help you. If you survive, you live. If not, you'll turn to ashes." The thunder above grew louder as Deep then yelled, "Damn, then I'm definitely dead. I just broke through to the human essence realm." She explained, "Not necessarily. The heavenly tribulation has a time limit. Within that time, whether you dodge or resist, it all counts." From somewhere, he drew his sword and thrust it deep into the ground. So Hyan shouted, "What you must do is survive at all costs. Endure through the tribulation." Deep then stood tall, gripping his sword buried in the earth, looking up at the sky and muttered, "That's strong, huh?" Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck straight down, aiming right for his head. Deep then reacted quickly, barely managing to raise his sword to block the heavenly strike. No human strength could withstand the heavens. The sword was blasted out of his hand as lightning struck the spot where he stood, forcing him to roll away to dodge it. Deep then was thrown to the ground, clutching his head painfully. "That's strong, huh?" Dozens of lightning bolts from the sky followed one after another. Deep then shouted furiously, "Damn it, that many!" The bolts kept raining down upon him, and the more he dodged, the more they came, striking all around. Struggling to evade them, he cursed angrily, "Damn it, that much lightning just to hit a newly advanced human essence cultivator like me. Doesn't that make heaven look bad?" So Hyan, watching from the side, sighed softly, "It seems I really underestimated this boy's talent." Lightning struck down from the heavens. The bolts gathered together, crashing upon the spot where Deep then stood. He struggled to dodge, moving continuously to escape with his life. Then he fell to his knees, panting heavily. A bolt struck a tree nearby, and Deep then suddenly turned to look, eyes wide in shock at what stood before him. So Hyan, watching from the side, shouted in worry, "Deep, then." He remained there, breathing hard, his clothes torn in several places, his body covered in wounds. The lightning kept raining down, and he lifted his gaze toward the sky, shouting, "I only broke through to the human essence realm, and yet you still want to strike me dead." Deep then furrowed his brows, his eyes filled with determination as he declared, "No way." He yelled loudly, "Celestial flame." Flames appeared across his palm, blazing fiercely. Then Deep then leapt upward, running straight toward the lightning. He kicked off with force, flames swirling around his arm as he commanded, "Merge the velocity." A brilliant red blaze surrounded him, his body shooting upward toward the descending thunder. Seeing this, So Hyan cried out, "That fool, what are you doing?" Two forces surged toward one another, one of lightning, one of fire, colliding in midair as Deep then roared, "Break from me." The two energies clashed violently, and he let out a strained cry. A massive surge of power exploded downward, sending a deafening shockwave through the ground. So Hyan hurried toward him in alarm, shouting, "Then, are you all right?" She saw him rise again, battered but unyielding. Deep then declared through gritted teeth, "Can't die yet." His face was covered in wounds, yet his voice was steady, "Damn it, if you've got the guts, then kill me." Lightning struck once more. Reflected in Deep then's eyes were the blinding flashes of thunder descending from above. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "8 desolation /" His body was suddenly clad in golden armor, his sword glowing with a dazzling radiance, majestic and divine, standing upright through the ages, ruling over the 8 desolations, unmatched beneath the heavens. Deep then gathered his strength into his palm, raised it toward the sky and bellowed, I fear nothing, I fight and nothing else. Once again, the clash of 2 immense forces erupted, one man against the heavens, his voice thundering, 8 desolation. His eyes rolled back, leaving only the whites as he screamed, fist. A tremendous explosion shook the world, unleashing waves of energy in all directions. Deep then appeared again, barely standing, one arm scorched and blackened. His lifeless eyes flickered as he muttered weakly, damn you. Then his body fell, consciousness fading, his lips whispering faintly, I am not afraid of you. The hand of So Hyun caught him as he fell. She leapt upward, cradling him in her arms, lifting her gaze to the sky with a soft smile and whispered, at last, it's over. The heavens slowly cleared, revealing the bright light of life once more. So Hyun held Deep then in her arms as she descended to the ground and asked, Deep then, are you all right? He was being carried in a princess hold, his face full of wounds, his voice weak as he said, I have not lost, even the heavens will not bully me. She looked at him with a helpless smile and replied, fool. Then So Hyun carried him and leapt straight into the sky, saying, I have met many who are determined to win, but never one who risks his life to win like you. At the place where the 2 had just left, Truong Than was descending nearby. He frowned and said, who on earth is transcending a tribulation? He turned to Sawman behind him and asked, even people from Than Van's sect have come to snoop around. She smiled and answered, I just happened to pass by. Fellow Taoist Vuong, do you know who is facing the tribulation? Truong Than pondered and replied, I could not see the person in the tribulation. Perhaps they already died beneath the heavenly wrath. Hearing that, Sawman waved her hand and said, then fellow Taoist Vuong, who do you think it was? Could it be someone from Hang En Hak sect? He stroked his beard and said, Hang En Hak sect? Could they possibly have someone with talent that high? Do you truly believe everyone possesses the mysterious spirit body? Truong Than shouted angrily, just wait, in 10 days, the mysterious spirit body of my Chin Duong sect will open your eyes. He laughed loudly, rode a cloud, and flew away, while Sawman stood there with her arms crossed helplessly, saying, look at that braggart, as if he himself possessed the mysterious spirit body. Scene shift. From somewhere a cheerful voice called out, sister, you have returned. It was So Lin, running toward So Hyun who was carrying Deep then in her arms, asking worriedly, what happened? So Hyun replied, we will talk when we reach the Jade Spirit Pool. Seeing his injuries, she cried out, heavens, how could he be hurt this badly? So Hyun said, do not touch him, go bring the tonic medicine you have hidden and bring it here to me. By a stream, So Lin curiously asked, what exactly happened? How did he get so badly injured? Did you 2 encounter some fierce beast? She placed the one-armed Deep then into the water, poured medicine in, and replied, after this kid broke through to the human essence realm, he triggered a heavenly tribulation. So Lin exclaimed, heaven, a heavenly tribulation. How could advancing to the human essence realm trigger one? Even senior brother the sect master, with all his talent, never faced a heavenly tribulation. Sister, you must be joking. So Hyun kept working and smiled, do I look like I am joking? Her sister's eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered, how could such a thing be possible? So Lin said again, those who face tribulation are always the most perfect beings, possessing heaven-defying talent. For a mere cultivator just stepping into the human essence realm to trigger a heavenly tribulation, truly unheard of. Even in the history of the Great So, there has never been such a precedent. She thought to herself, this man's talent is truly monstrous. When So Hyun finished applying the medicine, she sighed in relief, finally saved him. Fortunately, we returned in time. As Deep then soaked in the water, So Hyun instructed, Lin Nhi, no matter what, you must not tell anyone about this. So Lin asked, not even senior brother the sect master? She answered, at least for now, no. She sighed deeply and continued, the fewer who know, the better. The matter of the heavenly extinction pill has already caused such chaos. One hall and 2 sects have sent spies into our hang and hack sect, and we still have not rooted them all out. To protect Deep then safely, it is best that we remain cautious. The key point is, she hesitated, then said, this one is also an alchemist. So Lin was startled and asked, an alchemist? He is an alchemist? Why have I never heard you mention this before? So Hyen closed her eyes, pressed her hand to her forehead, and said wearily, I only just found out. That brat even has true flame within him. Hearing this, So Lin was shocked, frozen on the spot, stammering, true flame. Then she said, your disciple is far too mysterious, sister. So Hyen stretched and smiled, indeed, quite mysterious. She turned to leave, waving her hand as she said, I am going to the alchemy hall. You stay here and keep watch over him. So Lin, still in disbelief, nodded in agreement. Night fell, and a crescent moon appeared in the sky. On a cliff, Ngung Seong bowed before So Hyen and said, Senior Sister Ko, I have inquired everywhere. There is no disciple named Tranda within Hang and Hack sect. So Hyen replied, there is not. Hearing this, the girl looked up, startled, and muttered, then, did that person deceive me? Tranda, why are you unwilling to reveal your true name? At a nearby sacred lake, because he wanted to heal his wounds, Deep then soaked himself in the water. Beside him was So Lin, who was watching and muttering to herself, the recovery ability of this guy is truly monstrous. Just like that, a bad thought suddenly appeared in So Lin's mind as she said, what kind of freak are you anyway? The moment she thought that, Deep then frowned in discomfort. A second later, he let out a faint hum. Then, in So Lin's mind appeared the image of him forcefully kissing her, making her cover her blushing face in embarrassment. To stop herself from having such strange thoughts, So Lin kept slapping her own cheeks and shouted loudly. She was truly flustered, so she asked herself, what on earth are you thinking? After a while, So Lin sighed out of frustration. Then she turned back to look at Deep then and said, for my sister's sake. So Lin decided to leave him there alone, muttering as she walked away, I will not kill you for now. That night happened to be a full moon, so the mountain was not as dark as usual. Deep then's arm had finally healed completely. At the same time, his entire body was surrounded by a mysterious divine energy. Immediately after, Deep then suddenly opened his eyes. Very quickly, he jumped out of the lake. A moment later, he landed on the ground. Looking at his fully restored hands, he spoke excitedly, the human essence realm truly is different. Not stopping there, Deep then sat down in meditation to harmonize the new power with his body, and thought to himself, my elixir sea has expanded more than tenfold. Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. After a while, he opened his eyes with a puzzled look. Deep then felt a thunderous energy within his body, and asked himself, this is lightning. Moreover, he scratched his head in confusion and asked, why is there lightning inside my body? Where did it come from? Deep then looked at his hand and guessed, could it be the heavenly lightning left behind from when I faced the tribulation? He tried to grasp the lightning, and upon feeling its strength, Deep then had to admit, it's powerful. His face showed pure excitement as he realized he had gained a new ability. In addition, Deep then tested it by lifting 2 rocks nearby with the lightning. He was surprised to see that the heavenly lightning was gradually harmonizing with his own power. In an instant, the entire strand of heavenly lightning finished merging. Now it floated before his eyes. The more he looked at it, the more excited Deep then became. Damn, I've picked up a treasure. Both are born of heaven and earth, perhaps of the same level as celestial fire. My luck has exploded. So you've woken up, huh? Just then he heard footsteps and frowned in annoyance as he spoke. The one approaching was So Lin, who kindly brought 2 jade bracelets and asked about Deep then's condition. How does it feel to be struck by lightning? He hesitated and replied, no, not much. I was almost turned into a pile though. Then So Lin honestly said, do you know how many people wish to use heavenly tribulation to temper their bodies, but are not qualified to do so. Some never experience a tribulation in their entire lives. Saying that, the two sat down together, and So Lin asked him again, compared to them, do you not feel that you are very fortunate? Stop acting as if you have gained some great benefit and showing off. Put this on for me. Deep then obediently followed her words. You're right. However, as soon as the bracelet rested on his wrist, it began to tremble. Then the jade embedded within started to glow. This made Deep then confused as he asked, why is that? So Lin looked at Deep then with a tense expression and thought to herself, he just advanced to the human essence realm, yet he can already withstand a weight of 1,250 kilograms. This guy is truly a monster. Meanwhile, he was holding his arm, trembling all over as he cursed, damn it, so damn heavy. At the same time, she recalled what happened before and muttered in her heart, I remember 2 days ago there were only 2 stars lit. But in just a short while the gravity suppression has increased by 500 kilograms. After a while, feeling uncomfortable, Deep then stood up and called out to her, little martial ant. Moreover, when he noticed her uneasy expression, he asked, what are you thinking about? Being suddenly questioned, So Lin was startled and awkwardly replied, nothing. She even turned her face away pretending to cough and said, rest well tonight, starting tomorrow, I'll continue to train you in hellish practice. Hearing that, Deep then tensed up and asked again, hellish training, there's still more training. Right after that, when he saw So Lin hurriedly leave, he shouted loudly, then where is my master? But she refused to reveal anything and only replied, not telling you. Left alone, Deep then began grumbling, falling into her hands, even if I don't die, I'll lose a few layers of skin. Scene shift, the next night under a crescent moon at the sect. At that time, Deep then was cultivating in a bamboo forest, with 2 Hyans standing beside him as guardian. When the surge of power within him roared, he quickly opened his eyes and steadied his breath. After a moment, Deep then let out a long sigh and said, feels good. His cultivation was complete. He scratched his head and looked at her, speaking honestly, since upgrading you to a mystic level puppet, I haven't actually fought you yet. Then Deep then decided to challenge 2 Hyan, come at me. Immediately her eyes flashed with a cold sharp light. Because her master had given an order, 2 Hyan fought seriously. When she threw the first strike, Deep then had to raise his hand to block it. The next second, he kicked off the ground and leaped high into the air. Deep then decided to counterattack with the 8 Desolation Fist. Because their inner strength was evenly matched, an explosion erupted. After a while, 2 Hyans still landed safely on the ground. Seeing that, he praised her, very good, to be able to fight on par with T Duong and Duong Ban without losing. You truly are extraordinary. Not giving her a long break, Deep then rejoined the fight and shouted again. He continued using the 8 Desolation Fist, punching and yelling repeatedly. However, 2 Hyan remained completely focused. No matter how Deep then attacked, she was always one step faster, dodging to the side. At that moment, he shouted angrily, fast at dodging, huh? Unwilling to give up, Deep then attacked again, once more, as shouts and another loud explosion echoed through the quiet forest. The next morning, while still asleep, he was dragged away by someone. Even though Deep then didn't resist, he grumbled, I just fell asleep. What are you doing? So Lin shouted angrily, just fell asleep. You didn't even look at what time it is. She then pulled him up and flew into the sky. After a while, they both landed, followed by Deep then's question, where is this? So Lin immediately cast a spell and explained, the spirit chamber. Finally, the door slowly opened, and he quickly asked her the purpose, spirit chamber. Why did you bring me here? So Lin quickly replied, this place is a spirit chamber, a place used to temper the soul. Once inside, she carefully explained everything there. These 4 jade stone tablets are called soul steels. Once their seals are released, they automatically emit a trembling sound. That trembling sound is an attack aimed directly at the soul. After observing for a while, Deep then showed surprise and praised, truly mysterious. Next, So Lin drew a magic circle with a spell and ordered him, Step inside the circle. Next, I will release the seals of the soul steels, and you are not allowed to step out of this circle." Hearing that, Deep then responded in astonishment. Before he went in, she warned, "If it hurts later, you can scream as much as you like." That was enough to make his face distort in fear, sweat pouring all over, and his teeth grinding audibly. Deep then stepped into the circle, but still asked So Lin, "Will it hurt a lot?" She only replied, "You will know when you try." After finishing her spell, So Lin commanded, "Open." All the inner power immediately gathered toward him, and when she heard Deep Then's miserable screams, she quickly covered her ears. After that, Deep then even asked So Lin a question, "Do I just have to endure it passively like this?" She then gave him instructions. "If you want to use the sonic secret technique to resist, it is not impossible." Deep then sighed once and decided to try it. "Then I will try." He used the technique, Furious Dragon's Heavenly Wrath. Then all of Deep Then's power began to burst outward. But it backfired, causing him to vomit blood. However, Deep then blamed So Lin, "You tricked me." She only laughed and replied, "I am not that free, just train slowly. When you collapse, the soul steel will automatically stop." This time he didn't dare to make another move, only sat still and endured, groaning continuously. After a while, So Lin went outside, sat under a tree to relax. Then So Hyun arrived to ask, "How long has he been inside?" She raised her hand, touching her face as she replied hesitantly, "About half an incense stick of time." On the other hand, So Lin did not forget to praise Deep Then. "This guy's soul endurance exceeds my expectations. I was afraid he would get hurt." In addition, she still showed concern for him by asking, "Isn't this level of soul tempering too harsh? If he cannot hold on, wouldn't that be too much of a pity?" So Hyun exhaled softly and reassured, "It's fine. He can endure it." So Lin still had another doubt. "Why are you training him so urgently? Could it be that you want him to fight against the mystic spirit body of the True Yang sect?" So Hyun shook her head repeatedly and denied. "The mystic spirit body is too powerful. Even if he reached the True Yang realm, he could not defeat it." She then gave the reason for her haste. "I am rushing to train him because senior brother, the sect master, is urging. That thing has been too noisy lately." So Hyun turned back toward the door and said softly, "Moreover, Deep Then is the chosen one. He is very likely to become the next host." Inside, Deep Then coughed up blood again, the pain growing stronger, making him groan. At the same time So Hyun spoke again, "As his master, I can only do my best to help him increase his strength in the shortest time possible." The next second, Deep Then collapsed and vomited more blood. Outside she continued explaining to So Lin, "The stronger he becomes, the higher the success rate." After hearing that, So Lin partly understood her senior sister's intention. She then asked, "So when do you plan to tell Deep Then about all this?" So Hyun stayed silent for a while before replying, "After the tri-sect competition, I will personally tell him." So Lin worried aloud, "I wonder if after learning the truth, he might run away." So Hyun still had faith in him and replied, "Perhaps it won't come to that." After some time, both of them went inside and found Deep Then unconscious. And then So Lin clicked her tongue and lamented, "Indeed, his injuries are not light." When she saw So Hyun taking out a pill, she quickly voiced her opinion loudly, When it comes to the soul aspect, I am better than you." Immediately, So Lin cast a soul transmission spell onto his forehead. She transmitted for a while, but Deep Then still had no reaction. At that moment, So Hyun turned and asked, "Lin Nhi, your soul cultivation, even now, you still haven't condensed your primordial spirit, right?" So Lin sighed awkwardly and replied honestly, "It's been 10 years, still stuck at the heavenly realm, haven't found a way to break through." Then So Hyun showed concern, "Although your soul cultivation is higher than even the sect masters, if even you have no method, others will have even less chance." So Lin quickly reassured her, "Who can say such things for certain?" 2 hours later, Deep Then finally woke up. He stretched his body and exhaled a long breath. When he saw both of them there, he felt surprised. What? 2 masters now? A few seconds later, Deep then showed a serious expression and spoke. Moreover, even your auras are exactly the same. So Hyen pretended to care about Deep then as she asked, "You are awake?" But he instead asked her back, "You are, master?" Deep then acted that way because at that moment there were two So Hyen standing before him. Next the second So Hyen stepped forward and asked Deep then, "Hey, who are you calling master? Your real master is right here." He looked around left and right and muttered to himself. Then that one, with a confused face and sweat all over his body. Deep then stepped closer to the second So Hyen and silently judged. Then she must be So Lin Nhi. And then he ran behind the other woman and said, "Master, how come your auras are exactly the same? I almost didn't recognize you." Making the real So Hyen turn her head angrily, scolding him in her heart. Moreover, deep down she was muttering, "Damn brat, after all the time I have guided you in cultivation, you cannot even recognize me." In addition, So Lin took advantage of the situation, pretending to be So Hyen and ordering, "Lin Nhi, if you are done here then go back first. I still have something to say to him." So Hyen reluctantly followed her junior sister's plan and left obediently. "Then I will go." As she left she thought, "You two keep playing around. Let me see what trick you can pull." Seeing Deep then still watching the fading figure, So Lin began to tease him. "It seems you are very afraid of my younger sister." He immediately denied, "Not at all." Even so she still pressed him against the cliff wall, making him frightened as she deliberately asked, "Then what do you think of my younger sister?" And then the answer that followed made So Lin blush deeply. At that moment Deep then closed his eyes and shouted loudly, "Very white." The words "very white" kept running chaotically through her mind, along with an image of So Lin pushing Deep then down on a bed, which made So Lin herself feel extremely embarrassed. A second later she angrily called his name, Deep then. Without stopping there, So Lin cast a spell and shouted, "Take this whiteness." This time she struck with great force, making him cry out in pain. Why is this attack so much stronger than before? While Deep then struggled within her formation, So Lin gritted her teeth and replied, "Just slowly enjoy it." Seeing So Lin angrily storm out, So Hyen, who had not gone far and was still sitting outside the door, covered her mouth and laughed. Taking the chance, she teased her junior sister, Lin Nhi, "Very white indeed." So Lin angrily turned back and scolded her, "Look at the kind of lecherous disciple you took in." So Hyen was not angry. She even touched her junior's face and said, "I leave him to you. I will wander around the alchemy pavilion for a while." After walking some distance, So Hyen spoke again. "He really is quite white though." So Lin replied irritably, "Hurry up and go, annoying." That night was a crescent moon night, but there were still many stars outside. Time passed quickly until the full moon returned. At that moment, because he could not sleep, Deep then grumbled, "Today is the 15th already. I have been here for 3 days." A second later he held his head, recalling what had happened, muttering, "If I am not beaten, then I am unconscious. My beautiful master ignores me as if I offended her." Moreover, Deep then questioned himself, "Recently I don't think I have offended her." After a while So Lin came to find him. "You are awake." Seeing her, Deep then happily asked, "Master, how much longer must I stay here? These days have tortured me so much. My head is about to explode." Taking the chance, he even complained to her, "Truly only when I am unconscious do I feel a bit comfortable." But So Hyen did not comfort him. Instead she pointed at his forehead with an unhappy look and replied, "You really are someone blessed, but unaware of it, cultivating in this place, and you still complain." Moreover, she lectured Deep then for a while, "Do you know how many people fight desperately just to enter this spirit chamber to cultivate?" D-I letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N shouted in surprise at S letter 1 EDF Lin. The two of them were standing on a stone step engraved for secluded cultivation. Who would fight and bleed just to come here, enduring soul tablet attacks day and night? She crossed her arms and smiled. Of course, those who want to temper their soul power for real gains. Think about it. Hasn't your soul power grown stronger? He tried to form a flame in his palm and was startled it really had increased. S letter 1 EDF Lin smiled and asked, soul power is useful for alchemy too. How many pill patterns can you make now? DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N scratched his head and raised 2 fingers. Barely a 2-pattern spirit pill. S letter 1 EDF Lin widened her eyes. 2-pattern. Not bad. Then she looked at him darkly. Impressive. With your current level you can do that. Even T letter 1 EB fuck couldn't. DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N hurriedly asked, Master, any way to help me improve? S letter 1 EDF Lin answered, None. You must wait until your soul reaches the profound rank. Her words crushed his confidence. When will that be? She explained. Normally, soul power equals cultivation, though you're an exception. Advancing the soul is harder than advancing cultivation, so most can't raise it in time. Those with higher soul rank are always stronger, because they're closer to heaven and earth. He asked, Closer to heaven and earth. What does that mean? S letter 1 EDF Lin replied, Haven't you heard of the primordial spirit? DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N said yes. Elder T letter 1 EB fuck told him only heaven realm cultivators can form it. It's above the soul and far stronger. S letter 1 EDF Lin nodded excitedly. Once the soul becomes the primordial spirit, it can draw the power of heaven and earth. DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N was stunned. What is that? She explained. That power is vast as the sea, endless as the stars, mighty as mountains once drawn. One can move mountains and fill seas, pick stars and mend moons. He asked again, That unbelievable? Then it's invincible. S letter 1 EDF Lin shook her finger. Not that exaggerated, it depends on one's fortune. Some, even without a primordial spirit, can awaken heaven-defying bloodlines and still draw that power, like the mystic spirit body. DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N finally understood, rubbing his chin. No wonder. S letter 1 EDF Lin asked, Don't you feel pressured? He was confused. Pressured by what? She said, Being born in the same era as a mystic spirit body, of course. He thought of that proud figure on a mountain. Surrounded by heaven and earth's power, such beings are legends. Others can only serve as background. The cold face of Ngung Suong appeared in his mind. That's what makes them so despairing. He frowned. Is it fated she'll always be above me? S letter 1 EDF Lin comforted him. Do your best. Temper your soul. It will still help with your cultivation and alchemy. DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N smiled. You're right. She added, Speaking of alchemy, I have a treasure every alchemist dreams of. What treasure? He asked. She raised her thumb. A 3-pattern pill formula. He nudged her playfully. Please, let me see it. She waved him off. Stop dreaming. You'll never get it. He called out. Why? DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N shouted in surprise at S letter 1 EDF Lin. The two of them were standing on a stone step engraved for secluded cultivation. Who would fight and bleed just to come here, enduring soul tablet attacks day and night? She crossed her arms and smiled. Of course, those who want to temper their soul power for real gains. Think about it. Hasn't your soul power grown stronger? He tried to form a flame in his palm and was startled it really had increased. S letter 1 EDF Lin smiled and asked, Soul power is useful for alchemy too. How many pill patterns can you make now? DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N scratched his head and raised 2 fingers. Barely a 2-pattern spirit pill. S letter 1 EDF Lin widened her eyes. 2-pattern? Not bad. Then she looked at him darkly. Impressive. With your current level you can do that. Even T letter 1 EB fuck couldn't. DI letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 A7N hurriedly asked, Master, any way to help me improve? S letter 1 EDF Lin answered, None. You must wait until your soul reaches the profound rank. Her words crushed his confidence. When will that be? She explained. Normally, soul power equals cultivation, though you're an exception. Advancing the soul is harder than advancing cultivation, so most can't raise it in time. Those with higher soul rank are always stronger because they're closer to heaven and earth. he asked, closer to heaven and earth. What does that mean? S letter 1 EDF Lin replied, haven't you heard of the primordial spirit? DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N said yes. Elder T letter 1 EB Fuck told him only heaven realm cultivators can form it. It's above the soul and far stronger. S letter 1 EDF Lin nodded excitedly. Once the soul becomes the primordial spirit, it can draw the power of heaven and earth. DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N was stunned. What is that? She explained, that power is vast as the sea, endless as the stars, mighty as mountains once drawn. One can move mountains and fill seas, pick stars and mend moons. He asked again, that unbelievable. Then it's invincible. S letter 1 EDF Lin shook her finger. Not that exaggerated, it depends on one's fortune. Some, even without a primordial spirit, can awaken heaven-defying bloodlines and still draw that power, like the mystic spirit body. DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N finally understood. Rubbing his chin, no wonder. S letter 1 EDF Lin asked, don't you feel pressured? He was confused. Pressured by what? She said, being born in the same era as a mystic spirit body, of course. He thought of that proud figure on a mountain, surrounded by heaven and earth's power. Such beings are legends, others can only serve as background. The cold face of Ngung Xuang appeared in his mind. That's what makes them so despairing. He frowned. Is it fated she'll always be above me? S letter 1 EDF Lin comforted him. Do your best, temper your soul. It will still help with your cultivation and alchemy. DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N smiled. You're right. She added, speaking of alchemy, I have a treasure every alchemist dreams of. What treasure? He asked. She raised her thumb, a 3-pattern pill formula. He nudged her playfully. Please, let me see it. She waved him off. Stop dreaming, you'll never get it. He called out, why? S letter 1 EDF Lin, when questioned, snapped back angrily. What do you think? DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N wanted to speak, but stopped himself, forcing a wry smile while thinking. I thought the one I've been with day and night these past few days was my master. T letter 1 ED Hiren NHI. He cursed silently in his head, flicking his fingers toward little S letter 1 EDF Lin a few times. Who would have known she was actually S letter 1 EDF Lin NHI pretending to be her? Puffing his cheeks and pouting, he turned to glare at S letter 1 EDF Hiren. Even my master joined you to prank me. Must have been hilarious for you too. S letter 1 EDF Hiren finally turned to ask S letter 1 EDF Lin. What happened? To which she pouted back. He hugged my leg. S letter 1 EDF Hiren crossed her arms and looked darkly at DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N, who hurried to defend himself. She told me to do it. He quickly mimicked S letter 1 EDF Lin's earlier teasing tone. Didn't you say, do you want to hug your master's thigh? Then muttering pitifully, that's exactly what she did. S letter 1 EDF Lin blushed and protested. I said it as a joke, and you actually did it? But he answered seriously. A master's command cannot be disobeyed. Furious, she rolled up her sleeves and called to S letter 1 EDF Hiren, Sister, I'm going to kill him. But strangely, S letter 1 EDF Hiren only replied lightly, as you wish. Seeing no help from her, DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 EA7N panicked and turned to flee, waving as he ran, goodbye. But after only a few steps, his eyes went wide, and he shouted, damn it. A second later, S letter 1 EDF Lin flew forward and kicked him hard in the back. From within the chamber came his screams mixed with her curses. Look closely and see who I am. Spare me. Time passed day or night. Who knew? At last, when her anger was spent, DI letter 1 EC7 PTH letter 1 A7N was lying flat on the floor of the cave. Seeing her turn and walk away, he finally dared to open his eyes and glance up only to see S letter 1 EDF Hiren calmly sipping tea nearby. He quickly sat up, looking around nervously, then stared at his hands and muttered inwardly. This S letter 1 EDF Lin NHI, such a temper arrogant and fierce, yet that night she was actually gentle. S letter 1 EDF Hiren finally spoke. Daring, aren't you? Even hugging your master's little sister. He sat up straight immediately and explained. I thought the one guiding me these past days was you, Master. Catching the key point, she asked coldly, if it were me, you'd hug freely then? The I letter 1AC7P TH letter 1A7N scratched his head awkwardly. Master, if I hugged you, you wouldn't hit me, right? But the sound of a teacup shattering froze him. You can try, she said. Being sharp-minded, he forced a grin. No need, better not. Without wasting more time, S letter 1 EDF Hiron took out a golden pill from her pouch. Enough chatter, let's talk business. Without any explanation, she ordered him, eat it. D I letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 EA7N examined the pill in shock. It was a 3-pattern spirit pill. Then he respectfully said, upon opening my sight, aside from half a heavenly extinction pill, this is the first time I've seen a top-grade pill with my own eyes. S letter 1 EDF Hiron explained, this pill is called the Soul Spirit Pill, a top-tier elixir for nurturing the soul. D I letter 1 EC7P TH letter 1 EA7N immediately bowed gratefully. Thank you, Master. But as he stared at the pill, he suddenly gasped. Looking closer, his face froze inside the pill. There was an image of a cultivator refining a pill, with even an arrow marking advancement carved on its surface. This was T letter 1 EB fuck, refining pills.